Konoha, names of the places or time indicators. All names of jutsu/techniques will be given in English as well as all titles or nicknames. That's due to my incredibly weak knowledge of Japanese language. The only thing borrowed from Japanese will be honorifics, as I think they provide better insight into relationship between characters than English ones, and maybe few other small things like names of the 5 main villages. My version has all the characters to be around 16 years old. I cannot see a 12-year-old doing a lot of the material seen in anime and manga. My pairs will be decided at a later date. Chapter 1 Payback. 2 kunoichi were walking home after having dinner and drinks. They had both just returned from separate missions and were laughing about something that had happened. As they were walking by an alley, they hear a pleading voice. "PP, please let me go," frightened female voice was heard. "I cannot do that, you owe me for my escorting you," a drunken voice replied. "BB, but you promised my friend that you would see us home safely. After all, you are a shinobi." "I'm not any shinobi. I am Jounin Shinobi, one of best in the village. So sweetheart, you owe me something special for my time and talent." Sounds of tearing fabric could be heard. The 2 kunoichi turned toward the alley. "Hey, buddy, what the hell do you think you were doing?" called out the purple-haired kunoichi. When the man looked over his shoulder to see who was interrupting his fun, the girl quickly ducks under his arm and run over to the 2 women. "Please help me. My friend and I were walking home from a friend's house when that man offered to walk us home. My mother told me to always trust the shinobi because they protect the village. My friend forgot her purse and ran back to get it. But instead of waiting for my friend, he grabbed my arm and dragged me down this alley. Then he starts saying how much I owe him, and then he starts grabbing me and tries to kiss me." Sobbing on the purple hair shoulder. "Get back here, you little bitch, you still owe me." "She owe you nothing," says the raven hair kunoichi. "What you owe her is an apology." "I don't owe her a damn thing. Say you're hot, why don't we go back to my place and you can make me a shinobi sandwich. Me being in the middle and you 3 all around me. You will have to fight to see who gets the honor to ride on my S-Class Tower of Power first." "That man is total asshole," says the purple-haired kunoichi. "Who you calling a asshole, bitch?" With that statement, Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi move into the light. "Oh, if it isn't the Ice Queen and the Snake bitch, well, I got the cure for her frigid highness and I got just the snake for you, charm bitch." Another girl comes around the corner and runs up to the crying girl. "Tila, are you all right? When I came out and did not see you, I ran to your house and you were not there. I started to look for you." "I'm fine now, Suki. Thanks to these 2 kunoichi. They saved me from that pervert, who calls himself a shinobi. Why don't you take your friend home? We will handle Mr. Shinobi," says Kurenai. As the 2 girls head off, Kurenai and Anko start walking slowly toward the shinobi, who is grabbing his crotch and running his tongue around his lips while making kissing sounds. Anko is slowly twirling a kunai in her hand as they walk toward the shinobi. Anko starts to smile sweetly. And here I was wondering what type of entertainment was there for tonight. As the 2 girls round the corner, Suki disappears in a poof of smoke. Tila transforms back into a blonde-haired teenage boy wearing a black trench coat with a huge foxy grin on his face. As he walks slowly down the street, he can hear the screams of the shinobi. "That went better than we planned it, Kit," a chuckling voice in the boy head. "Having that idiot call them names was a nice touch. I was worried that they might see that shadow clone using those chakra strings to make him into my puppet. But it worked, and now Anko and Kurenai will be making his life a living hell. So do you think they will take him over to Ibidi for a little T&I session?" asked the voice. "Oh, yeah, most definitely, and Anko will get in even more play time. Cammy, boy, you just like your mother in pranking style," said the voice. The blonde-hair boy reaches inside his trench coat and pulls out a black book. He flips it open, runs his finger down a page, stopping a 1 name, then crosses it out. "And I bet he thought I would forget him after 12 years, Blonde says, smiling wickedly. "Long live the queen, and paybacks are a bitch. Now let's go home and grab a bite to eat, so we can start planning our next payback and who it will be our next bitch. I'm thinking that the Sylvan Council needs another lesson. Both the blonde and the voice grin evilly. Konoha, names of the places or time indicators. All names of jutsu/techniques will be given in English as well as all titles or nicknames. That's due to my incredibly weak knowledge of Japanese language. The only thing borrowed from Japanese will be honorifics, as I think they provide better insight into relationship between characters than English ones, and maybe few other small things like names of the 5 main villages. Please excuse my shugi names for pieces and moves. I'm still learning how to correctly move shugi pieces. This will be used in a later chapter. My version has all the characters to be around 16 years old. I cannot see a 12-year-old doing a lot of the material seen in anime and manga. My pairs will be decided at a later date. Chapter 2, where all started. Walking towards the academy at a leisurely pace, Naruto says to himself, "Last night went off better than planned." He and Sensei had already narrowed down the next possible candidates for payback. He was feeling good, dressed in his usual outfit. A pair of black cargo pants, a t-shirt with potential son-in-law on the front, an earth-tone trench coat on with a black whirlpool on the back with an orange spiral trace. His blonde hair held back by a black bandana and a pair of round black sunglasses concealing his eyes. As usual, Naruto was ignoring the glares and stares that the villagers are giving him as he walks by. With his acute hearing, he hears them mutter, "Damn demon. Ought to kill him. How the council can let that go to the academy? Damn third is senile." Sighing, he just keeps walking towards the academy. He doesn't want to be late today, because today is the start of final exams to graduate as genins. Naruto is not worried about failing this set of exams, because thanks to his sensei he is already stronger than anybody could image. Walking by the Hyuga complex, he stops briefly to look at the oak trees in front of their complex. This is where it all started. Flashback 11 years earlier. 5 years old, Naruto in his Kill Me Now orange jumpsuit is hiding in one of the large oak trees outside the Hyuga complex. He had just lost the latest couple of drunk villagers who wanted to teach that damn demon a lesson. "Why does everybody hate me?" asked himself for the 1,000th time. Hidden in the tree, he sees someone sneaking into the complex. Now, who would be sneaking in at this time of night? Thought Naruto. Several minutes later, he sees the same person sneaking out, but this time he has something in his arms. This cannot be right. But what can I do? "You would be amazed what you can do," said a voice. "Who said that?" A startled Naruto looking around for the voice. "No time to talk. Follow that man now. He has something that doesn't belong to him," says the voice. Following the stranger was easy. Naruto was already good at moving without being seen. "Naruto, we have to stop that person before he gets out of the village." "Whoa, wait a minute. He is a whole lot bigger than me, and all I got is this rusty kunai." "That all we need. Now he heading for the north wall. Get ahead of him and I'll show you what to do." Naruto angles past the stranger to get ahead of him. "Okay, now what?" "Naruto, I'm going to borrow your body for a couple of minutes. Don't panic. You will be able to see and hear everything that I will be doing." "Cool. I can watch." "Wait, what this about borrowing my..." Kitsune body switch. Mature Naruto poof of smoke, and in the place of 5-year-old, stands a 6 feet 2 inches blonde ninja with piercing golden eyes. As Naruto watches, he feels himself pressing against the tree as the stranger approaches. Feels the rusty kunai in his hand rising up. Just as the stranger is even with the tree, it's thrown into a tree off to the left, making a solid thud sound. The stranger freezes and stares at the direction of the strike. Naruto using the distraction to do a leg sweep, causing him to fall backward. As he hits the ground, he's still clutching the bundle. Naruto, with a glowing red hand, strikes him on the forehead protector, calling out, "Kitsune paralyzing." The stranger's eyes go wide, before rolling into the back of his head. "Is he dead?" whispers Naruto. "No, I just gave him enough electrical charge to knock him out for a while." Let's see who our thief is. Well, it looks like the supposedly Cloud Country ambassador and what he carrying. Unwrapping the blanket, a lavender-hair girl about 5 years old. Looks to be asleep is inside. That Hinata, what that man doing with her? I think he was trying to kidnap her for Cloud Country, so that they could get a pair of Byakugan eyes. So what's so special about Byakugan eyes? And why did he want Hinata, and what do we do now? Well, if you let me borrow your body a little longer, we will take Hinata home and turn this man over to the third. Okay, just as long as you are careful with Hinata, she is my friend. Naruto bites his thumb, smears blood across palm, and smashes it to the ground. Kitsune summoning. A poof of smoke, a three-tailed black fox the size of a small pony appears in front of Naruto. Bowing her head. My lord, how may I be of service? Take this man to the third's resident and tell him that he was trying to kidnap Lady Hinata Hyuga. Lady Hinata Hyuga is being returned to her family, and that if he has any further questions to ask Hyuga clan head. Once you have delivered your message, return home. Have a safe journey, Tiffany. Hi, your orders will be followed. Using her tails, she puts the unconscious man on her back. Before she leaves, she bows again, saying, "It is good to see you again, Lord Kyūbi." That is so cool. Naruto bends down and gently picks up the sleeping Hinata. Doing a one-hand sign, he calls out, "Kitsune body flicker, Hyuga complex." In a blink of an eye, Naruto sees that they are standing outside the Hyuga complex huge front doors. Naruto starts banging on the door. "Lord Hyuga, I need to speak with you." After banging on the door for several minutes, the door is opened by two clan members. "Do you know what time it is, and how dare you ask for Lord Hyuga? Be gone with you or we will use force," growls one of the clan members. "If you don't get his lordship immediately or try to use force, you will greatly regret it." "Be gone." One of the clan members reaches out to push Naruto out of the doorway. Next thing that member knows, he is pressed against door with his own kunai pressed against his throat while the stranger is still holding a bundle in his other arm. "If you value your clan member's life, you will get Lord Hyuga immediately." The other guard looks at his partner's eyes and quickly runs back into the compound. A couple of minutes later, sounds of footsteps rapidly approaching. The door opens up and Lord Hyuga steps out with several members of his clan standing behind him. "I have something precious that belongs to you." "What might that be?" Naruto turns his body so that just Lord Hyuga can see inside the bundle. Lord Hyuga eyes go wide. "Follow me, the rest of you resume your posts." "Does that include the four of them behind me?" smirks Naruto. "Yes," glares Lord Hyuga. Naruto starts to follow Lord Hyuga. He stops and hands the clan member back his kunai. "Nice kunai, good balance." Lord Hyuga leads Naruto into his private apartment. A pregnant woman with long lavender hair in robe is sitting on a couch. "I believe this yours, Lady Hyuga," as Naruto gently kneels down in front of her, unwrapping the bundle to put a sleeping Hinata into her mother's arm. Looking at her face, emotions run from surprise to shock to gratitude as she looked from the sleeping Hinata, her husband, to Naruto. "How?" asked Lady Hyuga. "Yes, that is a question I would like to know too," growls Lord Hyuga. "I was passing your complex earlier on my way to the inn, when I saw a man sneaking into your complex. Then after a couple of minutes, he exited your complex with a bundle in his arms. I thought this was highly suspicious, so I followed the man. I overtook him near the north wall and disabled him and got back your precious item." "Where is that man? I want to talk to him," Lord Hyuga says through clenched teeth. "I had him delivered to the third for questioning because there will be political ripples because of who he is." "Who was it?" "The Cloud Country's ambassador, if I'm not mistaken." Lord Hyuga looks at his anxious wife, both knowing what Cloud Country wanted from their daughter. "Sir, I cannot express our gratitude or debt that I will owe you for saving our daughter. By the way, sir, what is your name?" asked Lady Hyuga. "I'm sorry, I have forgotten my manners. And I'm Kai, a wandering shinobi. If you will excuse me, Lady Hyuga, I must be on my way. You could at least spend the night. It is the least we can do, looking at her husband for approval. You may wish to check Lady Hinata to make sure that they only used some sort of sleeping drug or genjutsu. Yes, we will call the clan physician to check on her. But first let me show you to your room, says Lord Hyuga. As they exit the room, they both look back to see Lady Hyuga gently rocking a sleeping Hinata in her arms, tears streaming down her face. As they start down the hall, Naruto stops and turns to Lord Hyuga. Lord Hyuga, it's my job as a shinobi to state to you that you have a traitor in your clan, because a foreigner should not have entered into your complex so easily, and know exactly where to find their target and exit without being detected. Yes, I was thinking the same thoughts. Also, Lord Hyuga, how long has Lady Hyuga been ill? Lord Hyuga was startled once again. How do you know that my wife is ill? When I placed Lady Hinata in her arms, I looked into her eyes and saw a light circle around her eyes. The only time I've ever seen this was from someone being given a specific type poison. Poison? What are you saying? Our clan physician says she has a wasting disease that will take her and our unborn child life. Your physician is wrong, it's not a disease. But poison. Have you not consulted with other physicians to see if your physician is wrong? No, I've not. The clan elders have forbidden me and they have complete faith in our clan physician. Excuse me, Lord Hyuga, but if it was my wife, I would be having several different physicians consulted to make sure that there was a chance he is wrong. So what is he giving her? He has some pills that he makes her take several times a day. Lord Hyuga, if I were you, I would not trust your physician and watch to see if he panics or runs once he sees Lady Hinata is back. I think your traitor is your physician. Here is your room. If you need anything, just pull on the cord. Now, if you will excuse me, I have things I need to take care of. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Hyuga, and I hope that I'm wrong. As Lord Hyuga heads back to his wife, thoughts are racing through his mind. Everything that the shinobi had said made sense. But better safe than sorry. He had never liked that physician or the council of elders for refusing to allow him to have his wife checked out by another physician. As Lord Hyuga footsteps fade, Naruto holds up his hand, Bunshin clone. As the smoke clears, Naruto looks at his clone. Okay, as soon as the third shows up disappear, the clone nods his head. We are out of here. Kitsune body flicker, ramen stand. Next thing Naruto knows, they are standing outside his favorite ramen stand. Kitsune body switch, Naruto. Naruto looks around and he back in his normal body and kill me now orange jumpsuit. Was everything that you told Lord Hyuga the truth? Yes, I quite sure of it. The physician is trying to poison Lady Hyuga and kill their unborn kid. So will they be okay? If she quits taking those pills and get the proper diet and plenty of rest, she will recover and the kid will be okay. The poison has to build up to a specific level. If she quits taking the poison, her body will naturally flush it out. Anybody that would hurt or kill a born/unborn kid doesn't deserve kindness. So kid, let's go back to your apartment so we can talk in private, because I feel you have few questions. Tons. Waiting in his apartment, Lord Hyuga has sent Hizashi, his twin brother, to fetch the physician. Hizashi, what is the reason that I was roused from my bed? Could it not wait until later this morning? Hearing the grumbling physician through the door. You do not dictate schedule to your clan leader. Show him respect, snaps Hizashi outside the door. Enter. Your patient is right here. Lord Hyuga waiting to see the look on the physician face once he enters. The physician doesn't even look around. He just walks into the room and is about to set his bag down on the floor. So Lady Hyuga, what seems to be? The physician starts to stutter when he clearly sees Hinata in her mother's arms. His eyes shift quickly from Lord Hyuga to his brother. He turns and throws his bag at Lady Hyuga while making a dash for the door. Lady Hyuga turns her body to take the hit on her shoulder and protecting Hinata. Just as the physician gets near the door, Hyuga air palm strike. A solid air brick strikes the physician squarely in the back, driving him through door. A clan member comes running in and looks at the unconscious physician, lying through door. Lord Hyuga, the third is outside the complex with a squad of ANBU saying he needs to talk to you, sputters the clan member. Show the third into the main meeting room, order up some sake, send someone to the shinobi's room and request his presence. Brother, if you would be so kind as to bring our physician to the main meeting room. Make sure he stays alive. I have many questions for him. Lord Hyuga kneels down beside his wife, and looking her in her eyes. Yes, Kai's right again. He can see white rings around her eyes. Are you all right, my love? Did he hurt you? Asks a concerned Lord Hyuga. My shoulder hurts a little. But what was that all about, Hayashi? Kai told me that he suspected the physician was involved with the abduction of Hinata and your condition. And when the physician saw Hinata, he panicked and tried to run. What about my condition? What does Kai suspect? He stated that when he looked into your eyes, he saw a white ring around your eyes. And this was a sign of a certain poison. So please do not take any more of those pills. I will have them analyzed and we will find you a new doctor first thing. So try to get some rest. I will send for your friend some if you want me to. Yes, I would like that and some ginseng tea, please. I just thought of something, Hayashi. What is that, my love? How did Kai know Hinata name? Neither of us spoke her name to him. That is a good question. I will ask him when I see him shortly. So rest for now, my love. Lord Hyuga leans over to kiss the top of his wife and sleeping daughter's heads. Kai had opened his eyes to several things. As he closed the door, there were several clan members waiting outside the door. Lord Hyuga did not say a word. The clan members bowed their heads. They knew their job. Lord Hyuga strolls over towards the main meeting hall. He can see various clan members running to go wake up members of the Council of Elders, to let them know something is going down. As he enters the hall, he sees his brother pouring the third a glass of sake. Several of ANBU are standing around the unconscious physician. As he walks up to the third, his brother hands him a glass of sake. Lord Hyuga sips his drink. He thinks to himself, Kami, I needed this drink. As they are drinking, a member comes over to the three and bows. Your lordship, the shinobi S is gone. He cannot be found in the complex. The member bows and walks away after being dismissed. That shinobi must been the one who sent the Cloud Country's ambassador to me, with the message that the ambassador was trying to kidnap Lady Hinata. Hisashi head snapped up. What, Lady Hinata was kidnapped tonight? How did he get in? Who helped him? The answer to that question is over there unconscious right now. He also was poisoning my wife. Third, you need to arrest him and question him to see if you can find out anything else. I'm afraid if he stays here, he will mysteriously die. And I want answers. Yes, Hayashi, that would be a wise course of action. I having Yamanka do a mind walk on the ambassador, while he unconscious to see what is going on. I have a bad feeling about what will happen when I confront Cloud Country's Kage. Luckily, this situation did not turn into a major fiasco. We do owe that mysterious shinobi a debt of gratitude, because if he had not stopped the kidnapping, the good physician might have gotten away with poisoning my wife and kill my unborn child. Filling their glasses, they silently toast the mysterious shinobi. They knew they better enjoy their sake now because later was going to be a real headache. Back in Naruto's apartment, the voice tells Naruto get some sleep and in the morning, he would explain everything. Naruto lies down on his bed and quickly fell asleep. A glowing red fox sat at the end of his bed and smiles. Tomorrow, Naruto, you will start on your road to greatness. In my version of Naruto, Lord Hyuga is not a cold and uncaring father. Naruto will have to remind him that he is the head of the clan. And as head of the clan, his word is law, not the Council of Elders. His brother's life will not be sacrificed. Niji will still a bit of attitude about the main house, the cage bird seal, and his ability. This will also happen with the Sandaime and village council/elders. It will be uphill battle for both of them taking back control. Konoha, names of the places or time indicators. All names of jutsu/techniques will be given in English as well as all titles or nicknames. That's due to my incredibly weak knowledge of Japanese language. The only thing borrowed from Japanese will be honorifics, as I think they provide better insight into relationship between characters than English ones, and maybe few other small things like names of the 5 main villages. Please excuse my shugi names for pieces and moves. I'm still learning how to correctly move shugi pieces. This will be used in a later chapter. My version has all the characters to be around 16 years old. I cannot see a 12-year-old doing a lot of the material seen in anime and manga. My pairs will be decided at a later date. Chapter 3, Meeting Sensei. Walking past the Hyuga complex toward the market area, it's his turn to bring breakfast for his group. Entering the market area by an alley, Naruto pauses in the shadows, looking for obvious and hidden threats, routes to use and escape plans, just like his sensei taught him to do. The usual hatred for him was at its normal level. However, he feels a strong wave off to his left. Shifting his eyes towards that direction, he spots 3 genins and a pair of females heading across the market. Kami, if it isn't the brat pack and bitches, sighs Naruto. They will try to make my life miserable again, and I have to make the breakfast run. Better take care of breakfast first. Staying in the shadows of the alley, Naruto whispers, Kage Bunshin clone. 2. Without a hand sign, 2 clones appear. Okay, you know the drill, hedge, and one gets drinks and the other gets the food. Meet me at the other side of the market, while I handle the pack. Hi. Naruto starts strolling across the market area. The pack sees him and turns into his path. Halfway across the market, Naruto is stopped by the pack. The pack, a group of 3 genins that had graduated the year before. The genins are all from rich merchant families and had used their family money and influence to get into the academy. Hiring tutors and bribing school officials, they had graduated. All through school, they had made it their favorite pastime to pick on/bully Naruto, since their parents encouraged them and that he was an orphan. None of the school officials had bothered to try to stop them. Where you think you are going, loser? Growls Hazuki Mina, leader of the pack. I think he looking for the mommy the whore, Hyudo Issel sneers. Answer us, Dobe, say Oyama Takaru. None of the pack notices Naruto slowly unclenching his fists. Kami, don't kill the bastards. Don't kill the bastards. Don't kill the bastards, Naruto slowly cants inside his head. Looking up in fake surprise. Oh, I'm sorry, Mina. But the brightness of all of your protectors blinded me, so I did not see you. None of the pack realized that the sun was to their backs. Mina-kun, aren't those your sunglasses he wearing? Coos Tsukamoto Yakumo while clinging to his arm. You are right, Yakumo-chan. Loser, give me back my sunglasses that you stole from me, demands Hazuki. Scratching behind his head, Naruto says, Tsukamoto is mistaken. I don't understand how she can tell, because isn't she normally in a horizontal or kneeling position? What did you just say? Screeches Odinashus Mimi. I did not say anything. I just commented on Tsukamoto's normal lack of being vertical, that all, grins Naruto. Letting go of Hazuki's arm, Tsukamoto yells, Are you going to let him insult me? Hazuki's face turns red. People were watching now and he had to do something. Shoving Naruto behind a vendor's stand, Hazuki points at his protector. As an official shinobi of village, I demand that apology to the Lady Tsukamoto and you return my sunglasses. As his back hits the wall, Naruto replies, First and foremost, these are my sunglasses. Secondly, Tsukamoto family is neither a shinobi clan nor royalty. Therefore, she does not have the right to the title of lady. However, the definition of being a female canine is more fitting. But I will not insult the Inuzuka clan by using it out of proper text. I'll teach some manners and respect, loser. As Hazuki punches Naruto in the stomach, Naruto clinches around Hazuki briefly, before Isol and Takaru grab his arms and pulls him off. Being held up, Hazuki starts to use Naruto as a punching bag. Tsukamoto and Otanashi are jumping up and down in glee as they watch the three starts to work Naruto over. A villager sticks his head around the booth. "Hey, you all better break it up. A couple of NBU are walking this way." The three back away from Naruto, letting him fall to the ground. As they start to go, Hazuki looks down at the sunglasses that had fallen off, putting his foot down on the sunglasses and crushing them. "Ops, my mistake. Those cheap sunglasses couldn't possibly be mine." Walking away with his buddies laughing and high-fiving each other. The girls clinging to their arms, praising them on their strengths and skills. Naruto listens to them talking as they walked off. Naruto pushes himself into a kneeling position, reaches down and picks up his broken sunglasses. "Damn it! I like these." Standing up, Naruto brushes himself off and wipes the blood from his busted lip. He reaches inside his trench coat and pulls out a wallet. "Now, let's see what old Zaki team has in here," mutters Naruto. The villager, who stated that the ANBU were coming, walks over to Naruto and hands him a bag. "Here your food, boss. What are you going to do now?" asks one of the clones. "First, let's see what in team's wallet." Picture Genin ID card, about 5,000 Ryo. A smiling picture of Tsukamoto, thank Kami she not naked. Training schedule and this week's gate password and countersign. Reaching side his trench coat, Naruto pulls out a scroll, opening it. He places the I.D face down on the scroll, document copy. Looking down at the scroll, he sees a perfect copy of the I.D. Tapping on a Ryo sign on the scroll, a pile of money appears. Naruto counts out 5,000 Ryo that reseals the pile of money. Next, he taps on word, pictures. A pile of pictures appears. Sorting through the pile, he selects a picture of Uchiha Sasuke in his usual smirking pose and places Tsukamoto picture on the pile and reseals it. Rolling the scroll up, he puts it back inside his coat. Taking the money out the wallet, hands it to the clone. He then replaces it with the sealed money and inserts the picture of Uchiha inside the wallet. Reaching inside his coat, he pulls out a piece of paper and pen, and writes down 2 new words and places it back in the wallet. "Okay, here's what I want you to do. First, go back to our apartment and get a camera and that spray I've been working on. Second, knock on Kanata's door and ask her for a favor. Ask her what is needed to be added to hair coloring to change it into a really weird color. Tell her that you owe a favor to a couple of bitches going to Mr. Moto's. He snubs Kanata all the time, telling her that his image would be destroyed if they heard that he did her hair. She will knows this will be a personal payback to him by the botched coloring jobs. Third, head over to Mr. Moto's around 10. I heard Tsukamoto telling Hazuki that she and Maimi were heading later. Hedge and return Hazuki wallet to her. Then sneak into Mr. Moto and add whatever Kanata tells you to the coloring. Finally, find Tsukamoto and Otanashi clothes and spray them. The spray is body heat activated. In 20 minutes after they get dressed, their clothes will begin to shrink and become skin tight. Position yourself so that you can get pictures when this happens. I want lots of pictures of the finished product. Then take the camera back to the apartment and develop the pictures. Afterwards, cruise around the neighborhood. Check on everybody. Any questions? Okay, good luck. The clone takes off in the direction of his apartment. Naruto is brushing himself off as he walks back into the market heading towards the school. So you replaced his money with fake, put Uchiha picture in, and changed the gate passwords. So why did you copy his ID badge and keep Tsukamoto picture? I know Tsukamoto. She is a nosy bitch and will snoop through his wallet. She will discover his picture of Sasuke team instead of her, which will make her jealous because whose picture he has and hasn't. She will also use his money to pay for her treatment. She will not use her own money when she can use someone else. Hopefully, Mr. Moto will spot the fake Ryo and Tsukamoto will have some explaining to the ANBU why she is passing fake Ryo. I will make a Chuin ID for Hazuki. Then I will get Kanato to turn it into the Hokage office, saying he left it at the bar. And we both know that Kanata works as a bartender at the Rainbow Club. Hopefully, he will get a little time with T&I Division for impersonating a Chuin, passing fake Rio, or using the wrong password/countersign at the gate. Tsukamoto picture will look good in the lobby of STD clinic on the Beware wall. Sweet Kit, you did good. They didn't hurt you. Nah, Hazuki got in one decent shot. Then when they ganged up, they had no power behind their hits. Cammy, I cannot believe I might have to work with those bakas. I wonder if the old man will accept killed by a friendly on those three. Well, I better head on or breakfast will get cold. Good thing Kit, because I meant what I said to Sandame that day. Flashback next morning 11 years earlier. Naruto is drooling in his sleep, dreaming that he is eating a huge bowl of ramen with all the trimmings. A gentle shake on his shoulder. Naruto rolls over muttering in his sleep. Yes, I would like another bowl of ramen, please. Kit, wake up, your breakfast is getting cold. His eyes fly open. Cammy, someone is my bedroom. Please don't hurt me. I did nothing wrong. Naruto wails beneath his covers, waiting for the blows to come. But after a while nothing happens. Naruto peeks out from under his covers. Sitting at side of his bed is a normal-size red fox staring at him intently. Kit, like I said earlier, your breakfast is getting cold. Now get up and let's eat. Sniffing the air, Naruto smells the food of the kami. Ramen. Throwing off his covers, he rushes into the kitchen and there before his eyes is steaming bowl of pork ramen. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, he about to start to eat when he suddenly stops, stares at the bowl and then pushes the bowl away. What's wrong with it? Wrong flavor, or has it gotten cold? This is too good to be real. I'm either still dreaming or once again someone is trying to poison me. Trust me, you are not dreaming. It is real and it is not poisoned. If you don't want, pass it over to me. Naruto looks across his table at the fox, who is sitting there patiently waiting for an answer. Who are you and why are you in my apartment? First, eat your breakfast. I got it from your favorite ramen stand, so eat up while it's hot and then we will talk. Slowly Naruto takes a small bite. The look of sheer bliss lights up his face. The chopsticks fly as he shovels the ramen into his mouth, fearing someone will snatch his bowl away. Slow down, Kit. Enjoy the food. I bought enough to satisfy you. Pointing with his paw, Naruto eyes follow to the counter, where there are 10 more bowls of ramen. After finishing off all the bowls of ramen, Naruto leans back in his chair. Naruto has never felt this full and good in a long time. Okay, Kit. Let's clean up and then we will talk. Clean up? Why? Because I will not have you living in a pigsty, and mainly because I say so. Sitting up and staring at the fox. And just who the hell are you, to order me around? I'm your one and only sensei from now on. You will obey your sensei or pay the price. Oh, what's the little foxy going to do to me if I don't? An empty ramen bowl suddenly flies across the table, striking Naruto in the chest, causing him to fall backwards out his chair. When ceiling stops spinning, he is looking into a pair of red eyes which are just above a set of very sharp-looking teeth. Punctuating every word with a tap of his tail to Naruto's forehead. You will clean this now.
Okay, no need to shout.
After cleaning up, Naruto and the fox move to the living room. The fox is looking around the room before he looks at Naruto. That ramen sure tasted good. This is way too weird. I must have eaten something bad last night. Last night. Hinata. Stranger. Lord and Lady Hyuga. From the look on your face, I see that you remember last night. So it wasn't a dream? No, it most definitely was not a dream. So is everybody okay? Yes, everybody is okay. Hinata is fine, and her mother will be seeing a new doctor later this morning. She and the unborn Kit should be on the road to recovery soon. The ambassador and doctor are both sitting in a jail cell. So who are you? Yes, we have not been formally introduced. I'm Lord Kyūbi no Yuko, the nine-tailed fox, leader of Kitsune clan, and your new sensei. Pleased to finally met you face to face, Uzumaki Naruto. A wide-eyed Naruto stares at a bowing red fox in front of him. I will be using flashbacks with Naruto's first earlier meetings with Kyūbi to show the type of training that he will have received and mastered. By graduation exams, Naruto will already be friends with most of the Rookie 9. However, he has not shared his secret with them. Sasuke and fangirls will not be part of his group. Sai will be a classmate, per Danzo's orders, so that he can stay close to Sasuke to guard him. Uchiha Itachi will not massacre his entire clan, just a select group of individuals. Sasuke will still have the Avenger and gimme everything because I'm a Uchiha attitude. Konoha, names of the places or time indicators. All names of jutsu/techniques will be given in English as well as all titles or nicknames. That is due to my incredibly weak knowledge of Japanese language. The only thing borrowed from Japanese will be honorifics, as I think they provide better insight into relationship between characters than English ones, and maybe few other small things like names of the 5 main villages. Please excuse my shugi names for pieces and moves. I am still learning how to correctly move shugi pieces. This will be used in a later chapter. My concept of money value is 100 ryo would be like $1. Therefore, 1,000 ryo would be $10 and so forth. My version has all the characters to be around 16 years old. I cannot see a 12-year-old doing a lot of the material seen in anime and manga. My pairs will be decided at a later date. Chapter 4, Introductions. Naruto brushes himself off as he walks back into the market heading towards the academy. He notices that the local merchants and villagers are all smiling. Must be thinking that Hazuki and pals worked the demon over good. Sometime I think I should just pack up and leave. What was my dad thinking when he thought that they would treat me like a hero? Your parents loved this village and had a few close friends, and thought it was worth dying to protect them and the village, Kit. Well, most of their friends' kids treat me okay. But most of the villagers and a lot of shinobi still treat me like shit. What? You want them to treat you like your buddy? Sasuke? He. Oh, you are so pushing it, sensei. Feeling 2 strong chakra signatures heading his way, Naruto uses a low-powered chakra pulse like sonar. Well, if it is not my old ANBU pal, Piggy. Looks like he has a new partner. Wonder how she drew the short straw? The other clone walks up beside him, but does not make eye contact, causally keeping pace with Naruto. Keeping eyes moving, Naruto whispers to the clone. Change of plans, go get more food, because Piggy will probably confiscate mine. Head to academy, hedge back, pass out breakfast and cover for me. As soon as I get rid of Piggy, I'll catch up and we will swap out. The clone looks at Naruto briefly, as if for the first time seeing whom he is walking beside. With a brief nod, he puts the look of disgust on his face and turns to his right to get away from Naruto, keeping a causal pace, looking around the market on his way to the academy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Uzumaki Naruto, stop, you are under arrest. Booms a voice behind him. Naruto stops and straightens his shoulders while taking a deep breath. She smells like wild roses. Slowly turning around, behind him are a couple of ANBU, a male in standard ANBU clothing with a boar's mask. The female ANBU with a cat's mask is giving him the female version of the once-over. So do you think she likes what she sees? I wonder if she is comparing you to Piggy. Oh, that is so wrong in so many ways. As they had landed, Cat lands slightly behind and to the left of Boar. Naruto notes that Cat has a katana strapped to her back and from her stance. She knows how to use it. Cat is making her observations of Naruto. So this is the legendary Uzumaki Naruto, the one all the senior members of ANBU talks about. He is ANBU's version of Tora the demon cat that I had to chase at the academy. Wonder if it is true that if you can catch him in the act of pranking or fleeing that you would get that jar full of Ryo on Captain Yamato's desk. However, if you give chase and lose him, you have to add 500 Ryo to the jar. Somebody say that there's couple thousand Ryo in the jar and that nobody has ever won it. starting with his black cargo pants and his choice of a earth-tone trench coat with the black whirlpool on the back of the coat. Glancing at the message on his shirt, she feels safe to guess that there are a six-pack and chiseled pecs under it. His blonde hair is tied back by a black bandana, whisker marks on both sides of his face, a bit of dried blood on the bottom of his lower lip. Looks like he'd been in a fight. She guessed he was about 6 feet 1 inch and was giving off the feeling of a predator on the prowl. Then their eyes lock, baby blue's eyes with a golden halo meeting a set of hazel green eyes. Her ANBU instincts tell her that he is assessing her ability and threat level. Her female instincts are telling her he like what he sees. But he is not undressing her with his eyes. There was something about his looks that reminds her of someone. She just could not put her finger on a name. A slow grin appears on his face. Dramatically, he puts a hand over his heart. Looking over to the male NBU, Naruto says, "NBU Piggy, you got to quit sneaking up on me like that. My poor heart cannot take such a start. Uzumaki Naruto, you are under arrest. And the name is Boar not Piggy," shouts Boar, causing several villagers to look in their direction. Boar, Piggy. What's the difference? A pig is a pig. And what are the charges against me? Naruto asks innocently. Snatching the bag away from Naruto, handing it to Cat. Thief for one and causing a public disturbance, Boar declares. First of all, I paid for that. It is breakfast for my classmates. Secondly, if anything, I should be pressing charges against Genin Team 2 for assault and battery, plus damage of personal property, counters Naruto. Yeah, as if you will ever stand a chance of becoming a Leaf Shinobi and having classmates that like you. Genin Team 2 is fine example of Shinobi of Leaf Village. I will take their word over yours any day of the week, boasts Boar. I figure I got a real good chance of becoming a Genin, considering that the academy not only passed that team of Bakas, but also you, Piggy, Naruto says with a smile. Looking into the bag, Cat see couple of breakfast rolls, bag of barbecue chips, from the smell a couple warm cinnamon buns and a receipt from a local bakery. Uzumaki is telling the truth. There are only breakfast items and a receipt, Cat points out to Boar. Well, he oblivious stole it from someone and had not yet eaten the evidence. Boar sneers. So Piggy, are you going to introduce your new partner to me? Forgive me ANBU, since Piggy won't do the proper introductions. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, citizen of the Leaf of the Village, soon to be graduating from the academy and becoming a fellow shinobi, bowing to female ANBU. Cat starts to introduce herself to Naruto, but Boar cuts in, don't bother being friendly with that thing. He is just troublemaker and thief. Cat notices that Naruto's eyes seem to grow a little darker blue and his body seems poised to strike. Then he relaxes and causally asks, Say, Piggy, what seems to be your problem with partners? What this make partner number 5 or 6? I liked your first 2 partners, Raven and Dog, they would buy me ice cream. Otter was indifferent at best. Has Blue Bird recovered from her accident? Leaning towards the cat, Naruto whispers rather loudly. If I were you, and you don't give Piggy any sharp objects nor get in front of him, when he has them in his hands. He does not always verify his target before throwing. Seems he mistook Blue Bird for me by accident, and then left her bleeding and unconscious while he was supposedly in pursuit of me last year. If I had not found her and taken her to the hospital, she might have died. Straightening up, Naruto looks Boar in the eyes. So what, fairy tale? Did you told the review board? I had thrown a kunai or used a genjutsu, you were just defending yourself and could not catch me? A lowly academy student besting a jonin ANBU. How embarrassing. Rumor mill around the teacher's lounge was you were almost kicked out of ANBU for that little mishap. So how many of your friends from the civilian council members were sitting on that review board to save your bacon? Well, it's been nice chatting with you. But I have to get going. Cat could feel the killer intent and hatred radiating off Boar directed at Naruto. Naruto was just studying his nails and had a bored look on his face. Then something clicked in Cat's mind. Why am I not sensing any chakra from Naruto? I feel Boars and couple of shinobi watching. But I feel nothing from Naruto. Either he got little or no chakra or he is masking his chakra signature. If he doing that at his age, then he is definitely stronger than he looks. Kit, Piggy is stalling you, trying to make you late for school. Yeah, I know, that's why I sent the other clone ahead of me so that I won't be late. I know who is trying to delay me after first seeing the brat pack. Moreover, Piggy going to try to further delay me. Well, better end this and get to class. You are not going anywhere, snarls Boar. Cat notices that Naruto's eyes turning to a icy dark blue as he turns to face Boar. All right, Piggy, either you arrest me, put me in handcuffs and let's go stand in front of the Sandaime, so that you can officially press your charges against me. Just remember, the civilian council will not be there to save you this go-round. Or you can give me back my breakfast items. I will be on my way. Fine, here your breakfast items back. Grabbing the bag out of Cat's hands, Boar turns to hand it to Naruto, but drops it at his feet and steps on it. Ops, accidents will happen, Boar says sweetly. Looking at the bag on the ground, Naruto slowly nods his head. Yeah, at least this time your partner does not need medical assistance. Boar's outrage was visible to Cat as she watches as he started to draw a weapon on an unarmed Naruto. Why you damn DE? Sputters Boar. Grinning evilly, Naruto leers at Boar. Go ahead, say it. I know you want to. Cat backs up, ready to jump in to defend Naruto from Boar's attack. Boar is literally trembling with rage. But something is keeping him from attacking Naruto. Finally, Boar steps back. You are just lucky that the Sandaime passed that damn law. Yeah, like the you ever cared about the law, Piggy. Naruto turns slightly to bow to Cat. It was nice meeting you, NBU. Hopefully, you will get a real partner soon. As Naruto walks past Cat, he whispers, watch your back. Cat noticed that when Naruto had bowed to her, that he was watching Boar. Cat decides when she got off the shift to talk to her girlfriends, Anko and Kurinai, about Boar's history and Bluebird accident. She was going to also ask them what they knew about Uzumaki Naruto and what law was Boar talking about. Her train of thought was broken when Boar growled that they were continuing their patrol. Leaving the marketplace, Naruto starts to trot towards the academy formulating various plans on how to switch with the clone. Well, Piggy's new partner doesn't seem to be an idiot. She was very observant of both you and Piggy. I did not pick up any type of hatred against you. She might be one of the younger generation that has not been made biased against you. She looks and acted like a very intelligent and capable kunoichi. Hopefully, Piggy's bad habits will not rub off. She smells like wild roses. She must use either a herbal shampoo or soap. Yes, she smelled nice. I almost didn't smell her because of Piggy's aftershave. Probably has a name like Sweaty Buddha or something. Probably buys it by the barrel. Probably one of his friends on the civilian council gives him a discount. Almost got Piggy to blow a gasket. I think my introduction went well. Yes, it went smoothly. Just like when I introduced myself. Flashback 11 years earlier. So who are you? Yes, we have not been formally introduced. I am Lord Kyūbi no Yuko, the Nine-Tailed Fox, leader of Kitsune clan, and your new sensei. Pleased to finally meet you face to face, Uzumaki Naruto. A wide-eyed Naruto stares at a bowing red fox in front of him. You are the demon fox that destroyed the village. The Kyūbi's head snaps up. I'm not a demon. Come to think about it, you don't look like a demon. Naruto starts scratching his head. And how could someone your size destroy a village the size of the leaf? This is not my normal size. I'm this size right now because your seal restricts the amount of chakra that I can use outside your body. What do you mean when you said my body and seal? Rise up your shirt and I will show you the seal that I'm talking about. With his shirt raised, Kyūbi touches the tip of his tail to Naruto's stomach. Naruto giggles. That tickles. However, his giggles slowly stop when he sees a drawing appear on his stomach. What is that? That is a confinement seal, used to contain a chakra based being inside a human's body. That is where I have been for the past 5 years. Prior to being sealed in you, I've been sealed inside several other members of your mother's clan. You are living inside me. Then I am a demon. Naruto starts to shake in fear. A slap to the back his head stops his shaking, causing Naruto to look at Kyūbi. Hey, that hurt. What was that for? The Kyūbi's tail is switching back and forth, with the Kyūbi glaring at him. Once again I will tell you, I'm not a demon, nor are you a demon. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Kyūbi seems to relax. Taking several more deep breaths. Naruto, you are a Jinchuriki. Puzzled look appears on Naruto's face. What is a Jinchuriki? Let me put this in terms that you will be able to understand better. Picture me as ramen. What flavor? Pick a flavor. I like beef. Fine, picture me as beef ramen. Naruto starts snickering. Kyūbi closes his eyes and takes another couple deep breaths. You are the bowl that the beef ramen is placed in. Now does that make the bowl beef ramen, or is it just a bowl? It's a bowl, not beef ramen. Bingo, that is basically what you are, Naruto. You are a bowl to me. And the seal is used so that the beef ramen does not get accidentally spilled. Okay, I buy that. But what was that about you being sealed in members of my clan? Your mother's clan has always been linked to the Kitsune clan. About 100 years ago, I was sealed inside your grandmother after an unfortunate incident. Your grandmother was very kind and generous and a strong kunoichi. I was transferred to your mother just before your grandmother died. Your mother was a really strong kunoichi. She loved to pull pranks and she had a bit of a temper. We talked often and I help her plan and execute many pranks. A true kitsune through and through. I want you to know this, Naruto. Your mother loved you the moment she found out she was pregnant. She would talk to you for hours about the things that she planned for you to do together. The pranks and the jutsu she planned to teach you. Your father was a little worried to begin with when he heard your mother talking to you. He thought that she had lost it. But he came to understand what she was doing and he even started talking to you. And when her time came to pass on to other side, we had decided that it was time for me to return to my clan. Tragically, that plan never happened because of him. What happened to my mother and father? Naruto barely whispers. What did he do to my mother? Bowing his head. Both of your parents are dead. Looking Naruto straight in the eyes. Know this, Naruto, both of them loved you with all their hearts. And I swear to you on all my tales that I will protect you from now on. As a member of the Kitsune clan, I will train you to become strongest shinobi in all the nations. So that together we will kill that bastard who took your mother and father away from you. Just a side note, Naruto will not become a revenge-obsessed individual, like Sasuke. It will be used as a motivating factor. But it will be one of his main goals that he will be wishing to accomplish in his life. The reason behind the feeling that he has to protect his precious people. It will help him understand the will of the fire and why his father did what he did. Konoha, names of the places or time indicators. All names of jutsu/techniques will be given in English as well as all titles or nicknames. That is due to my incredibly weak knowledge of Japanese language. The only thing borrowed from Japanese will be honorifics, as I think they provide better insight into relationship between characters than English ones, and maybe few other small things like names of the 5 main villages. Please excuse my shogi names for pieces and moves. I am still learning how to correctly move shogi pieces. This will be used in a later chapter. My concept of money value is 100 ryo would be like $1. Therefore, 1,000 ryo would be $10 and so forth. My version has all the characters to be around 16 years old. I cannot see a 12-year-old doing a lot of the material seen in anime and manga. My pairs will be decided at a later date. Chapter 4 Correction. I would like to thank Mangsungfo for pointing out a story error on my part. Mito was not Kushina's mother. Kushina called her a distant relative. Checking with .com/wiki/Mito_Uzumaki, she was a member of the Uzumaki clan, so her exact relationship is not really known. Like Guy Sensei would say, for failure to verify my facts, I shall run backwards 100 times around my village wearing my guy jumpsuit and a tutu. Don't look for this on YouTube, it been banned already. Chapter 5, Classmates. Naruto walks into his classroom, announcing, "Breakfast has arrived." A group of students in the left corner of the classroom look up at his announcement. "About time," says Inuzuka Kiba with Akamaru barking in agreement. "Hey, better late than never," Naruto counters. Walking towards his group once again, he is ignoring the glares of many of his other classmates. "Okay, let's see if I got everything right." One large decaf, placing a large cup in front of a sleeping Nara Shikamaru. One bag of barbecue chips with a X-large Ninja Cola, light on the ice, places items in front of a Kimchi Choji. One morning meadow tea with a touch of honey, handing cup to Aburame Shino. 2 meat breakfast rolls and 1 Kage energy drink for you too. Having it snatched out his hands by Kiba, Naruto looks down at his hand to count make such that all his fingers are still there. And last, but never forgotten, 2 cinnamon buns with a double hot chocolate for the lovely lady, gently placing items in front of slightly blushing Hyuga Hinata. Then looking in the bag, turning upside down and shaking it. "Damn it, they stiffed me again on my order." "Want some of my chips?" offers a munching Choji. "Maybe you can take one of Hinata's cinnamon buns?" Kiba says between bites of his breakfast roll. As a group of eyes turn towards Hinata, she is taking a bite out of one of her cinnamon buns, her eyes giving off the warning, "You touch. You D." Naruto takes a slow step back. "I think that idea would rank a SSS class suicide ranking. I'll pass." Shikamaru, Gold King's Rook E3 to E9, as Naruto looks around the rest of the classroom. Trying the Dragon Gambit, Shikamaru raises his head to look at Naruto. "Won't tell, you have to make a move to find out." Naruto grins at Shikamaru. "Troublesome," mutters Shikamaru as he takes a sip of his coffee. Choji shakes his head. "Only those 2 can play a game of shogi without a board." Naruto's eyes come to a rest on the center of the classroom. There sat Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was in his usual dark outfit with the Uchiha clan symbol on back, with the look of boredom on his face. And to his left, Sai with his painted-on grin. Naruto wonders if Sasuke and Sai have ever talked about anything. Probably not. Sasuke has that, "I'm the last Uchiha. Treat me like a kami" attitude. It started shortly after his brother Itachi killed his father and clan elders 5 years ago. The official story was that Itachi wanted to be head of the clan. But his father and elders rejected him. So he challenged them all one night and killed them. Then he fled in fear of retaliation by other clan heads. Naruto knew the real reason and he was not going to share.
Sasuke, Sai.
"Good luck on today's final exam," waves Naruto. "Like I would need luck. Unlike you, Dobe," gloats Sasuke. "Thank you for the luck." A grinning Sai. Naruto flips off Sasuke, turns to his group. "What? I was just being social to Sai and the team." "Shino, what are the odds for final race?" Shino pushes his sunglasses back up on his face with his free hand. "Ino has come on real strong the last couple of weeks, so Sakura and Ino are in a tie going into the final race." Looking at Kiba and Akamaru. "So dog, who do you think will win the last race?" Akamaru barks twice. "You think so dog, no way. Double or nothing," says Ino will take Sakura easily. Akamaru barks once. "You on." Naruto sticks his fist up to Akamaru, who bumps his paw against it. "Easiest money I've ever made," chuckles Naruto. Looking over at Choji, who is shaking his head. "What?" "You know Akamaru never bets on losers." Kiba, yes. Akamaru, no, say Choji after taking a sip of his cola. "Damn it, Choji, right? Akamaru never bets on losers." "Well, there is a first time for everything," grumbles Naruto. Kiba and Akamaru heads turn towards the door. Slowly sounds of a stampede are heard approaching. Everybody in classroom moves away from the door, having witnessed the daily stampede for the past several years. Several classmates having the unfortunate experience of being too close to the door when it opens move further back. The door bangs open with two females seemingly wedged in the doorway. "Out of my way, Ino pig!" screeches the pink-hair Sakura. "No way, forehead brow!" screeches back the blonde-hair Ino. Everybody in the classroom winces at the screeching of the two. For a couple of seconds, it seems that the two are stuck. Sakura turns her shoulder and vaults past a stumbling Ino. Sakura jumps into the seat vacant beside Sasuke. "I win. In your face, Ino pig." Sakura turns and wraps her arms around Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, how are you today? Are you ready to graduate and be teammates?" Sasuke pulls Sakura's arms off of him. "How many times do I have to tell you to quit hanging on to me and I'm not your kun?" Sakura's bottom lip is quivering and tears are forming in her eyes. Then she remembers she is sitting beside Sasuke-kun and not Ino pig. A smile returns to her face. Naruto watches as a dejected Ino moves toward her seat to sit and pout. He notices that Choji had stopped eating and was watching Ino with longing in his eyes. Naruto sits down beside Shikamaru, who has his head back down on desk. "Sakura won, didn't she?" "Yep."
Chodzi okej.
"Taking it like usual. Troublesome. I wish Ino would see that Choji is a whole lot better than Sasuke." "Yeah, right, you are going to tell a teenage airheaded female that Choji is better than the last Uchiha and Rookie of the Year. Good luck on that one." The two homeroom instructors walk in shortly after the stampede and take a seat at the front of the class. Sensei Irika and Sensei Mizuki. Naruto likes Irika because he actually taught him a few things, treats him with respect, and to ramen every once in a while. Irika is like a big brother to Naruto. Mizuki is a different story. Naruto has never liked nor trusted him. Mizuki has gone out of his way to make life miserable for him at school and in public. Naruto is watching to see the reaction on Sensei Mizuki's face when he takes roll call. Mizuki had told everybody yesterday that if you were late today that you would have to repeat next year. Mizuki has his head down as he calls roll. After Sasuke grunts out a reply, he starts to put up his clipboard. "Sensei, you forgot to call my name," Naruto calls out. Mizuki's head snaps up to look over in the left corner, to see a smiling Naruto waving at him. Shikamaru sees a brief look of hate in Mizuki's eyes as he looks at Naruto. "Looks like Mizuki not happy to see you, Naruto. I wonder why." "Okay, class, remember that this is a 3-part final. Written, skill, and jutsu. I'm going outside to get the second part of the final exams ready. Sensei Mizuki will administer the written test. I know you will all do your best. So good luck," says a smiling Irika as he walks toward the door. Just as he opens the door, voices can be heard yelling outside the classroom windows. Irika, Mizuki, and most of the class move towards the windows to see what's going on. Outside fence of the classroom is a group of teenage girls and boys holding up signs with messages. "Good luck, Sasuke," "Sasuke Rookie of the Year," and a collection of call/date/marry me, Sasuke signs, and all of them are yelling encouragement for Sasuke. Sakura, Ino, and several other girls in the class are staring daggers at the girls holding up the call/date/marry me signs. Sasuke is staring at the window with his usual bored look. "Damn, that one in the back is definitely not high school," points Kiba. "Yeah, I think you're right, Kiba. Sensei Mizuki, isn't that your new girlfriend?" Naruto asks innocently. Mizuki glares at Naruto. Sensei Irika sticks his head out the window, and using his large head, jutsu orders those outside the fence to leave at once. The group starts to grumble and walk away. Irika leans back into the classroom and tells everybody to take their seats. As Naruto sits down beside Shikamaru, without rising his head asks, "Where you been, Naruto?" Adjusting his chair. "What do you mean? I've been here the whole time." "Then you better wipe the dried blood off the corner of your mouth before someone else notices." As Shikamaru straightens up, Naruto wipes the corner of his mouth. "Thanks, Shikamaru. So you made the switch with your clone when everybody rushed to the windows?" "Yeah, he went out the door and dispelled and I walked to the window, basic and simple." "How you get the mob to form?" Was too hard? Shrugged Naruto. Stop off the bakery and drop a few words. How much Dobe would like to have a cheering section before the test for him. Pretty much took a life of its own. Got lucky that the door was open when the show started. Went up to the window to be seen. Like you always say, keep it simple, stupid. Shikamaru nods. So what your real reason for being late? Brat Pack and Piggy had to wish me luck on today's exam, and you know how touchy-feely they can get. So have you figured out your next move? Naruto asks as he hangs his trench coat over his chair. Have not thought about it. Been getting ready for the exam. Shikamaru looks over at Naruto. Naruto is leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling with the look of total calm written all over his face. Taking a sip for his coffee, Shikamaru remembers the first time he met Naruto. Flashback 5 years earlier. Sitting under an oak tree at the park with a shogi board set up, Shikamaru was waiting for Choji to make a move. Shikamaru was feeling bad, because he knows Choji does not like shogi. But is playing it so Shikamaru won't be accused of watching clouds all afternoon. Choji reaches to move a pawn. If I were you, I won't move the pawn. But move your silver king bishop h2 to d6. Both Choji and Shikamaru look up for the board and around. But they don't see anyone. Up here, the voice is heard again. This time, they look up into the oak tree. Lying on a branch over the top of them is a blonde-hair, whisker-faced boy about their age, in a kill-me orange jumpsuit. He sits up and jumps off the branch to land beside the two players. Well, that would be the move that I would make, says the blonde-haired person. You the prankster, Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you? States Choji. At your service, bows Naruto. And you are Akimichi Choji and Nara Shikamaru, future clan heads of the Nara and Akimichi clans, counters Naruto. Raising an eyebrow, Shikamaru asks, how do you know who we are? Because I know all, see and hear all, and know what goes bump in the night in Konoha. If it's been rearranged, broken, stolen, or missing, the blame is automatically placed on me. Because I'm the one and only Uzumaki Naruto, the terror of ANBU village security. Besides, I heard you two call out each other's name. Naruto does a dramatic bow to the two. Well, I guess I got to go find another tree to catch a nap in. Why? Choji mumbles between his fingers as he puts more chips in his mouth. Because a vast majority of the citizens in Konoha don't like my presence, and any association with me is frowned upon by the locals and the civilian council. Why is that? Choji says between handful of chips. I don't have a clue why. It's been this way since I can remember, and it's never gotten better. Nobody will ever tell me why. They just hate me. Naruto knew the reason why, but he not gonna tell Shikamaru or Choji. Sounds troublesome. So do you play shogi? I've watched several other people play quite often, and I think I have a basic understanding of the game. Nobody has ever asked me to play. Well, that was a better move you suggested. Why don't you finish the game? Shikamaru always beats me. Choji moves over so that Naruto can sit down. Okay. But blame me when your parents read you the riot act about associating with a known prankster. Naruto sits down behind the board. That afternoon, Shikamaru won all his games. However, Choji noticed that Naruto made him have to concentrate to win all of them. After the last game, they moved out to a hill to watch the clouds go by. There they found out that Naruto would be starting the academy with them. Walking out of the park, Shikamaru and Choji noticed how all the villagers were staring at them, or specifically Naruto. Naruto just ignored their stares, but seemed to keep an eye on the villagers that they encounter or passed. Once they started the academy, they noticed that the teaching staff tried to warn them away from Naruto, and how the teaching staff would do everything in their power to make school difficult for Naruto. Shikamaru asked his parents why the villagers and teaching staff hated Naruto. His parents looked at each other. Then his father asked him, "What do you think about Naruto?" Shikamaru thought for a couple of minutes. He seems to be all right, treats everybody fairly, and he plays a real good game of shogi. Then that is your answer. His father smiles at Shikamaru. End of flashback. It had taken Shikamaru almost 2 years to notice that Naruto was quietly and gently helping everybody. He helped almost everybody in the class to get better and stronger. Sensei Irika had discovered a couple of retired teachers and jonins at Ichiraka ramen stand one morning. They were bored with retirement and were happy to help young genins with any classroom or training drills after school. This gave them something to do and kept them active in the community. The students just had to be willing to show effort and desire to get the help. It took Shikamaru almost 6 months to find out that Naruto had arranged for Sensei Irika to discover the hidden treasure of knowledge and experience. Shikamaru also found out that these retires all lived in Naruto's neighborhood. Sipping his coffee, Shikamaru smiles. "You brought us a long way, Naruto. Konoha, names of the places or time indicators. All names of jutsu/techniques will be given in English as well as all titles or nicknames. That is due to my incredibly weak knowledge of Japanese language. The only thing borrowed from Japanese will be honorifics, as I think they provide better insight into relationship between characters than English ones, and maybe few other small things like names of the 5 main villages. Please excuse my shogi names for pieces and moves. I am still learning how to correctly move shogi pieces. This will be used in a later chapter. My concept of money value is 100 ryo would be like $1. Therefore, 1,000 ryo would be $10 and so forth. My version has all the characters to be around 16 years old. I cannot see a 12-year-old doing a lot of the material seen in anime and manga. My pairs will be decided at a later date." Chapter 6 Training Schedule. As Irika leaves the room, Mizuki stands up with a stack of test booklets. This test will cover a wide range of subjects, so if you have studied, then you shall pass. As he starts to pass out the test booklets, Naruto closes his eyes. "Yeah, right, everybody will get a fluff test and I'll get my usual Genjutsu enhanced quiz. I wonder what Mizuki would do if I aced his test. Probably would figure you cheated somehow and still fail you. Once again, oh wise and learned sensei, you are correct. Might as well play his game since he has been setting this up for the past couple of weeks now. Would hate for all of his planning to go to waste. He'll make his move after you fail the mandatory jutsu test, with some lame excuse on how you can still pass or something. That sounds about right. Dangle the proverbial carrot in front of me." Sitting up and getting a pencil out of his trench coat, Naruto looks over at Sasuke and whispers rather loudly, "Sasuke!" Everybody in the class is looking at Naruto and Sasuke. Grinning, Naruto gives 2 thumbs up. "Whatever, dobe," Sasuke grunts as he looks at the test booklet that Mizuki has placed in front of him. Sakura glares at Naruto for daring to talk to her Sasuke-kun, her fellow Rookie of the Year title holder. Looking down a couple of rows, Naruto sees Hinata turn around to look at him. "Good luck." Hinataheim Naruto lip syncs. A blushing Hinata turns around to receive her test booklet. Yawning Shikamaru. "You love to torment Sasuke, don't you, Naruto? Hey, we all got to have a hobby. So are you ready to beat the Rookie of the Year?" "Why bother, I'm just gonna pass, so mother will quit nagging me." "Say, do you have a pencil I can borrow?" Shikamaru feeling around his pockets for a pencil. "Shikamaru, catch!" As Choji throws a pencil at him. Some things never change. He could be the Rookie of the Year if he would just stay awake. The pencil bounces off Shikamaru's head, but Naruto catches it before it hits the floor and hands it to Shikamaru. Mizuki had been telling everybody to do their best. The test will last 3 hours, and if he catches them cheating, that they will automatically fail. As he stops in front of Shikamaru and Naruto, he hands out the 2 final test booklets. Smirking at Naruto, "Good luck to you all and begin." As he walking away, Naruto looks at his test booklet. It seems to have the usual exam questions on it, but Naruto can see the genjutsu that been placed on a majority of the questions. A word or 2 added or changed so that he would have a completely different question. Mizuki would dispel the genjutsu so that the actual test would appear and most of Naruto's answers would be wrong. That way, when Mizuki showed the tests to Irika, he would see that it was Naruto's handwriting and how he missed all those questions. Kami, you would figure after all these years, he would get better at putting a genjutsu on your test. Nah, that would mean he would have to make an effort to get better. He is going to use a sloppy genjutsu that's worked for him all the time. Instead of trying to improve, he just lazy. And deserves what he going to get later. An evil grin appears on Naruto's face as he starts answering the questions. Flashback 11 years earlier. An angry Naruto jumps up. Let's kill the bastard now. No, we cannot kill him now. Why the hell not? Several reasons. First, you have no skills or experience. He would kill you without even trying. Second, I'm partially trapped inside you and could not fight at full power. Third, until we can figure out how to cancel his ability to take control of me, I need to stay far away from him. Fourth, you need time to be a kid. Enjoy freedom of no responsibility. I want to kill him now. Like I said before, not until I have fully trained you to be the strongest shinobi, so that no person, nation, or bijou will able to defeat you. You will be a master of all the ninja skills. Taijutsu, all weapons and hand-to-hand combat. Genjutsu, using and dispelling. Ninjutsu, all the elements. And Fuinjutsu, seal-making and uses. I will train you to be a Kitsune Senjutsu, a Kitsune Sage. We will awaken you Kekkei Genkai bloodline. You will also master all of your father's jutsu, including the Rasengan and the Yellow Flash. And we will figure out a way to nullify his power over me, so I can fully assist you. How long will this take? Normally, for a human this would be an impossible task. However, due to your heritage and my added power, I think we should have you up to task in about 4 to 6 years. However, your body will not be fully ready for another 8 years. I could use that body jutsu thing we used the other night. No, Kitsune body switch, mature Naruto jutsu, works in a pinch in this realm when you need it for a short time. If your body is not fully mature, it will do you more harm than good. And I cannot allow for that. I want kill him now. And once again, no, not until you are fully trained. In addition, I'm not going to let you become obsessed with this revenge fixation. Being obsessed with revenge gives you tunnel vision. You would only focus on that objective and nothing else will matter. Your morals, family, and protecting your precious people. The wanting to get even is a strong driving force. However, you must use it to help you reach all your goals, not just one. And who knows, somebody might kill the bastard or he dies of old age/sickness before we get a chance. Kami has a way of screwing with your plans most of the time. And if you cannot accept that, then I will use a memory seal on this memory to keep you from becoming obsessed with revenge. Grumbling, okay, I'm not happy with the idea, but I'll go along with it for now. So how will we start training? Your training will be different for any training you could possibly image. You will be literally training 24 hours a day until I say otherwise. Naruto looks at the clock on the wall, starts counting on his fingers. A puzzled look appears on his face. Just how am I supposed to do all that? When am I going to sleep? Grinning at Naruto, Kyūbi says, that's the beauty of my plan. You will be training in your sleep mostly. A confused look appears on his face. Training in my sleep? How is that possible? When you go to sleep, you will enter into a dream realm. In the dream realm, I can take you to my realm. There are others and I will train you. There you can be in your mature form, and you will start learning everything you will need to know. So when you awake, you will remember all your training, skills, and knowledge. However, certain skills will not be available to you until your body can handle them. I will place a memory block seal on you for 2 reasons. First, so that when you are awake you don't accidentally use a skill or jutsu a kid your age should not know. The second reason is you will mature mentally faster in my realm. Once I feel you are ready, I will remove your seal and you will have free access to all your knowledge, skills, experiences, and maturity. While you are asleep, I will have one of our clan watching over us, so that no accidents will happen to us in your sleep. When you are awake, I will be protecting you. If I feel that someone is trying to kill you, I will kill them instantly. You would kill them if they threaten me? No, only people I feel that are trying to kill you. Training all the time? No, you will not be training all the time. You must have time to be a kid and enjoy life. However, I will be training you in a way that I think you will enjoy. Training that I would enjoy? How? Pulling pranks and such, it will be good practice in planning, executing, and evasion tactics. Pulling pranks is training? Yes, it will help in your physical training and in practicing your stealth and evasion skills. First is planning. You have to have an idea for a prank. Then you have to figure out when you are going to do it. Daytime, nighttime, early morning. The list of items you will need: paint, brushes, coveralls. What are the obstacles that you will have to overcome? How will you obtain necessary supplies? What is your entrance and escape routes? What are your backup plans? If your original plan does not fit at the last minute, or what will you do if your plan is discovered in the middle of the prank? Then there is the execution of the prank. Completing the prank and leaving undetected is your goal. But what if an unknown objective is found in the middle of the prank? Unexpected visitor, alarm, or dog. Your equipment malfunctions. Forgot to bring can opener or brushes. Then there is the evasion part, which might be needed any given time of a prank. What will you do if being chased by others? Do you know the area well enough to know all escape routes available to you? Can you outrun said pursuers? If you cannot outrun them, do you know how to distract them or slow them down? Do you know any hiding locations that you might be able to use until the threat passes? Outrunning and evading your pursuers will also greatly help in your physical training. You must also be ready to accept the consequences of your action if you are caught by the local authorities. If you caught, you will use this as learning tool. Reviewing what went wrong, how can you correct said problem, and how can you avoid said problem in the future. Cammy, you make pulling pranks sound like work. A successful prank takes a lot of time and planning. If I think a prank is too dangerous, I will stop you. I will not tell you what to do so you can learn how on your own. A majority of the time, I will just sit back and watch. As the advisor to you, I will offer an occasional bit of advice or suggestion. I feel trial and error is the best teacher in the world. Also, to make your training more challenging, you will keep that orange jumpsuit until I say otherwise. It will definitely help you in your stealth and evasion training. Hey, what's wrong with my clothes? That jumpsuit screams, "Kill me," because it makes you stick out like a beacon. In the real ninja world, you would be target one on your enemy's radar. So being able to successfully pull pranks with that on will be a major training bonus. Naruto mumbles, "It's the only thing I can find to wear." Yes, kid, I know they are not your favorite, and I know why too. So in a couple of days, we are going to have a chat with Sandame to see about getting several changes done to help improve your life. We going to see Gigi? A excited Naruto looks up at Kyūbi. Yes, we are going to get several things changed around here. Like what? First and foremost, we are going to get you a better diet. Living off of ramen is not good for a growing kid. Ramen is great, you don't need anything else. Wrong, ramen is okay occasional for you. But for a growing kid, you need a better diet. You will eat what I will have prepared for you, and before you start pouting, you will be able to have your ramen. But only on a limited amount. Define limited amount. I'll allow you to have it 4 times a week, but for lunch or dinner only. There will be no instant ramen allowed in this house. If you want ramen in this house, I will teach you how to make it. What else? We are going to improve on your living quarters. A leaky roof, inadequate bedding, no heater, stove, refrigerator, and no running hot and cold water unacceptable. We will get these things fixed, or we will be moving you somewhere better. So where would we go? If I'm forced to, I will take you back to my realm. There I know you will be taken care of, however, that will probably be a last resort. Why that? That would mean you would have to leave Konoha for a while. I don't want you to miss the Sandame or making friends. I don't think the Sandame would approve too much either. Couple of days later, Naruto walks into the Hokage office. Sitting behind his desk with a stack of paperwork in front of him is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. Looking up from the paperwork, he sees Naruto and smiles at his favorite, adopted grandson. What brings you here today, Naruto? Looking Gigi straight in the eyes, I want to talk to you about something. But it kind of personal. Don't worry. Naruto, anything you say in here stays in here, Hiruzen says as he takes a drag off of his pipe. Well, I want to show you something that I've learned. Naruto pulls a kunai out of his pocket and throws it into the coat tree holding Hiruzen's hat. Damn it, Naruto. You should not have a kunai, nor should you be throwing around my office, shouts Hiruzen. Wajiji, should a coat tree be bleeding? Naruto points at the coat tree. Hiruzen's head snaps around to stare at the bleeding coat tree. Anbu. Two Anbu appear beside the coat tree with a kunai in their hands. Hiruzen raises two fingers up. Dispel, Kai. The coat tree turns into a bleeding Anbu-dressed shinobi with a kunai stuck in his shoulder. But his headband is different from the other two Anbu. Damn Shimura Danzo. I'll have his ass for this. Anbu take this agent to Ibiki for questioning. After he finished, give him back to Danzo, commands a fuming Hiruzen. As the two Anbu take agent away, Hiruzen sits down with a puzzled look on his face. How did you know that coat tree was an agent? After looking around the room once more, Naruto's hands flash through rapid number of hand signs, then slams his hand down on the floor. Room sound seal jutsu. A blue light brief coats the room before disappearing. Hiruzen pipe is dangling from his mouth. How did Naruto learn to do that? Taking a seat from across Hiruzen's desk, Naruto looks at Hiruzen. A deeper voice is heard from Naruto. Judging from the look on your face, you have questions, to which I have answers and also have questions for you. A serious look takes over Hiruzen's face. Who are you and what have you done with Naruto? Oh, you know who I am, and Naruto is right here, tapping the side of his head. Right now, he is practicing basic chakra exercises. I did not think he needs to be in on this conversation. I'm not here to fight you. Kyūbi, what do you want? As Hiruzen grips a kunai in his right hand. What I want is a nice tall glass of bloody mystic rain sake and my freedom. But we both know that is impossible for now. What I am here for really is to explain to you how I'm going to train Naruto, and how you are going to help make Naruto's life better. If you help me, I will tell you something that will make your life so much simpler and enjoyable. How do I know you are telling the truth after what you done to Konoha? Bowing his head and pinching the bridge of his nose, Naruto. Kami, I knew this was not going to be easy. I ashamed to tell you this. But the times that I attacked Konoha, I was being controlled by a genjutsu. If would make you trust me more, summon Lord Enma and he can tell you whether or not I'm telling the truth. You expect me to believe that the strongest tailed bijou can be controlled by a genjutsu? Hiruzen staring at Naruto with disbelief. Look, either contact Lord Enma or I can see this conversation is going nowhere, and I will be forced to go to an alternate plan, snaps Naruto. And what plan is that? You really don't want to know. I think the fourth is already disappointed in you, and this will disappoint him even more. What do you know about the fourth except that you killed him? Snaps Hiruzen. Jumping out of the chair and slamming his hands onto Hiruzen's desk, scattering paper. I know everything about the fourth because we used to talk about Naruto before he was born. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Naruto sits back down with his head bowed. It pains me greatly to know that I'm the reason that Naruto has no loving parents to be raising him. I knew it pained Namake's Minato to have to place me into Naruto and for him to sacrifice his life for his son and this village. I grieve every day knowing that I was responsible for the death of Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's mother, my friend and member of my clan. I'm sorry for all the destruction and loss of life that I caused. As to how I know what Minato was thinking, Kushina's seal allowed for me to leave briefly and enter into your realm. We would sit and talk and drink a little sake together. I know that Minato used the only sealing process he knew to stop my rampage and its cost. For your information, no, I've not told Naruto who his parents are. Right now, that would not help Naruto. If that knowledge was released, we both know Minato's and Kushina's enemies would be here. And your damn civilian council would throw the demon brat out the front gates to save their sorry asses. Shaking his head sadly, Hiruzen has to agree with the last statement. He knew because he was constantly having conflicts with the civilian council over Naruto. Even with the laws that he implemented did not seem to discourage the villagers and several shinobi. Danzo was constantly trying to get the council to let him have Naruto. Danzo want Naruto so he could turn him into a weapon. Looking at slumping Hiruzen, Naruto can see the pain in his eyes. You have tried, Professor, but that civilian council has taken away a lot of your bite. And the sad part is you have let them. You have forgotten that you are the Hokage. Your word is law. If someone breaks your law, they will be punished. The elders, civilian and shinobi council are just that, council, nothing more. They can suggest changes, but your word should be final. Hiruzen sighing, what do you want? What I need are funds to improve the kid's home, food supply, and clothing. There will not be visible changes, just simple things like a decent place to live, working facilities, and warm clothes and bedding. Allow me access to Namikaze Minato's bank account. But he has that I give him a monthly allowance to cover everything. Shaking his head, sadly it does not. His current landlord just shows up to collect that ransom that he calls rent each month. Nothing functions correctly in his apartment. Roof leaks, no heat, and no hot/cold running water. Almost no merchants will sell anything to him. And if they do, they have marked the price up 50 to 100 times its actual value. The grocery stores won't sell him anything that's fresh. It's either spoiled/rotten and at an outrageous price. The only merchant to treat him fairly is a ramen store owner. He feeds him whether or not he can pay. I'll stop that. I'll have a talk with them, Hiruzen declares with determination. It will do no good, because of the power that you have let your civilian council take from you. The merchants will claim that they have the right to charge what they want to anyone. The civilian council will back them up. The landlord will just say, no tradesman is willing to work on the demon's brat home. So what can you do differently that I cannot do? Asks Hiruzen. With access to Namikaze Minato bank account, I will purchase the building that Naruto is living in under several dummy business fronts. The building will be placed in Naruto's name, but it will be hidden in the paperwork. I will fire the current landlord and replace him with someone less biased. Using members of my clan, we will secretly fix the building of all its problems. We will rent out the other rooms to people that I feel will not be a threat to Naruto or attract unnecessary attention. The building will retain its outward appearance, but inside it will be a livable apartment. I will use members of my clan to purchase supplies and food that Naruto will need from other locations. Like a true shinobi, the building will have the same outward illusion to fool the general public. You mentioned training him. What are you going to teach him? I plan to train Naruto so that he has no equal in the shinobi or in the bijou world. His name will strike more fear in the hearts of shinobi realm than his parents' names combined. He will be as strong and possibly stronger than me. And when his training is done, we will start our search for the person responsible for his parents' death. And while we are searching, we will be your private ANBU Black Ops agents. I have already sent my clan members out into your realm to start tracking that person. Any information that they may uncover that may be of use to you concerning Konoha or its personnel will be passed to your summons realm, so that one of them may bring you the information. This way your association with us will be kept hidden. When I feel Naruto's ready, I will have you to test him in combat to ensure to yourself that he is ready. Hiruzen nods his head in agreement. Kyūbi can do that and more for Naruto. The kit would like to know the status of Lady Hyuga/her unborn kit and Lady Hinata. And what did you find out about the ambassador and the physician? Taking a drag on his pipe, Hiruzen leans back in his chair. You were correct, Lady Hyuga was being poisoned, but now she is on road to recovery. Her condition should clear up shortly and the baby seems to be fine. Hinata was placed under a sleep genjutsu. It has been dispelled and is showing no side effects. It seems the good ambassador was doing this on his own, to help improve his clan and status back at home. The ambassador was sent back. A letter of complaint by the Fire Daimyo has been sent to Cloud Daimyo. The doctor hated Lord Hyuga for some time and saw this as a way to getting back at him and make some money. The doctor was turned over to Lord Hyuga. But before he could be questioned further, he hung himself. I seriously think someone helped him, to make sure he did not tell on them. The kit will be glad to hear that. Before I forget, the one thing I promised you earlier to make your life easier and simpler. In doing your paperwork, use Kage clones. I cannot do that, council says I have to read all documents concerning the village. A Kage clone's memories will transfer to you after they dispel, so if the clones have read all said documents, you will know instantly what every document said. But, foremost once again, Sandame Sarutobi, you are letting the civilian council tell you how to run your village. One final thing before we part ways. If anybody tries to hurt or kill Naruto, I will kill them instantly and painfully. A grinning Hiruzen, agreed. Do what you have to do to protect Naruto. I will get you access to Namikaze Minato's bank account. With that, Naruto stands up and reaches across Sandame's desk to shake his hand. Thank you. After shaking his hand, Naruto say, release, turns and walks out the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen leans back in his chair and starts to refill his pipe. Kami, Kyūbi is right. I'm the Hokage. Screw the civilian council. Doing the hand signs, Hiruzen calls out, 3 Kage clones. A poof of smoke and 3 clones appear. Okay. Start reading and separate them into piles according to degree of importance. As he points to the pile of documents on his desk, the clones divide up the paperwork and start to read and separate documents. Reaching inside his desk drawer, Hiruzen pulls out his bottle of sake and pours himself a glass. Taking a sip of his sake, Hiruzen leans back in his chair. Things are going to start to get interesting around here. Konoha, names of the places or time indicators. All names of jutsu/techniques will be given in English as well as all titles or nicknames. That is due to my incredibly weak knowledge of Japanese language. The only thing borrowed from Japanese will be honorifics, as I think they provide better insight into relationship between characters than English ones, and maybe few other small things like names of the 5 main villages. Please excuse my shogi names for pieces and moves. I am still learning how to correctly move shogi pieces. This will be used in a later chapter. My concept of money value is 100 ryo would be like $1. Therefore, 1,000 ryo would be $10 and so forth. My version has all the characters to be around 16 years old. I cannot see a 12-year-old doing a lot of the material seen in anime and manga. My pairs will be decided at a later date. Chapter 7, The Picture. Everybody close your test booklets. The written part of the exam is now over. Mizuki announces to the class. Naruto had watched his classmates taking the test, and by observing their body language, all of them had passed. Reaching over to shake Shikamaru awake. Shikamaru, test's over, so quit drooling on it. Troublesome. And just when I was getting to the best part of the dream, a yawning Shikamaru. Closing his test booklet, Naruto asks, so were you having that dream where you crowned World Shigo Champion again? Stretching his arms over his head, Shikamaru says, yeah, and my prize was my own private hill to watch clouds go by. So did I miss anything exciting? Leaning back in his chair, Naruto replies, beat sensei in shogi again. You just got lucky, beginner's luck. Yeah, I gotten lucky the last 360 games now. Nah, the rookies of the year took 2 hours to finish the test. Shino and Hinata finished theirs in about an hour and a half. Choji and Kiba both finished about 20 minutes ago. Looks like everybody is happy with his or her answers, seeing that you finished your test in less than 30 minutes and snoring shortly thereafter. Shikamaru, trying to sound offended, I have you know I don't snore. I just breathe deeply. Standing up and putting on his trench coat, I think Mizuki was trying to use an anti-deep breathing jutsu on you. But, like usual, his jutsu sucks and didn't work. Maybe he should have gotten the rookies of the years to do it for him. He could have given them gold stars. Walking toward Mizuki's desk to hand in his test booklet, Shikamaru says over his shoulder. Placing his test booklet in front of Mizuki, Naruto bows, it has been an honor to be your student, sensei. Mizuki smirks at Naruto as he walks out the door. Why did you even bother answering all those questions? You know he's just going to fail you. I know. But, like Sensei Marika said, any test is a good challenge to one's knowledge. I'll have to tell Marika that you remember her words. She will be happy. I damn well will remember her words, as many times as she hit me in the head with her tail for forgetting any of her Fuinjutsu lessons. Come to think about it, all you sensei like to hit me in the head with your tails. Those were just love taps, and if you would have paid more attention, you would not have gotten so many. Yeah, call them what you want, they still hurt. Catching up to his classmates, who were gathering under an oak tree to have lunch. So what's for lunch? I have made everyone some rice balls and hot ginseng tea to drink, says Hinata. As she passes out the rice balls, Naruto pours everybody a cup of tea. Munching on the rice balls, Choji sees Kiba staring at the Hokage mountain. Kiba, will you quit looking at that picture? I cannot help it. She is the woman of my dreams. Come on, Naruto. Tell me who she is so I can go confess my love to her. Kiba, please. The group turns to look at the giant mural painted on the side of Hokage Mountain that had appeared 4 weeks ago. A painting of a young dark-haired kunoichi with her hair up in a bun held in place by 2 ivory sticks. A couple of strands has escaped the bun and look to being blown back gently. Her eyes were a hooded hazel green, which most of the male population were calling bedroom eyes. She had a small nose with a rosy glow to her cheeks. Her lips were slightly parted and full with a glossy cherry red look to them. The kunoichi is standing in relaxed pose. One hand was holding a katana on her shoulder, while her other hand resting on her hip as if she is waiting for something to happen. She was wearing a form-fitting black combat kimono with a jonin vest on. Her Konoha headband is loosely tied around her neck, causing it to rest on top of her ample chest. Bottom half of the kimono was blown back slightly to expose one leg in a black mesh hose. Most of the population after the seeing it thought it was excellent picture of a Konoha kunoichi. She represented not only being a powerful ninja, but also she was all woman. The civilian council automatically demanded that it be removed and Naruto be punished. However, the Hokage and Elder Hamura said no to the removal and there would be no debate. Please, Naruto, tell me her name. Kiba giving him his best puppy dog eyes look. How would I know who she is? And what makes you think I painted her? Naruto says between bites of his rice ball. Almost whining Kiba. Pee please, just tell me her name. Looking at her, I would say she is a little old for you, Kiba, Shino says as he sips his tea. So she a couple of years older. True love knows no boundary. Kiba dramatically gripping his heart. Oh, I think she a little bit older than you think, Shikamaru says with a nod. Do you too know who she is? Kiba says hopefully. Snickering Shikamaru. Yeah, I have a pretty good idea who she is. But you are not going to like it. Damn it. Who is she? Kiba jumps up to glare at Shino and Shikamaru. Shino pushing his glasses back in place. Well, based on the style of her jonin jacket, kimono, and hairstyle, my logical guess is it is Elder Koharu, taken sometime after she made jonin. Considering her teammates were Sandaime and Elder Hamura, that would also explain why they did not want the mural removed. Do you agree, Shikamaru? Yeah, that was my guess. Shikamaru looks over at Naruto for confirmation. Naruto just slides a finger across his nose and winks. You did well on that picture. I had my doubts that you could do it. Ye of little faith, sensei, painting it was easy. Using and maintaining the right genjutsu to keep it hidden and undetected until the right moment was the hard part. Sensei Ruki is proud of your genjutsu skills. She sends her compliments. Next time I see her, I'll have to thank her again for her excellent training. Flashback 3 weeks earlier. Sitting in the Hokage's office, Sandaime and Elder Hamura are sipping sake looking at the mural. When they had both seen it, they knew who the mysterious kunoichi was instantly, but were not going to tell anyone. Koharu looked good back in our younger days, Sandaime said between sips of his sake. She's still good even today, Hamura says with a grin. Sandame looks over at his teammate and friend with a raised eyebrow. He knew that Hamura and Koharu had feelings back when they were teammates. He just never pictured the two together now. Hamura raises his glass in a silent salute towards Sandame. Sandame senses someone entering through one of his office window. Both shinobi turn to face the threat. Sandame groans. Kami, Jiraiya, how many times must I tell you? Use the door. Sitting in the window frame is Jiraiya, the Gamma Sennin and former student under Sandame. Rushing up to the third, Jiraiya says, Sensei, you must tell me who she is so that I can go confess my undying love for her. Looking at his former student, the third questions, Who are you talking about? Pointing at the mural, When I first saw her I knew she was the one for me. So please tell me who she is and that she is not married, begs Jiraiya. Seeing an opportunity to tease his former student, Sandame pauses. Well, I got some good news and some bad news for you about her. Which do you wish to hear first? Jiraiya thinks for a second. Good news. You are in luck. She is not married, Sandame says with a smile. Putting his hands over his heart, Jiraiya say, Kami, that's great news. Now I won't have to fight a jealous husband. With a worried look, what is the bad news? Putting a sad look on his face, Sandame says, She is currently involved with someone, and she has already rejected your offer for marriage. What, when, how? I just saw her today. How can she reject an offer of marriage? Sputters Jiraiya. Sandame explains, Jiraiya, she rejected your original offer of marriage over 30 years ago, when you were a member of my genin team. Jiraiya gets a confused look on his face. Rejected 30 years ago? Wait, you don't mean that? Moving a pointed finger back and forth at Sandame and Hamura. Trying to hold back his laughter, Sandame says, Yes, that is Lady Koharu in her Jonin days, and remember she rejected you then. She will probably reject you now. Hamura shaking his head. Kami, Hiruzen, you have overloaded Jiraiya's brain. Jiraiya is standing there with his mouth open, staring at the mural. Sandame was wishing he had a camera so he could take picture of the look on Jiraiya's face. Sitting in his classroom, listening to Mizuki drone on about how shinobi should show the proper respect to the civilian council members, Naruto says, Seems my godfather is in town. Yes, I sense him too. So do you think Jiraiya will actually stop by to talk to you this time? Probably not. Why should he change after 16 years? I mean, he has not talked to Shima the Toad Elder, who would have told him that I have signed the Kitsune Summons contract 11 years ago. He probably here to give his monthly spying report, do research over at the female spa and then leave. Knowing him, he has fallen in love with the mural like Kiba. I love to see the look on his face. If Sandame tells him who she really is. Yeah, that would be a picture worth framing. Kami, you would think Mizuki could not find any more boring or worthless subject to lecture on. Shikamaru has the right idea. Wake me up when it's lunchtime. Present. Choji shaking his head. Kami Shino, you have overloaded Kiba's brain. Kiba standing there with his mouth open, staring at the mural. Akamaru is whimpering. Hinata grins. Well, Kiba, you did say age was not an issue. She is technically single, but I think your mother would object to you marrying someone that mature, Naruto says innocently. Comparisons of kissing a young Koharu to kissing the elder Koharu were flashing through Kiba's mind. Finally, Kiba passes out with a slight nosebleed. Hinata looks down at Kiba with concern. Think he'll be okay? Shino looking down at unconscious Kiba. Once he wakes up, he'll be in love with another woman of his dreams in no time. Sitting down beside Hinata, Naruto leans back against the oak tree. So what new with the council this week? Naruto already knew because years earlier, part of Kyūbi's training required him learn how to spy on others and not be detected. However, he liked to hear his friend's version of council meetings. Councilman Weber gave the monthly merchant's report, causing most shinobi members to be envious of Nara Shikaku, who fell asleep despite Weber's whine voice, said a groaning Kiba as he sat up and Akamaru jumping into his lap. I'll let you in on a clan secret. Leaning forward, Shikamaru whispers, "Earplugs." "I bet that report kept everybody riveted to their seats," Naruto says as he closes his eyes. "No more like glued to their seats," chuckling Choji. Opening one eye to look at Choji. "Glued?" Shino sitting down beside Choji. "Yeah, seems somehow somebody managed to glue all the civilian council to their chairs. They were literally stuck to their seats. My father said it was the most entertaining sight he has seen at a council meeting in a long time." Blowing on her cup of tea, Hinata added, "Once the civilian council found out they were all stuck to their chairs, they started screaming and yelling for the Hokage to free them and for him to punish you, Naruto. However, the Hokage demanded proof that you were guilty and they could not provide any against you. They still insisted that you being punished. That prank had taken Naruto over 8 months to get everything in place for it to be executed with perfection. From asking Shino innocent questions about a certain breed of insect that had the ability to make a natural glue by combining 2 enzymes, to studying books on biochemistry to help him make the 2 enzymes, coating all the chairs in the council chamber with 1 enzyme, then adding the other enzyme to all the civilians' council clothes, knowing that body heat and sweat would activate the process, and then to sit in class to have an alibi. That prank was definitely one of your best ever. The civilian council still has a long way to go before they get out of my payback book." "Agreed." Sighing, Naruto says, "Pull one little prank 11 years ago, and you are labeled for life." Choji starts to choke on his rice ball after hearing that statement. Shikamaru slaps him on the back a couple of times. Once he can breathe again, he looks at Naruto. "Only once? Who are you kidding?" Putting one hand behind his head and grinning sheepishly, "Well, just for the official record, I was only caught once. So how did everybody do on the written part of the exam?" As a group, they all acknowledged that they thought that they had done well and passed. "There were a couple of history questions that I could not remember the answers," Hinata says shyly. Not opening his eyes, Naruto asks, "Which ones?" Looking worried, Hinata, "Well, what was the significations of the Kyūbi bridge?" Both Shino and Shikamaru look at each other and shrugged. Without opening his eyes, Naruto answered the question. The Kyūbi bridge, literally meaning bridge where Kami would not help, was a large bridge, spanning a river just southwest of the border with Kusagakure's. During the Third Shinobi World War, this bridge was vital to Iwagakure's supply line. Team Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Inuzuka Rin, led by newly promoted Jonin Kakashi, were given the mission of destroying it. They eventually succeeded with the aid of the team's official leader, Jonin Namikaze Minato, Konoha's Yellow Flash, although it did cost the life of Obito, thus crippling Iwagakure's means of receiving reinforcements/supplies and ending the war sooner. "Wow, when did you learn that, Naruto?" asks the amazed Choji. "When you get sent to the library for detention, you either read or sleep. I've been told by some wise individuals knowledge is power. You would be amazed at what you can find in the library and village history archives." As Naruto glances at the mural. The other question, what is the importance of Black Tuesday? Again, both Shino and Shikamaru look at each other and shrugged. In a quiet voice, Naruto begins to speak. Black Tuesday happened 16 years, 6 months, and 2 days ago. It was the day that Kyūbi no Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox, attacked Konoha. Kyūbi no Yoko killed over 500 shinobi and villagers during its rampage. The 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, used a forbidden jutsu to kill Kyūbi no Yoko, thus saving the village. However, at the cost of his own life. You all know Black Tuesday better as Namikaze Day, a day in which the village celebrates the 4th's victory over the Kyūbi no Yoko. And on that day, try to make my life more miserable if possible. I'm sorry about that, Kit. I know it was not your fault. We will make amends for that now that we have cured your problem. Now we are on the hunt for him. Sipping her tea, Hinata notices the look of pain on Naruto's face as he recites the answer for that question. Naruto-chan, I know why that date and subject pains you, because I know the truth about you and Kyūbi no Yoko. In my story, Hinata's mother is still alive, so I will need a name for her other than Lady Hyuga. Looking through the web, she was always referred to as Hinata's mother. So for my story, she will be known as Hyuga Senna. In addition, Rin will be alive and a member of the Inuzuka clan. I am still working on her relationship to Kiba. Right now, I'm leaning towards her being Kiba great-aunt's daughter. She will be in age range of Kakashi since she was on his genin team. Konoha, names of the places or time indicators. All names of jutsu/techniques will be given in English as well as all titles or nicknames. That is due to my incredibly weak knowledge of Japanese language. The only thing borrowed from Japanese will be honorifics, as I think they provide better insight into relationship between characters than English ones, and maybe few other small things like names of the 5 main villages. Please excuse my shogi names for pieces and moves. I am still learning how to correctly move shogi pieces. This will be used in a later chapter. My concept of money value is 100 ryo would be like $1. Therefore, 1,000 ryo would be $10 and so forth. My version has all the characters to be around 16 years old. I cannot see a 12-year-old doing a lot of the material seen in anime and manga. My pairs will be decided at a later date. Chapter 8. Hinata learns the truth. Sipping her tea, Hinata notices the look of pain on Naruto's face as he recites the answer for that question. Naruto-chan, I know why that date and subject pains you, because I know the truth about you and Kyūbi no Yoko. Hyuga Senna is sitting in her private garden sipping ginseng tea, watching her husband Hayashi meditating. She knew that the clan elders were putting pressure on Hayashi to replace Hinata with Hanabi as clan heiress. Their reasoning for the replacement was that Hinata had not learned the clan's taijutsu, gentle fist, and she was soft-hearted. She was too friendly with the lower house to be an effective head of the clan. Unofficially, it was about her wanting to change the caged bird seal and her association with Naruto. She had been voicing her opinion that it was wrong for the main house to control the lower house members through pain. Several elders were even dropping hints that Hinata should be sent down to the lower house and the caged bird seal placed on her. Senna knew her husband was having a tough time keeping the elders from sending Hinata down to the lower house. She knew that the elders were correct in their assumption that Hinata had not learned the clan's version of the gentle fist taijutsu. She also knew that several of the elders were looking at Hinata with lust. If sent down to the lower house, she knew of several of elders would use the caged seal against her so they could rape Hinata. Senna knew that would never happen, because she would kill all the bastards before they touched Hinata. Flashback, 6 years earlier. Hinata was starting to learn the gentle fist from her father. Naruto was watching her as he worked in Senna's garden. Senna paid Naruto to help her around her garden occasionally. She learned that were little ways in which she could help Naruto. She was amazed at how attentively he would listen to her instructions. Naruto would ask specific questions concerning the job, what was to be done, and then do it quickly and efficiently. Stopping to watch Hinata trying to copy several of her father's moves, Naruto asked, Lady Hyuga is the gentle fist earth-based taijutsu. Looking at her husband and daughter practicing, Senna stops. Yes, it is. Why do you ask? Pulling up a weed, Naruto continues. Hinata's natural movements are more gentle and flowing like water, whereas Lord Hyuga's movements are more ridge or solid like earth. Hinata will never learn that taijutsu trying to copy her father's style. Watching the two, Senna has to agree with Naruto. Hinata would never be able to learn it by copying her father's style. Senna starts to thinking about her younger days and the trouble she had while trying to learn the gentle fist. She remembers how her grandmother had taught her a different version of the gentle fist, which was surprisingly stronger than the clan's version. Senna smiles as she remembers her grandmother whipping several of the future elders with her version of gentle fist to prove her point. When she and Hayashi spar in private, she always made him work for his victories. Yes, Naruto, there is another version of the gentle fist, based on water style. It is almost forgotten in our clan. However, I practice that style. I will ask my husband if I can teach my version to Hinata. Thank you for helping me notice Hinata's problem and coming up with a solution to correct it. Senna bows to Naruto, who is pulling another weed. Putting his hand behind his head and grinning, I just am trying to help Hinata so that she can do her best. Senna smiles at Naruto. Once again, Naruto, you are making my family strong and secure. Minato and Kushina would be so proud of you. Thinking back to the weeks after the kidnapping attempt, Senna remembers how she finally realizes who Kai was in reality. Senna had drawn a picture of Kai and would look at it. There was something about the face that reminded her of someone, but she just could not put her finger on it. One afternoon, Senna was showing Hinata a photo album of Hayashi and herself when they were in the academy. She had a group picture of Tsume, Mikoto, Kushina, and herself. Beside that picture was a picture of Hayashi, Shikaku, Choza, Shikuro, and Minato. When she noticed Minato's distinct hairstyle and Kushina's eyes, she knew who Kai was. Kai was what Naruto would look like later in life. But he currently did not have the skills or experience to have stopped the kidnapping. She knew that Kushina's had been the Jinchuriki to Kyūbi no Yoto. Senna had actually met Kyūbi several times, and she was amazed at his helpful advice and loyalty to Kushina. She reasoned that Kyūbi had borrowed Naruto to save her family, making her wonder what had caused Kyūbi to go on his rampage almost 11 years earlier. Senna had been out of town visiting relatives in the Fire Daimyo capital when Kyūbi rampaged on Konoha. She could not understand why Kyūbi had attacked village. She was heartbroken to hear about the deaths of her best friends Minato and Kushina. But what devastated her the most was when the third would not let Hayashi and her adopt Naruto. Then the third passed the law about not telling Naruto about his heritage or him being the new Jinchuriki to Kyūbi no Yoto. Senna knew that only a few people knew of Minato and Kushina's marriage or that the village had a Jinchuriki. It broke her heart to see the villagers treating Naruto with hatred and malicious. She and the other clan head wives tried to make life easier for Naruto, but the civilian council blocked them at every turn. Her own clan elders were even worse when it came to treatment of Naruto. Senna felt it was their jealousy of Naruto's heritage. Kushina's clan having the highest ranking in the land of the Whirlpool, to Minato being the Yondaime Hokage and his legendary jutsu, Yellow Flash and Rasengan. The elders believed that the Hyuga clan was superior to all other clans except for the Senju clan. They knew that Senju Tsunade was the only surviving member and she had left the village. The elders believed that the Byakugan and the Gentle Fist Taijutsu was the ultimate weapon in the village, even better than the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and fire techniques. She had a suspicion that several of the clan elders had suggested strongly to a couple of the lower house members to attack Naruto outside the clan complex. She noticed whenever any of the elders walked by, Naruto's eyes would follow them and he would have a mischievous grin on his face. Recently, several of the elders had unfortunate accidents happen to them. Several elders developed a body odor that was rather offense to everyone, including themselves. 2 male elders seemed to have drunk too much sake one evening and decided to dance around the complex. One deciding that his body was perfect and clothing was unnecessary, while the other just stripped down to his undergarments before dancing, which were a black lacy bra, pair of lacy black panties and black mesh hose. The elders immediately blamed Naruto for these problems and demanded that Hayashi ban him from the complex. Senna noticed one common factor in all of these recent accidents. The elders could not blame anyone from the lower house for these mishaps, thus not use the cage seal as punishment on them. She also recognized the similarity in the accidents because she has seen Kushina pull similar accidents in her younger days. Senna had to chuckle because she and several other female classmates helped Kushina pull pranks on their male classmates and a few villagers, and she wasn't going to tell her husband, due to the fact that she had pranked him a couple of times at the academy. Lady Hyuga, it looks like Lord Hyuga and Lady Hinata are finished practicing and are heading this way for tea. I have finished weeding and will throw away the trash on my way out. Naruto says, breaking Senna's train of thought about Naruto and Kai. Would you like to have some tea with us? Asked Senna. Bowing to Lady Hyuga, Naruto says, thank you for the kind offer, but I do not think it would be in the best interest of Lord Hyuga to be seen drinking tea with someone like me. Following his eyes, Senna see 2 elders standing in the shadows. They had been watching Hinata practicing and Naruto. Bowing once again, Naruto picks up all the trash and starts to walk out of the complex, stopping to bow to Lord Hyuga and Hinata before exiting the complex. Lord Hyuga stops to acknowledge Naruto's bow. However, he puts his hand on his daughter's shoulder to keep her from bowing to Naruto. As Naruto walks off, Hinata looks up questioningly at her father as they walk towards Senna. Hanabi comes running into the garden, followed by Hizashi with a tea set. Senna grabs Hanabi and gives her a big hug. "Did you have a good nap, baby girl?" Puffing up her little chest, Hanabi say, "Mom, I'm not a little baby. You will always be my little baby girl because you are precious to me." As Senna hugs her daughter again, "Just like your older sister is precious to me also." Smiling at Hinata, looking up to see her husband and daughter smiling at Senna and Hanabi. After everyone is seated, Hinata pours everyone a cup of tea. Senna turns to Hizashi. "Where is Niji? He should be here." Hizashi sighs. "Niji thinks he is not welcome." Hayashi pinches the bridge of his nose. "Let me guess, the elders has been talking to him again." Looking down at his cup of tea, Hizashi nods. "Hi, I keep telling him that we are family, but he just won't listen." Senna knew what the elders have been telling Niji. Just because his uncle was head of the clan that he had to remember his place as a member of the lower house. He must obey all members of the main house or face the cage seal punishment. "Has anyone used that on him?" Hayashi quietly asks his brother. Glaring at his cup of tea, Hizashi says, "I do not know, he has not told me. But, yes, I think someone has used it on him." Standing up, Hayashi say, "Hizashi, let us walk around the garden a bit." Senna knows this is Hayashi's way of wanting to talk to Hizashi in private. As they slowly start to walk away talking quietly, Hanabi asks her mother if she can feed the goldfish in the pond. "Yes, you may, my little angel, but don't fall in this time," smiles Senna. Stopping, Hanabi turns around and says, "I did not fall in last time, I was pushed." Smiling, Senna asks, "And who pushed you?" Hanabi replies, "The demon brat did." Senna's smile freezes on her face. "And what does this individual look like?" "Well, I did not see him, but I heard one of the elders saying anything that goes wrong around here is because of the demon brat. So he must have been the one to push me in last time," declared Hanabi. Senna tips her head if thinking, "Well, I just think you accidentally got too close to the edge and fell in. Nobody could have pushed you. You know that your uncle would not allow for anyone to sneak into this complex." Hanabi thinks for a moment and shakes her head in agreement. She then turns to run over to the pond to start feeding the goldfish. Hinata, in a quiet voice, "Mother, I have a question to ask you." Looking over at her eldest daughter, she sees her looking down and tapping her fingertips together. Senna recognizes that Hinata has a serious question to ask her but is nervous, gently reaching over to grasp her daughter's hands to stop them. Then, with one hand under Hinata's chin, she raises her daughter's head so that they can look eye to eye. "What is your question, Hinata?" Senna asks gently. "Why do most of the villagers and elders hate Naruto? Why did Elder Takuma tell me not to associate with the demon brat?" Hinata, looking confused at her mother. Questioning, Senna asks, "First, how you feel about Naruto?" Thinking for a minute, Hinata smiles. "Being around him makes feel happy and secure, like nothing can harm me because he will protect me. He never yells at me or belittles me for making mistakes." He says, "How can he yell at someone for making mistakes when he has made so many? When I make a mistake, he tells me to learn from my mistake and at least try something different next time. He always tells me to believe in myself and never to give up. Naruto is my friend. I would like him to be my boyfriend someday. But I better not tell Mom that yet." Hugging Hinata, Senna says, "I'm so proud of you, my angel." Releasing her from the hug, Senna looks Hinata in the eyes. "Angel, I'm going to tell you a secret about Naruto that you must not tell anyone. Do you understand?" Hinata sees the intensely in her mother's face. "Hi. Hinata, what do you know about Kyūbi no Yodo?" Senna asks. Kyūbi no Yodo, the demon fox, attacked Konoha on October 10th. Yondaime Namikaze Minato killed Kyūbi at the cost of his own to save the village, Hinata answers. Shaking her head in agreement, Senna says, yes, that is the official story that everybody is told. But, sadly, it is false. Kyūbi no Yodo is a bijou, and in this realm, he is made up of pure chakra and could not be killed. Confused, Hinata asks, if he could not be killed, then what happened to him? Sadly, Senna says, the only means to stop Kyūbi was to be sealed away in a Jinchuriki, and the forced sealing process cost Minato his life. Still confused, Hinata asks, Kyūbi was sealed into a Jinchuriki? What is a Jinchuriki? Looking up at the sky, Senna say, Jinchuriki, literally meaning power of human sacrifice, are humans that have bijou sealed within them. The Jinchuriki are typically viewed by those around them as the bijou that had been sealed within them, leading to prejudice, being hated and feared. Minato was forced to seal Kyūbi into the only newborn child, whose heritage allow for him to suppress Kyūbi's intense chakra power. Who was that poor child? Hinata whispers. I think you already know the answer to that question. Now that you know the truth, what are you going to do? Senna, looking her daughter in the eyes. Looking down, Hinata says, poor Naruto. Senna raises her daughter's head up to look her once again in her eyes. Do not pity him. Naruto has overcome a lot in his life. He has his pride just like his parents, and he will resent you if you start pitying him. Keep his secret, be his friend, and treat him like you always do. Hinata nods her head in agreement. Then she stops and looks at her mother. You know who Naruto's parents were? He was not an orphan? Yes, your father and I knew Naruto's parents. We went to the academy together, and they were our best friends. However, both of his parents were killed during Kyūbi rampage. They both had made powerful vindictive enemies, who, if they knew about Naruto, would send assassins to kill him. And the civilian council and our elders would not try to stop them. Senna clenching her fists tightly. Hinata asks, so who were they? Looking over her garden, Senna says, Naruto's mother name was Uzumaki Kushina. She was member of a strong clan from the land of the Whirlpool. Her clan was related by blood to the Senju clan. She was sent here because she had a strong Kekkei Genkai necessary to become the second Jinchuriki. Kyūbi was transferred into her just before the first Jinchuriki died. Kushina graduated from our academy and worked her way up to Jonin. She was an extremely talented and powerful kunoichi even without Kyūbi. Kushina was listed in several hidden village bingo books with a huge bounty. But, also with a flea on sight in a couple of the books. She was known as Konoha Crimson Death. Probably because of her long flowing red hair was the last thing her enemies saw before their death. Hinata looking at her mother. Wait, there was another Jinchuriki before Naruto's mother? Nodding her head, Senna answers, Uzumaki Mito was the first Jinchuriki. Think for a couple of seconds. Hinata says, I've never heard of her. Nodding her head again, Senna answers, that is because that was her maiden name, and you would know her as Senju Mito, wife to Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha. Hinata with shocked look on her face. The first Hokage wife was a Jinchuriki? Why was Kyūbi sealed inside of Mito in the first place? Looking up at the clouds, Senna says, Kyūbi was a little vague about the reason, which was confusing considering that the Uzumaki clan were Kitsune summon holders. Staring at her mother, Kyūbi no Yodo was a animal summons? Shaking her head, Senna says, no, he is a bijou, who became ruler of the Kitsune clan when he was created by the Sage of the Six Paths. There are 8 other bijou scatter about the ninja nations. They also have became head of their respective animal summon realms after they came into existence. He said there were only one other, who was more powerful than himself. But he would never tell me. Startled, Hinata asks, wait, you talked to Kyūbi no Yodo? Senna looking at Hanabi as she feeding the goldfish. Kushina's seal allowed for Kyūbi to exist outside of Kushina, but with limited power and time. Once Kushina and I became best friends, she introduced me to Kyūbi. He was very polite and helpful. He gave me several scrolls to help me improve my gentle fist style. Which remind me, I will have to ask your father if he will let me take over your taijutsu training. Someone pointed out to me that you will not be able to master the clan style, and after watching I agree. There is different style of gentle fist? Hinata questions. Yes, the clan's version is ridge and solid like earth, which you seem to having problems with. Seeing Hinata looking down at her hands. However, I was taught a different version which is gentler and flowing like a calm river, which will fit you. If you master it, you will be stronger than most clan members. I give your father a run for his money every time we spar with my version. Senna winks at her daughter. So who was Naruto's father? Hinata ponders. Senna does like Hayashi and pinches bridge of her nose. You know, I have to agree with Kushina. She one time said this village was full of blind people. Naruto is the exact copy of his father at his age, even down to the hairstyle. You see his father every day. You would know him if they just paint his hair gold. Hinata's eyes get big when she figures out who needed to be painted. Namikaze Minato, Yandame Hokage, was SS Naruto's father. Yes, Minato was Naruto's father. This why I know it had to be so painful for him to seal Kyūbi into Naruto. I wish I could talk to Kyūbi again to find out why he attacked the village. It just seems so out of character for Kyūbi to kill Kushina. I know he consider her a member of his Kitsune clan. Once again looking her daughter in the eyes, Senna asks, now you know why almost everybody hates Naruto. They see him as Kyūbi no Yodo. So will you continue to be his friend, or will you shun him like everybody else? Looking her mother back in the eyes, Hinata declares, Naruto is my friend. I will keep his secret and I will not desert my friends. Thank you for telling me, mother. Just then they hear a splash and look over to see a grinning Hanabi sitting in the goldfish pond. Senna considers, I wonder if that would count as a bath? Hayashi and Hizashi were just finishing their walk next to the goldfish pond. Hayashi reaches down and plucks his wet daughter out of the pond. So Hizashi, should I throw her back or keep her? Hayashi makes a couple of fake tosses with his daughter laughing at each toss. Hizashi smiles. She looks like a keeper to me. That she is. As Hayashi puts his wet daughter on his shoulders and walks over to his smiling wife and eldest daughter. As he puts Hanabi down, Senna fakes a disappointed look at Hanabi. Then she turns to Hinata. Take your sister and dry her off. We will see you in hour for dinner. Hi, mother. Getting up, she takes her sister's hand. Hinata leans over to whisper, race you to your room. To which Hanabi says, you on. And takes off running. Hinata start to trot after her little sister. Hey, no running in the halls. Hayashi calls out half-heartedly, looking at his brother with fake tears in his eyes. I get no respect, not even from my family. Hizashi slaps his brother on the back. That the price one pays for being a father. As he walks out of the garden. Helping his wife up, Senna puts her arms around his neck and kisses him deeply. Pulling back to look into his wife's eyes, Hayashi closes his eyes and rests his brow on his wife's head. Okay, what do you want? What make you think I want anything? Senna asks innocently. Because my husband's senses are tingling, Hayashi replies. Maybe I just want you. As Senna reaches up to nibble on Hayashi's ear. And what else is tingling? We could skip dinner. Say no more. As Hayashi scoops up his wife bridal style to start to run towards their house. As they pass a laughing Hizashi, who calls out, hey, somebody told me no running in hall. Senna calls out to her brother-in-law, tell the girls we will see them for breakfast. Just before they round a corner towards their house. Can do, a grinning Hizashi says as he walks toward the dining room. Couple hours later, Hayashi is cuddling his wife in their rumpled bed. Senna is slowly caressing his bare chest with one hand. Hayashi, you remember you asking what I wanted earlier? Opening his eyes, Hayashi thinks. Here it comes, but says, but I did it way you asked. No, not that. But, that was very nice and maybe we can do it again later, Senna purrs. Grinning Hayashi knows now she was going to ask for something that she was not sure he would allow. So what would you like to ask me? Putting her hands on Hayashi's chest, she pushes herself up so that she can look him in the eyes. However, when Senna pushed herself up, the sheet slides down and Hayashi's eyes followed it down to stop at one area. Smiling, Senna says, "Now that I have you attention, I would like to train Hinata in my version of gentle fist." Raising his eyes up to look into his wife's eyes. "Senna, my love. This morning during her workout, I saw that the clan's version was not for her. She is just like her mother, and she should learn her mother's style." Leaning forward, Senna says, "How can I ever thank you, darling husband?" Hayashi's eyes had drifted down again. "Oh, I think we can find a way or two for you to thank me." "With pleasure, my lord," as Senna's hand slides down his chest. Present. Hayashi has risen from his mediating position to sit beside his wife. Senna pours a cup of tea, then hands it to her husband. Blowing on it to cool it a little, Hayashi asks, "How is Hinata's taijutsu training going?" Smiling over her cup, "Hinata has just about mastered my version of gentle fist. She lacks stamina and experience, but her technique is excellent. Naruto has been a willing punching bag and is helping her improve in other areas." Hayashi flinches a little at the comment about being a punching bag, because he'd been on the receiving end of his wife's strikes. Looking at her garden. "So is the elders still pressuring you to send Hinata to the lower house?" Sighing, Hayashi says, "Yes, they are using the same old arguments about Hinata not knowing the gentle fist and not being strong." Grinning, Senna say, "Well, you could always let Hinata kick a couple guys' asses to prove she knows the gentle fist." Smiling at his wife. "Yes, that thought crossed my mind. However, most of the elders remember the ass-kicking they got from your grandmother. They don't want a repeat performance, so they are stressing the true form of the clan's version of the gentle fist." "So what are you going to do?" Looking at her husband. "Well, one thing is for sure. It will be a cold day in hell before I allow for them to put the caged bird seal on her. I should have eliminated that damn seal when I first became clan head." Glaring at his cup. Getting up, Senna walks around to sit behind her husband. Wrapping her arms around him, she leans over to nibble on his ear lobe and whispers, "I know you will think up something, but enough clan talk. I'm thinking I have to ask you for something." Hayashi closes his eyes and starts to grin, because his husband's senses are tingling again. "Oh, what could you want this time?" "Just you," as her hands start to caress his chest. "Thank you, Kami," as Hayashi turns around to scoop up his wife bridal style and start to run toward their house. As they pass a laughing Hizashi, who calls out, "Hey, I thought I told you all no more running in hall." Senna just grins and waves at her brother-in-law as they round the corner. Konoha, names of the places or time indicators. All names of jutsu/techniques will be given in English as well as all titles or nicknames. That is due to my incredibly weak knowledge of Japanese language. The only thing borrowed from Japanese will be honorifics, as I think they provide better insight into relationship between characters than English ones, and maybe few other small things like names of the 5 main villages. Please excuse my shogi names for pieces and moves. I am still learning how to correctly move shogi pieces. This will be used in a later chapter. My concept of money value is 100 ryo would be like $1. Therefore, 1,000 ryo would be $10 and so forth. My version has all the characters to be around 16 years old. I cannot see a 12-year-old doing a lot of the material seen in anime and manga. My pairs have been roughly decided. Chapter 9. Absolute Trust. "Hey Ino, come join us." Naruto calls out as he sees Ino walking by looking dejected. She must have been blocked out from sitting next to Team again by Sakura and the others. "Move over and give her some room, Shino." Shino slides away from Choji, giving Naruto a knowing glance. Sitting between Choji and Shino, Ino sits down and looks dejected into her lunchbox. "Would you like some tea?" Choji gently asks. Looking up into a concerned Choji face, Ino nods her head. "Yes, some tea would be nice." Already a cup had been handed to Choji, who hands it gently to her. Smiling Ino say, "Thank you, Choji." "No problems, that what friends are for," replies a smiling Choji. Everybody is thinking, "Kami, open your eyes, Ino." Choji beats Sasuke hands down. Naruto, Dragon Horse Bishop C7D8. Shikamaru says after taking a sip of tea. "So you sure I'm going for the Dragon Gambit? Okay, then Silver Lance G8E8. Naruto winks at Shikamaru. "Troublesome," mutters Shikamaru as he starts to rethink his strategy. "So is everybody ready for this afternoon's kunai test?" Hinata asks as she refills everybody's tea. A kunai skill is the first part of the skills test. It is going to be a breeze compared to that kunai competition Choji, Naruto, and I did 2 weeks ago, Kiba says as he blows on his tea. Ino looking at Choji, "When did you all have a kunai competition?" With a sheepish-looking grin on his face, Choji says, "Well, it wasn't exactly a competition." Kiba states, with Akamaru barking in agreement, "Hell no, it was a matter of defending our class honor." Raising one eyebrow behind his sunglasses, Shino asks, "And whom were you all defending our class honor against?" "Last year graduates, Team 2 tried to insult our class kunai skills. But we showed them who the best were," Kiba said, puffing out his chest. Looking Choji in the eyes, Ino asks, "So what happened?" Choji looking a little embarrassed into Ino's eyes. "Well, it started out as a practice session 2 weeks earlier at the school kunai training area. Naruto, Choji, and Kiba are practicing throwing their kunai at a couple of targets. Naruto is standing behind Choji and Kiba as they are practicing throwing kunai. Choji, you are stopping your follow-through just as you release, that is why you throwing low. Kiba, slow down a little, you are rushing your throws. Remember sometime, accuracy is more important than speed." Sensing the approach of Team 2 aka the Brat Pack, Naruto tells his classmates quietly that, but for them to pretend they did not hear them and keep throwing. "Oh, look, the babies are trying to be shinobi," Hazuki Mina smirks. Turning around in a dramatic fashion and clenching his chest, Naruto gasps, "Mina, you must quit sneaking up on me like that. My poor little heart cannot take such a start." Looking puzzled, Naruto asks, "What brings you into our humble realm? Are you here to brag about Yakumo beating out Akamaru at the show? It was rather unfair. Yakumo could do more tricks than Akamaru. But then again, he is still a puppy and Yakumo is almost full grown." Snickering Choji and Kiba know that Naruto was talking about the dog show. Kiba had entered Akamaru in the previous weekend. The reference had flown over Team 2's heads. "You are damn right, Yakumo is the best. No, we are here to see Sensei Mizuki before returning to our shinobi business and saw that you babies can barely hit your targets," smirked Mina. "Yeah right, you were being used as mules to deliver the latest message to Mizuki from his sound contact. You are so dumb. I'm definitely going to have to rethink that idea of killing Team 2 via the friendly fire excuse. Let me know when you plan to do it. I have several techniques I want to try. You and me both. Don't worry, there will be enough fun for both of us. Maybe Team 2 could help us poor students, so that one day we can become competent shinobi such as you." Naruto giving Mina the puppy dog eyes look. "Like we would waste our valuable time trying to teach you losers," Mina states. "Well, how about we have a friendly kunai competition and to make things interesting a little wager, unless you are afraid that you might lose to some students," taunts Naruto. Mina chest puffs up. "There no way in hell Team 2 can lose to the likes of you. And yeah, we make a wager, 10,000 Rios says we will mop the floor with you guys." Choji and Kiba eyes get huge at the amount of the bet. They have confidence in their ability to use a kunai, but they did not have that amount of money between them to bet. "Well," pausing, Naruto starts to scratch his head. Mina gloats, "Hemp, just what I thought, you babies are too chicken to make a real man's bet." Kiba and Choji were getting pissed at being called chicken and babies, when Naruto suddenly say, "Deal, and I see 2 people we can ask to be the official and a judge. I'll be right back." Naruto sprints around the corner. Mina turns to his teammates. The loser is probably finding some old blind fool to be the judge, just so that they would have a chance. Mina teammates' eyes are getting huge, as Issel is silently pointing over Mina's shoulder as he making these comments. I may be old, but I'm not blind. Nobody has called me a fool to my face in a long time. A voice is heard behind Mina. Well, I guess somebody did. Mina starts to stutter as he turns around to come face to face with Sandaime with Irika and Naruto standing behind him. It was lucky that I saw Sensei Irika and Sandaime walking by. Would you please be the official and judge for our kunai contest? Sensei and Sandaime, as in any competition that money is involved, you will each receive 5% of the wager for compensation for your time. Naruto bows to them. Irika is about to say something about it being wrong to bet. However, Sandaime stops him. It will be our honor to officiate this friendly competition. It will give me a perfect opportunity to observe how well Irika's students and Team 2 Genins are doing. Both Irika and Sandaime are thinking, Naruto, you are about to separate these idiots from their money. As Irika, Sandaime and Team 2 head toward the kunai course, Naruto holds Choji and Kiba back to talk quietly to them.
Okay.
Remember, focus on your techniques. Take your time and ignore the trash talk, because when they start to lose, they will start to get desperate. Trust in your ability, your teammates, and we will be 3,000 Ryo richer in a half hour. But Naruto, we don't have 3,000 Ryo to lose, Choji pleads. Looking Choji and Kiba in the eyes. First and foremost, ditch the loser attitude. If you go into any situation with I cannot win attitude, then you have already lost. Do you think I would made this bet if I did not know we could whip these guys? Come on guys, you know I do not bet on losers. Now let's go and kick Team 2 asses and take their money. Yeah. Come on Choji, let kick ass and take names. Kiba says. Akamaru barks in agreement. You losers are coming or what? Yells Mina. Just had to discuss a little strategy and who would throw first. Naruto says as they walk up to the group. It doesn't matter. You are just a bunch of losers compared to Team 2, Mina boasts. Irika steps up. Okay, this will be test similar to the final graduation test. First test will be the single target with a 10-point scale. 2 members will throw 3 kunai each and the third member will throw 4 kunai from a range of 20 feet, with the potential for a perfect score of 100. The second test will once again be 2 members throwing 3 kunai each and third member throwing 4 kunai, but this time at swinging targets set at 20 feet. A different team member must be chosen to throw the even number kunai at each test. If there is a tie at the end of 2 rounds, then each team will pick a challenge and the final score of those 2 events will decide the winner. If either team fails to accept others' challenge, they will automatically lose. Does everybody agree? Both groups go, hi. As the teams start to line up to throw, Naruto says, wait, before we start. Sandaime, here is my team's wager, so that you can hold it in good faith. Reaching inside his trench coat, Naruto pulls out a bundle of Ryo and hands it to Sandaime. Sandaime turns toward Mina looking for his wager. A panic look is crossing Team 2 faces because they did not have that amount of cash on them. So where is proof of your wager? Sandaime asks politely. Well, you see, Mina starts to sputter. Grinning, Naruto says, that is okay, Sandaime. I know that Konoha shinobi are trustworthy and would not welsh on a wager. No, they won't, and I will make sure of that, Sandaime glaring at Team 2. Choji pulls Naruto over to the side. Where did you get that kind of money? Don't worry about where I got it. Just stay focused on the competition. Which one of you wants to throw the even number first? Choji raises his hand. Good. Okay, Kiba, you throw second. And if need be, I will throw last on their challenge. Okay, let's kick some ass. Naruto puts his hand out. Choji and Kiba puts theirs on top of Naruto's hand. Then they yell victory and jerk their hands up in the air. First round, each team throw a perfect score. The second round, Kiba rushed to throw and end up with a 98. However, Takaru also missed, causing his team to score a 98. Tie score. Team 2, you have to pick a challenge, Irika announces. Mina smirking, "We want the pendulum challenge." "What's the pendulum challenge?" Both Choji and Kiba are looking questioningly at Naruto. Taking them off to the side in a huddle, Naruto explains, "The pendulum challenge has a stationary target located 20 feet back. However, you have one swinging log placed 10 feet and a second swinging log placed at 15 feet. The look of panic is forming in Choji and Kiba eyes. Naruto puts his hands on each of their shoulders. "It's easier than it looks. Take your time and figure out the timing of the logs. Once you see the timing pattern, then remember your technique, make your throw. Now is when the major trash talk about to begin. Be ready for it and don't let it affect your focus. Mina will be attacking when he thinks can break your concentration. Don't let that happen. Okay, let's do our best and go home richer." Irika is fuming because he knows that his students have never been exposed to the pendulum challenge. This was a genin kunai drill. Sandame is quietly lighting his pipe, wondering what Naruto is telling Choji and Kiba. He knows that the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans are not very good with kunai. Kiba steps up to make his first throw. Doing as Naruto had explained, Kiba sees that is easier than he thought. After Kiba throw his first kunai perfectly, he was lining up the second throw when Mina yelled out to him, "Kiba, I hear your sister's a real bitch." The other two teammates start making barking and howling noises. Naruto see Kiba to starting to tense up. "Kiba, focus on your objective. Picture someone's face or another part of their anatomy instead of the bull's-eye mark." A slow grin appears on his face. Ignoring the taunts, Kiba lets fly his final two kunai to finish with a perfect score. As Choji walk up to the line, Naruto leans over to whisper, "You saw what they did to Kiba? Be ready for it, and remain focused." Choji nods his head and prepares to throw. "Hey, fatso," followed by pig grunting sounds come from Team 2 side. Naruto see that has pissed Choji off and he rushed his first throw, striking the second log. Kiba about to yell at Team 2, but Naruto stops him. "No harm done, Choji. Take a breath, make the last two count." Closing his eyes, Choji takes a couple of deep breaths, then concentrates and makes his last two throws. Naruto sees Choji looking down at the ground. "Choji, hold you head high. You did good." Choji clenching his hands. "Damn it, I let them get to me." Naruto nods at Choji. "Learn from this experience and try not repeat your error in the future." Naruto walks up to the line and waits for the taunting to begin. "Say, Naruto, are your parents coming to your graduation?" "Ops, I forgot you don't have any." "Is Uzumaki another name for worthless bastard?" Sandame is biting down hard on his pipe. "Kami, I ought to let Naruto kill these worthless shits. Naruto has done wonders with Choji and Kiba. Their kunai skills are better than their father's kunai skills." Naruto takes a deep breath and then systematically throws 4 perfect throws. "Your score is 90, declares Irika. "Team 2, you are up." Kiba about to start trash-talking Team 2, but Naruto stops him. "They did it to us, why can we do it to them?" Kiba demands, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Leaning over to Kiba, Naruto whispers, "They are waiting for us to talk trash. The longer we are silent, the more nervous they will get." Naruto, Kiba, and Choji move over to where Team 2 was standing when they throw. Takaru steps up to the line to make his throw. Naruto leans over to Kiba and whispers something. A big grin appears on Kiba's face. Just as Takaru starts his throw, Kiba calls out, "Good luck, Takaru," causing Takaru to lose concentration and barely hit inside of bullseye ring. The next two throws, Takaru kept glancing over his shoulder before throwing, which causes him to barely make all his final throws. Issel moved up to the line and seemed to be waiting for Naruto and crew to say something. Finally, Irika said, "Issel, if you do not throw in the next 30 seconds, you will be disqualified." Naruto and crew remained silent. Issel barely made a perfect score. Finally, it was Mina's turn, as he walked to the line to make his throw. Naruto could see Mina is waiting for them to start taunting him. Grinning evilly, Naruto turns to Kiba and Akamaru. As Mina starts to concentrate, Naruto says, "So Kiba, how is Akamaru holding up?" Mina makes his first throw perfectly, but Naruto sees him listening. He doing okay? Thank you for asking. Both Kiba and Choji are looking puzzled at Naruto. Well, I figured he'd be a little depressed. Naruto comments as Mina makes his second throw. Naruto can see the look of confusion on Mina's face, because he does not know where Naruto's conversation is going. Are you sure you okay, Akamaru? As Naruto leans over to look the puppy in the face, just as Mina makes his throw with his third kunai. Just as Mina about to throw his last kunai, Naruto says, "For Yakuna to beat you out of first place at the dog show, considering the only real trick Yakuna knows is roll over and play death like she does on all her dates." Mina turns around fuming just as he releases his final kunai. "You take that back." Irika calls out, "We have a tie score. Mina, your last kunai hit the first log." Mina whirls around to see his final kunai stuck in the first log. Naruto says to Choji and Kiba, "Here where we take home the money. I have the challenge. Just remember your technique. Keep your cool and have faith in your teammates." Naruto leans over to Choji. "Do you have any ketchup packages with you?" Choji nods in agreement. "Give me one." "Choji, you will throw last and don't tell Kiba that I have this ketchup package." "Why not?" asks Choji. "Kiba's natural reaction will sell the illusion that I want Team 2 to see. Trust in me." Naruto grins as he tears a corner of the ketchup package and puts it in his right hand. Choji grins back. He does not know what Naruto is up to, but he knows it will be good. Irika turns to Naruto. "What is your group's challenge?" "Our group's challenge is called Absolute Trust. 2 members will take turns throwing 5 kunai, each at a stationary target 20 feet away," Naruto states. "Piff, child's play, is that all?"
Mina smirks.
Walking up to the target, Naruto says, "No, it's not, because the third member will have his hands spread over the bullseye mark while his teammates throw their kunai. If the third member moves his dominate hand off of the target before the last kunai is thrown, then the team loses the challenge." Irika, Team 2 and Kiba are staring at Naruto. Issel stutters, "That's crazy." "No, it's not crazy. A shinobi must have absolute trust in his teammates. Having absolute trust in your fellow teammates can mean the difference between success or failure of a mission. Since we named the challenge, we shall go first just to prove to you that I have absolute trust in my teammates." As he was saying all this, Naruto has secretly placed the ketchup package inside his palm. Then he places his right hand on the target, spreading out his fingers. Irika looks over at Sandaime, who nods. What Naruto says is true. In battle/mission, if you don't have absolute trust in your fellow shinobi, then you have lost. I will allow this challenge to continue, unless Team 2 wishes to forfeit. Mina says, "We accept this challenge." Both of his teammates are looking at him like he has lost his mind. Mina leans over to them. "Don't worry, Naruto will chicken out." Issel and Takaru look down at a grinning Naruto standing by the target. "I don't think he will chicken out, Mina," Takaru says. Kiba steps up to the line and lets his first kunai fly. It lands slightly above Naruto's second fingertip. Choji steps up and places one between Naruto's thumb and forefinger. Naruto looks at his hand. "Good throw, Choji." Kiba, settle down. "I know you can do better." Mina, Issel, and Takaru cannot believe their eyes. Naruto never flinched, and he was calling out encouragement to his teammates. Mina decides he better do something, so he starts with his trash talk. However, he doesn't come up with anything new, and Choji and Kiba ignore him as they make their throws. Kiba settled down and put 3 kunai between Naruto's fingers, with his last one hitting just to the side of his little finger. Choji places his next 3 between Naruto's fingers. Just before he threw his last kunai, he sees Naruto slightly nod at him. Here where he going to make his move, Choji thinks. Just as the final kunai hits the target, a stream of red shots out over the board. Naruto's hand is now covered in red. Gritting his teeth, Naruto turns to Irika. "The last kunai has been thrown, and can I move my hand now?" Irika numbly shakes his head yes. "Your team's score is 98 out of 100. Naruto reaches inside his trench coat and pulls a handkerchief out and wraps his hand. With his left hand, he removes the 10 kunai, then using his bandaged hand, attempts to wipe off the red stain off the target. But all he does is spread the red over the target. Walking towards his teammates, Naruto is cradling his right hand in his left. Team 2 and Kyūbi are staring at the red-stained handkerchief. "Your turn, Mina," Naruto says through clenched teeth. Team 2 is in huddle, arguing who would have his hand on the target. Sandame taking a puff on his pipe, he had watched Choji make his last throw and knew that he had not hit Naruto's hand. He suspected that the red was probably ketchup, but it had the desired effect that Naruto wanted on Team 2. Naruto was doing a class non-genjutsu on Team 2 and they were falling for it totally. Sandame had to smile. Naruto was surpassing all of Sandame and Kyūbi's expectations on being a world-class shinobi and trickster. After arguing, Isol walks down and places his left hand on the target. Seeing this, Akamaru growls. Naruto nods his head. "You right, Akamaru. Sensei, I call a challenge to Isol placement of his hand." Irika looks over at Naruto. "What is your challenge?" "It has been pointed out to me, Isol is not using his dominate hand like I stated in the original challenge. He should be using his right hand instead." Naruto points with his left hand as he clenches his red hand to his chest. Irika looks at Isol. "Naruto is right. Either change to your right hand or forfeit." With terror in his eyes, Isol moves to the other side of the target and places his hand over the bullseye. As Takaru lines up to throw his first kunai, Naruto is telling Kyūbi, "Yeah, it hurts. But Choji just barely hit the knuckle. I'm lucky, it could have been the end of my shinobi career before it even started. But I was not worried. I know how good my teammates' kunai abilities are." Isol nervously hears this and starts to think about Mina and Takaru's skills level at kunai. Just as Takaru throws his first kunai, Isol jerks his hand off the target. Disqualification. Team 2 loses. Irika calls out. "Smart move, Isol." Choji calls out as he points to the location of the kunai, which was in the dead center of the bullseye. Isol's eyes get big. The kunai would have hit the back of his hand, thus probably ending his shinobi career. "You son of a bitch, you tried to cripple me." Isol screams as he rushes at Takaru. Takaru holding up his arms. "Honestly, I wasn't aiming there. Besides, you moved." Irika grabs Isol from behind. "Settle down and take a deep breath." After a couple of seconds, Irika lets Isol go, who is glaring at Takaru. Sandame walks up to the two groups. "I declare Naruto's team the winner." Naruto, Choji, and Kyūbi turn to Team 2 and bows with Naruto saying, "Thank you for honor of being able to test our kunai skill against such a worthy opponent." Mina sneers at them as they start to walk away. "You all just got lucky." "Stop," Sandame yells at Team 2. "You will show proper respect to your competitor and fellow Konoha citizens, or I will have Ibiki give you a refresher course in manners." Sweat drops from Team 2 as they turn and bow. Takaru says, "It has been our honor to test our skills and share our knowledge with you." They then turn and leave grumbling from the schoolyard. Irika and Kyūbi turn to Naruto. "Naruto, we have to get you to the hospital." Irika urgently. Looking at the pair, Naruto says, "Why?" Pointing at his hand, Kyūbi says, "To get your hand fixed." Grinning Choji say, "He doesn't have two. I never hit him." "You hit him. Look at all that blood." Kyūbi pointing at the red handkerchief. "It's not blood. It's ketchup," Naruto explains as he unwraps the handkerchief to show Irika and Kyūbi that his hand is all right and an empty ketchup container is in Naruto's palm. Glaring at Naruto, Kyūbi says, "Man, I'm so mad at you right now. You had me all worried about you. And for that I'm sorry, I had to put undue stress on you, Kyūbi. But I need you to sell the injury to Team 2, and if you knew it was fake you would not have done such a great job." Putting his hand on Kyūbi's shoulder so that Naruto could look him in the eyes. "Now just start thinking about how you are going to spend your winnings." Naruto, Choji, and Kyūbi start grinning at each other. Sandame motions Naruto over, while Irika starts to lecture Choji and Kiba about the evils of gambling. Wiping the ketchup off his hands, "What can I do for you, Gigi?" Sandame looking Naruto in the eyes. "Naruto, that was brilliant, I almost believed it myself. Here is your money back. I will make sure Team 2 pays up and will get Irika and my commission out of their wager. But I was wondering if you could do me a favor this evening. You know I do anything for you, so what do you need?" Naruto tilting his head to look down into Sandame's eyes. "I need you to take my place again at a civilian council meeting tonight. Those idiots decided that they had to debate tonight about something that is critical to the well-being of Konoha," shaking his head sadly. "Probably another petition to boot you out of the village again. I wonder if I could kill them since I will be hedged as Gigi. He does have the authority. Nah, it would look bad on him in the history books. Plus, then all my planning for next council meeting will be down the drain. Widow Inoue Oriheim cooking you dinner again? No problem, Gigi. I live to serve you, and Kyūbi says, you deserve some personal downtime. He recommends that you take the red plum wine. He says it goes well with just about everything. We can switch back first thing in the morning so you can get a good night's sleep. By the way, who are your ANBU shadows for tonight?" Naruto quizzes. Thinking Sandame says, "It's boar and ferret rotation tonight." "No problem, we can make the switch at your office both ways, just like we done it 100 times before. But let's not get careless, remember Bluebird almost caught us that one time. Speaking of Bluebird, how she is doing in ANBU encryption and code breaking?" Naruto asks. Nodding his head, Sandame says, "It looks like a perfect fit for her. You were right about suggesting that placement for her after her accident. She has a natural flair for breaking codes." Looking back at his Irika and his teammates, Naruto say, "Glad to hear that. I have a scroll that I liberated from a couple of Cloud Jonins earlier this week. It's encrypted and has a genjutsu on it, so I think it will give Bluebird a challenge. Considering you already broke it and read it. Like I said, it will give Bluebird a challenge and give her an example of Cloud's newest code and genjutsu. I'll leave it in your desk drawer tomorrow. Is there nothing else? Then I will see you later tonight and have a good time." With a big grin on his face, Sandame says, "Oh, I plan to, most definitely." Bowing to the Sandame, Naruto heads back to his classmates and sensei. Present. "And that is how we beat Team 2, Choji says, ending the story. Ino's eyes are huge looking at Naruto. "I cannot believe you would do something like that. You could have ended your career." Shikamaru, Shino, and Hinata are looking at Naruto in agreement. A shinobi must have absolute trust in their fellow teammates because it could mean the difference between failure or success of a mission. What I'm talking about is the life or death of a teammate. I have absolute trust in all of you and your skills. You should also have absolute trust in all your classmates," Naruto declares. Smiling over her tea, Hinata, "I have absolute trust in you, Naruto-kun, and I know you have absolute trust in me." Raising one eyebrow above his sunglasses, Shino asks, "You have absolute trust in all your classmates?" Scratching the back of his head, Naruto and grinning sheepishly, "Okay, you got me there. There are several of our classmates that I would like for them to be in front of me instead of behind me. The rookies of the year jump to the front of that list." Sounding offended, Ino growls, "You do not trust Sasuke?" The whole group nods their heads in agreement. A rarely serious Shikamaru says, "Ino, Sasuke has the making of a perfect Konoha shinobi. However, he has that avenger attitude for his brother. Ask yourself this question. In the middle of a mission, he see his brother running away. Honestly, what do you think Sasuke is going to do? And what would Sakura or you do?" Thinking for a minute, Ino hangs her head. "He would go chasing after him and we would chase after Sasuke." Shikamaru continues, "Thus leaving you have left your team several members short and several positions unguarded. This could cost your teammates their lives. So yes, I don't trust Sasuke. Sakura or you unless you are in front of me like Naruto says. Naruto sees that thought about Sasuke, Sakura and her reaction in mission was depressing Ino. Getting up and stretching, Naruto declares, "Well, it looks like test time, so let's go make Sensei Irika proud of us and all ace this test. Remember, everybody focus on your technique, follow through on your throws, keep your cool, and have faith in yourself. And tomorrow afternoon, we will all be Konoha Genins." As they start to walk towards the Kanai train area, Naruto leans over to Ino. "Ino, I know you would not do that during a mission, but can you honestly say that about Sasuke and Sakura? It will be our jobs as teammates to ensure the safety of each other. You will just have to find a way to bring Sasuke around to being a team player." Ino's face brightens up. "Yeah, I will help him change his ways," and runs ahead of the group to join Sasuke's fan club around him. Shino leans over to Naruto. "Why did you tell her that, her hanging around Sasuke hurts Choji?" Sighing, Naruto said, "I know that. But if I had not told her about that opportunity, then Ino would not concentrate on the test and would fail. Losing to Sakura and not having the possibility to be on Sasuke's team would destroy her. Once she has her headband, then hopefully she will focus on being a true kunoichi. I hope someday Choji will forgive me." As they are walking towards the course, Naruto turns to Akamaru. "I know you will win at next show. You will beat Yakun next time for sure. I'll put money on it." Akamaru barks in agreement from on top of Kiba's head. Chapter 10, Kunai Test. As they are walking towards the course, Naruto turns to Akamaru. "I know you will win at next show. You will beat Yakun next time for sure." Akamaru barks in agreement from on top of Kiba's head. Falling little behind his group, the wind is blowing his trench coat back a little. Naruto, with his hands in his pants pockets, is thinking, what could Mizuki possibly want to steal before he defects from the village? Think, Naruto, think. Since he is defecting to the Sound Village, you can probably rule out the Byakugan because we know he wants a pair of Sharingan eyes. True, he will have to wait until Sasuke's Sharingan awakens before making his move. But we are not 100% sure on that. I damn well not gonna let Hinata-chan go through that ordeal again. Mizuki will die on the spot if he touches her. Think. Incoming ANBU. Stopping behind his group, Naruto gently pings with his chakra. ANBU Badger. Wonder what he wants. Shino and Hinata stopped to look in the direction of the incoming shinobi. Naruto had been teaching them how to use sonar jutsu. Shino, using this technique, was now able to help locate incoming or hidden shinobi, allowing him time to formulate a strategy and better deploy his insects. Hinata was able to look around without using her Byakugan eyes, which consumed a lot of chakra, thus allowing her to conserve it. They were just learning how to use the jutsu, so right now they could just sense the approaching shinobi from Naruto's ping. They had not reached the level that they could identify the specific individual by their chakra signature. Everybody else in the group stopped and looked in the direction that Shino and Hinata were scanning. Kiba and Akamaru turn in that direction and start to sniff the air. One incoming shinobi. Kiba and Akamaru then start sneezing. Kami, what is that guy wearing? It smells worse than that perfume Sakura had on last week. Could it be Piggy? Nah, it's not Piggy, though I agree with Kiba on the smell, it's Badger. Badger was wearing that last time. He tried to catch us, remember? You are getting old and senile, Sensei. I'll show you old and senile next time we spar. Bring it on, Grandpa Sensei. It's probably a summons for the incident over at the orphanage yesterday evening. You should have let Venerable Father Isahigo kill that damn kit molester. For a 84-year-old monk, it took almost one tail worth of power just to pull Venerable Father Isahigo off of Councilman Kogo Jinjo. It took 4 novices just to hold him back once I got him off. I'm lucky Jinjo did not die before I got him to the hospital. You should have let him die for what he was going to do to that kid. Hey, I took the longest route possible to the hospital. Besides, we both don't want to see Venerable Father Isahigo go to jail for killing that piece of trash. I made sure that the evidence pointed to an attack behind Kogo's business. I will tell Gigi what really went down. Should have used Kitsune Fox Fire on that bastard. Know that too good. Should have cut off his. Naruto tunes Kyūbi out to see if Anbu Badger is bring a summons as he approaches the class getting ready for their kunai exam. Anbu Badger lands in front of Irika, startling several of Sasuke's fan club members. Anbu Badger is looking around for Naruto. I'm over here, Anbu. Naruto cheerfully waving his hand in the air. His group parts as the glaring Anbu approaches Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, you are hereby served with an order of summons to appear in front of the Sandaime at 1,700 hours today. Failure to appear will result in an order for your arrest. After finishing his speech, Anbu Badger hands Naruto a scroll, then turns and leaps away. Everybody is staring at Naruto, who just puts the scroll inside his trench coat. Naruto, what does it say? Kiba asks. Using his teacher lecture voice Irika. Kiba, what is in that scroll is for Naruto, only you have no right to ask him about the contents. Kiba looks down at the ground, but Naruto knows everybody wants to know what written in the scroll. That's okay, sensei, it won't be a secret much longer. Pausing for maximum effect Naruto. The civilian council wanted me to convince Sasuke to allow them to raffle off a date with him to raise money for the village. Squeals of joy from the Sasuke fan club almost deafen the group. But looking defeated, Naruto continues, Sasuke has told me no to this idea, because he would not allow for random chance to decide the winner. The fan club suddenly quiets at hearing the news that there would be no raffle. However, he has agreed to an auction of his person to the highest bidder, which will include a whole evening with him. Naruto's face brightens with that statement. Once again, the group is deafened by the sounds of squealing fan club members jumping up and down. Sasuke is glaring at Naruto because he is being the object of a joke. Shikamaru shaking his head. Damn it, Naruto, you just cannot quit messing with Sasuke. Irika using his teacher voice jutsu. Okay, everybody settle down and we will start the first part of skills final exam, the kunai test. You will be graded on 10 kunai thrown at a stationary target at range of 20 feet. The scoring will be a 10-point system with a perfect score of 100. The second part will be 10 kunai thrown at a moving target at a range of 20 feet. The scoring will also be the 10-point system with a perfect score of 100. Remember, you must score a combined total of at least 140 points to successfully pass this part of the exam. Are there any questions? Yes. Kiba, what is your question? Do Choji, Naruto, and I have to take this test? You already know we can pass it. Kiba with a big grin on his face and Akamaru barking in agreement. Irika looking Kiba in the eyes. Yes, Kiba, you have to take the official exam if you wish to pass. And no wagering. Naruto looks over at Kiba and shrugs his shoulders as if saying, You tried. Well, better get comfortable, it will be a while before we up. Shino's up first. Remember what we talked about, Shino, and start us off with a perfect score. Lying down on the ground to watch the clouds, Shikamaru. So what does the Sandaime want to really see you about? Pulling the scroll out of his trench coat, Naruto breaks the seal and unrolls the scroll, briefly scanning the message. Thought so. What did you do now? Besides you trying to make Sasuke a door prize? Shikamaru with his eyes closed. Looking around to see that Ino was still with the Sasuke fan club, Naruto throws the scroll to Shikamaru. Read it for yourself, as he sits down to yell encouragement to his classmates, who were taking their turn at throwing their kunai. Catching the scroll, Shikamaru sits up to read it, the rest of the group crowd around so that they can read it also. Naruto can feel their eyes getting bigger as they read further down the scroll. Kiba stuttering, Naruto, you killed Councilman Kugo? Naruto shaking his head. Kiba, if you read the scroll, it says, I'm accused of assaulting Councilman Kugo yesterday evening at an undisclosed area. Nowhere does it say I killed Councilman Kugo. If I had done that, there would have been a squad of Anbu here to arrest me, not one serving me a summons. You should off-killed that kit molester. We will get to that eventually, however, right now I have some questions that we need to ask Councilman Kugo. Once he comes out of his coma. We are going to kill him? Yes, we are going to kill him. But not until we get every bit of information out of the bastard. He can possibly fill in some missing pieces to the sound puzzle. That's all I want to know. I'm narrowing down the list of techniques we can use on him first. Knock yourself out, you will call the shots on this one. Or we could just let Venerable Father Isahigo finish the job. That's not a bad idea at all. Hinata, so what happened? Well, the official story is that I was heading home after practicing late last night at Schoolfield. Just as I passing Councilman's Kugo store, I heard sounds of a fight coming from behind the store. Checking behind the store, I saw several individuals running down the alley. But before I could chase them, I saw Councilman Kugo unconscious body lying by a dumpster. Seeing that Councilman Kugo needed immediate medical attention, I did not pursue the attackers. I picked up Councilman Kugo and rushed him to the hospital. Upon arrival, the medical staff took Councilman Kugo off my hands. The staff asked what had happened. I told them what I had seen and done. They thanked me and told me that I was no longer needed. Per Hospital Regulations 123.25, subparagraph B, any person arriving at the hospital having suffered bodily trauma and unconscious must be reported to ANBU Home Security for an investigation to determine the cause of said bodily trauma. That is the reason for the summons, says Naruto while he continues to watch the test. Having passed his exam earlier and hearing the story, looks over the top of his sunglasses Shino. Okay, that is your official version, so what really happened? Naruto shaking his head in disbelief. You guys would not believe me if I told you. Kami, I have a hard time believing it and I was there. Hinata looking concerned. So what really happened? Naruto looks up briefly at the clouds before continuing his story for his classmates. It started yesterday evening. I stopped by the orphanage to see how little Yururu Tsumujiya was doing. See, she had fallen out of a tree a couple of days ago. As I was walking down the hall towards nurse's office, 10-year-old Tessai Tsukabshi comes running into hall, yelling that Venerable Father Isahigo was killing someone out by the gym. I send him to the main hall to get more help as I sprint out to gym. Kami, Tessai was not lying. Venerable Father Isahigo was on the verge of killing Councilman Kugo. Shikamaru starts waving his hands. Whoa, wait a minute. You want us to believe that a 5 feet 6 inches, 142 pounds, 84-year-old monk who took a vow of peace was beating the hell out of a 5 feet 8 inches, 350 pounds, and 45-year-old councilman. Placing his hand over his heart, Naruto, as Kami is my witness. Yes, he was. Seems Councilman Kugo has a thing for little boys. Venerable Father Isahigo caught him as he was trying to take away a drugged Jinta Hanakari. It took me and 4 of the novices to drag Father Isahigo off of Councilman's Kugo bloody, unconscious body. While the novices restrained Father Isahigo, I took Councilman Kugo to the hospital for medical treatment. The hospital staff thought that I had done the damage to the councilman. The last that I heard, he's still in intensive care and in a coma. On my way home, I stopped by orphanage to check on Father Isahigo and the status of Jinta. According to Father Ganju, Jinata had been given a knockout drug in a soda and would recover. Father Ganju told me that in another village that Venerable Father Isahigo had been assigned to, a person similar to Councilman Kugo was preying on children. But he was too high up in the government and nobody would do anything. The brothers were worried that Venerable Father Isahigo would go to jail. I told them not to worry, I would handle any problem if they arose. End of story. Turning to Hinata. Looks like you're up next. Show them why you should have been Rookie of the Year. Blushing slightly, Hinata. I will try my best. Naruto doing a bad imagination of Irika. Ms. Hyuga, there is no try, there is just your best. Dazzle us with your style and flair.
Loging Hinata. Hi.
For you, Naruto-kun, I will not let you down. I will make a perfect score like you have taught me. As she walks down to take her test. Cheering Hinata on as she passed her test with a perfect score, Naruto notices Ino looking anxious and almost in a panic watching the others throw. Choji, could you do me a favor? What do you need, Naruto? Choji inquiries. Nodding his head in Ino's direction, Go over to Ino and see if you can ease her tension. She looks she's about to explode. What do I talk to her about? A bit of panic in Choji voice. Grinning Naruto. Tell her one of Kiba's better cleaner jokes, which should get her mind off of the test. Tell her how you were getting stressed out when we were going against Team 2 and how you overcame it. Just before she takes her test, tell her to take a deep breath and relax. Remind her she has the talent and the skill to be one of Konoha's finest kunoichi and that you believe in her. Hi. Choji, with determination in his eyes, walks over to a fidgeting Ino and starts to talk quietly to her. Shikamaru and Shino walk up beside Naruto to watch the outcome. Ino stops fidgeting listening to Choji. The sound of laughter is heard from the Ino. They see Choji waving his arms around in the air and making throwing gestures dramatically. Ino is smiling at whatever Choji was saying, but her smile starts to fade as her name is called to take the test. Choji leans in close to whisper something to her. Ino appears to be taking a deep breath with a radiant smile appearing on her face. Choji looks at Shikamaru, Shino, and Naruto with a big grin on his face before he turns to cheer on Ino. Ino ends up matching Sakura's score, but that was a victory in Ino's eyes. After hearing her final grade, Ino squeals with delight and runs up and hugs Choji, repeatedly thanking him for helping her to pass the test. Looking at the couple celebrating Shino, I think Choji might give Hinata a run for her money on blushing today. Naruto turning towards the kunai test area. It's time for the main event, we better head down if we want to get good seats. The Rookie of the Year will be giving us poor students a demonstration in the art of kunai skills. Shikamaru lying back down to watch the cloud. I'll stay back here because there is no telling who Sasuke will be throwing those kunai at with you. Cheering him on Naruto. I don't want to be the victim of friendly fire accident. Shino starts to sit down beside Shikamaru. I think that is sound idea. I'll stay back here and keep Shikamaru company. As he walking towards the test area, Naruto calls back, do not come crying to me later complaining that you missed out on the chance of a lifetime to see Rookie of the Year giving a kunai demonstration. Shino and Shikamaru just wave him at him before lying down to watch the clouds. Naruto slides up beside Irika to be standing behind Sasuke as he lining up his first throw. Just as Sasuke releases his first throw, Naruto calls out, good luck team. Sasuke whips around to glare at Naruto. Good throw team. And you actually hit the target on your first throw. Luck has nothing to do with it, Dobe. It's my skill at the kunai. Boasts Sasuke with members of his fan club yelling out agreements and insults at Naruto. Kit, you need to find another hobby, instead of baiting the Uchiha brat. I will as soon as school over, but right now I've got to grab the moment. Sasuke completes the stationary test with a perfect score and cheering fans. Naruto had taken every opportunity to insult Sasuke's throwing style. Hinata walking over to the group, lying on the hill watching the test. Where is Naruto? Kiba points down to the test area. He down there encouraging Sasuke. Looking down at the crowd, Hinata. Why are you all up here? Shikamaru looking at the clouds. Because it's safer up here, no chance of being caught in a friendly fire accident between those two. Everybody in the group is nodding their heads in agreement. Hinata notices that Ino is sitting beside Choji, instead of being in the Sasuke fan club crowd. So how did you do, Ino? Squeezing Choji's arm, Ino. Thanks to Choji, I was able to pass an eye-tied forehead brows score. Hinata sees Choji blushing and muttering it was nothing. Choji gets still as he watching Sasuke start his moving target test. What's wrong, Choji? Ino asks. Naruto is pulling the silent treatment on Sasuke, Choji remarks. Shino and Shikamaru sit up to watch the drama. Shino. This would be the part of where you all gave Team 2 the silent treatment, knowing that they would be expecting trash talk. The wait for the talk caused them to lose their concentration, an excellent strategy move. The group notices that the area had gone completely quiet. Sasuke, Irika, and the fan club members were waiting for Naruto to say something. Naruto was thinking, steamed or cooked rice for dinner. Finally, Naruto looks over at Irika and points at his watch. I've got to be at Sandaime office later today, so could they please pick up the pace? Which caused Irika to remind a red-faced Sasuke that he needed to throw or be disqualified. Sasuke growls as he turns around to throw. His fan club is yelling at Naruto for bothering Sasuke. With a big grin on his face, Naruto just turns and waves at his group on the hill. Shaking his head, troublesome, mutters Shikamaru. Everybody in the group is silently agreeing. Making a perfect score, Sasuke turns to Naruto. Beat that dope. Running up and hugging Sasuke, Sakura is congratulating him on his perfect score. All of a sudden, a third pair of arms encircle the pair. Naruto is hugging the pair, while crying at how glad Sasuke-kun is so perfect. Sasuke growls, "Get off me, dope." Naruto releases the pair, pouting. "Sasuke-kun, you are so cruel to me. I just wanted to be in on your victory celebration." Everybody on the hill starts to back up, figuring the sparks were about to start flying. Irika looking at his clipboard. "Naruto, you the last up." Sasuke smirks. "Give it up, dope. You cannot beat my score." As he walks off the side, his fan club surrounds him, telling him how awesome and perfect he is. Naruto looks at Irika. "Not with 10 kunai, can I have 11 kunai, sensei?" Irika say, "Naruto, you can only have 10 kunai. Is there a way to get a higher score with only 10 kunai, sensei?" Naruto asks while feeling the balance of the kunai he was handed. One of the fan club members yells out, "If you can stick a kunai into the back of another kunai." But, "You are not Sasuke Uchiha." The rest of the club were agreeing with that statement. Naruto looks at Irika questioningly, sighing. Irika, "If you could stick a kunai in the back of another kunai, I will give you an additional 10 points. A big smile appears on Naruto's face as he approaches the first part of the test. Shikamaru and Shino are shaking their heads in agreement. Troublesome. Ino looks over at the pair. What's troublesome? Choji watching Naruto starting his first set of throws. Naruto is going to stick a kunai in the back of another kunai to beat Sasuke's score. With a puzzled look, Ino, don't you mean that he is going to try to stick a kunai in the back of another kunai? That's impossible. Hinata watching Naruto. I have seen Naruto do the impossible too many times to doubt him. If he says he will do it, consider it done. He never goes back on his word. That's his creed. Ino sees the rest of the group nodding their heads in agreement as they watch Naruto. Naruto has completed the stationary target test perfectly. After retrieving his kunai, once again he is feeling each one, then places them in an order. Moving over to the moving target, Naruto is thinking, what could he want from this village? As he starts to throw, members of the fan club start yelling out taunts and insults, trying to break Naruto's concentration. Irika is glaring at the students for yelling out insults. But like against Team 2, Naruto is paying them no mind. As he about to throw his last kunai, Naruto hears a fan member asking Sasuke to autograph his scroll. Just before Naruto releases his kunai, that's it. That is what he wants the most right now. The sound of metal hitting metal is heard. Everybody turns to look at the swinging target, and one kunai is lying on the ground. Well, dope. Looks like you are still a loser, gloats Sasuke, with fans members chanting, nobody can beat Sasuke. Naruto listens to Irika congratulating everybody on all passing the first half of the skills test. Irika turns to the class to reminding them that the second part of the skills test would be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at school training ground. He tells he would see them at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Naruto puts his hands behind his head and starts walking towards his group, trench coat blowing in the breeze. Ino watching Naruto walking towards them. Poor Naruto, he did not beat Sasuke. I hope he not sad. Shino and Shikamaru turn to look at Ino. Shino says, yes, he lost. But, because he just throw that last kunai too hard. He drove the kunai that he hit on the back through the target and it fell off. If you will look, you can see the kunai on the ground is 2 foot behind the target, not in front of the target. Something distracted him at the last moment. Close but no cigar. Kit, you weren't serious about sticking that kunai, were you? Thought did cross my mind just to stick it to Sasuke. However, I now know what he is after. As Naruto walks to his group, everybody is congratulating each other on passing. Kiba and Choji are razzing him about not making a perfect score like they did, to which Naruto congratulates them and says he'll have to try harder. Looking at his watch, Naruto say, "We'll have to celebrate later. I have a date with the Sandaemon hour." Chapter 11 summons. Thought did cross my mind just to stick it to Sasuke. However, I now know what he is after. As the group reaches the edge of the academy grounds, Kiba remembers he promised to help his sister at her vet clinic that afternoon. Shino excused himself, saying his father wanted him to do some research at the library before going home. The group waves as the two members head their separate ways. Walking quietly towards the town's market area, Ino bids everybody goodbye since she had to go to work at her family's flower shop. Choji and Shikamaru said they were heading in that direction and would walk her to her family's shop. Naruto and Hinata wave as the three walk off in a different direction. Naruto looking out of the corner of his eyes. "So where are you heading, Hinata?" Turning to walk towards the market area, Hinata. "I promised my mother that I would stop off at the Kunoichi Night Boutique and pick up her order." Looking at his watch, "I've got a little time to kill before heading to see Gigi. I'll escort you to your destination, if you don't mind." Turning to walk beside Hinata. "Thank you, I would enjoy the company." "Yes. Now if I can figure out a way to get him to hold my hand." Hinata blushing slightly. As they are nearing their destination, Hinata is noticing that once again citizens are moving away from them, more specifically away from Naruto, who is casually looking around and seemingly ignoring the citizens. An evil grin appears on Hinata's face. "Naruto, would you please come into the boutique? I would like your opinion on something that I've been trying to decide whether or not to buy." Chuckling to herself, Hinata sees Naruto nearly tripping over his feet, but catches himself in time. A bit of red is rising above his trench coat collar. The Kunoichi Night Boutique is owned by Kukaku Shiba, a retired kunoichi forced into retirement by an injury. The store originally specialized in clothing for the active-duty kunoichi. However, it had expanded to include civilian evening/causal clothing, cosmetics, and undergarments, causing it to grow in popularity. Kukaku had an eye for quality merchandise, talent, and fair prices. Several of the designs in the display windows were from a local girl working for her. Kukaku watched as Naruto and Hinata approached the store and Naruto nearly tripping. Laughing softly, Kukaku, just like most males, they would rather have a suicide mission than enter into a woman's boutique. Hinata stops in front of the display window to look at the various designs and styles. Kukaku watches Naruto as he takes a slight step back and was turning his head slightly between the display window and Hinata. Kukaku smiles because she knew from the look on Naruto's face. He was visualizing Hinata in each design. Hinata makes a few comments and gestures at the designs, with Naruto shaking his head in agreement. Hinata turns to enter the store with Naruto holding the door for her as she enters. Kukaku bowing towards Hinata. "Lady Hinata, it is good to see you again. How can I help you? Are you looking for something special or just browsing today?" A sinister grin appears on Hinata's face. "My mother sent me to pick up her order, but since I'm here I thought that I might look at a few nightgowns." Kukaku winking at Hinata. "You are in luck, Lady Hinata. We just recently received a shipment of silk/satin nightgowns and teddies. Several of my customers are raving about them. They say it feels like you are sleeping with nothing on at all." Kukaku and Hinata are both watching a fidgeting Naruto out of the corner of their eyes, who reaches up to wipe a little blood out of his nose. "Naruto, I'll be right back." Hinata slowly sways her hips as she follows Kukaku to the rear of store. "Kami, picturing her in a nightgown or teddy is killing me. Kit, I would give you some advice on vixens if I had any, so you are on your own. Apartment manager is going to think they're a water break in my apartment after another cold shower marathon. Maybe it would help if you pictured someone else in those nightgowns. Say Sakura?" "That is so cruel, sensei. Don't even go there. I want to be able to close my eyes." Naruto turns as he hears a deep feminine voice behind him. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Followed by having his head being pulled in between a pair of large breasts. Hinata turns toward the sound, her eyes narrow dangerously at the sight of Naruto's head firmly planted between a pair of woman's breasts. Hinata relaxes as she recognizes the woman as one of Naruto's neighbors, Kanata. Hinata walking up to Kanata, who still has Naruto's head pinned between her breasts. Naruto is waving his arms in a comical fashion. Kanata? You might want to let Naruto go. I don't think he can breathe. Releasing Naruto. Oh, Naruto-kun. I'm so sorry, are you alright? After take a few deep breaths, Naruto. I'm fine now, Kanata. It's good to see you. How is Shinji? Kanata giggling. He fine. I was just shopping for something to surprise him with. Naruto, I'll be forever in your debt for what you did today. Hinata looking at the pair. What did you do today, Naruto? Trying to look innocent, Naruto, and pointing at Kanata. I just asked Kanata's for some technical advice for a certain project. And it worked better than I could have hoped for. When I saw the results, I laughed so hard. I almost wet myself. Kanata chuckling at the memory. Hinata looking seriously at Naruto. What did you do? I did nothing, seeing Hinata raise one eyebrow at him. Okay, I might have allegedly added something to some hair shampoo for a certain pair at Mr. Moto today. It was really my revenge against Mr. Moto since he has been insulting me and my friends. It did not hurt that those banshees were instrumental in my revenge. Kanata leans over to whisper loudly to Hinata. Curiously, Hinata, so what happened? With a sinister grin, Kanata, I just happened to be across the street when Councilman Tsukamoto and Otonash's daughters, Yakumo and Maimi, came storming out of Mr. Moto screaming like a pair of banshees, followed closely by Mr. Moto. Seems Mr. Moto's personal shampoo and conditioner had a slight unexpected reaction to the pair's facial pack and dye job. Yakumo's hair was a bright yellow that stuck straight out. Maimi's was a flaming bright orange. Both of their faces looked like they had put on a white mask. The pair looked like a couple of kabuki actors. They were screaming at Mr. Moto about their hair and faces. Mr. Moto was screaming at them for trying to pass counterfeit Rios. The pair storms off screeching that they would never let Mr. Moto touch their hair again and that they were going to tell their fathers. Mr. Moto was screaming that he would have the ANBU arrest them for passing counterfeit Rios. As they walked by me, they were pulling on their cloths as if they were too tight and could barely move. I had to duck into a store to keep from laughing. Cammy, I wish I had a camera. Don't worry. I got enough pictures for everybody. I'll have to remember to drop of a set to Kanato. Kukaku is smiling because she had seen the pair walking past her store towards their homes. Kukaku had called her staff over to the windows so that they would not miss out on the sight. Kukaku was thinking, Kanato was right about their cloths. It looked like the cloths had shrunk about 2 sizes. The material looked like it was about to break at any minute. Could not have happened to better pair of bitches. Maybe I should give Kanata a discount for that service? Yakumo and Maimi had a regular habit of coming into Kabaku's boutique, ordering the staff to fetch them a wide selection of clothing, proceed to try them all on, complaining about one thing or another, then leaving a pile of cloths in dressing area. Then walking out and declaring that they would not be caught dead in such inferior material/fashion. Because their fathers were council members, Kukaku had to tolerate their behavior or face the council complaints. Glancing at his watch, Naruto, Hinata, I hate to leave you, but I've got to get to Sandame office. I'll see you at school tomorrow for the final parts of the exam. Concern in Hinata eyes. Naruto, everything is going to be all right? Reaching down gently to stop Hinata from tapping her fingertips together and looking her in the eyes. Hinata, everything is going to be fine. Trust in me, like I have trust in you. Just before he releases her hands, he gently squeezes while giving her a reassuring smile. Hi. Hinata barely whispers as Naruto turns to leave. As the door closes, Kanata and Kukaku watch Hinata as she watches Naruto walk by the window and wave before disappearing around the corner. Kanata shaking her head. So what is Naruto seeing the Sandame about this time? Somebody claiming he kicked over their trash can or what? Hinata knows these two women would not gossip about Naruto, so she decides to tell them, no, he is being summoned because he accused of assaulting Councilman Kugo Jinjo yesterday evening. Hinata repeats the official story Naruto had told her earlier, placing her hand under her chin. Kakaku. So that's why that couple of NBU were behind Jinjo's business and the alley this morning as I walked by on my way here. Yeah, I seen some riff-raffs hanging around the area. Could have been a couple of them. Kakaku shaking her head in agreement. Reaching up to give a Hinata a comforting squeeze on the shoulder. Kanata. If they haven't been able to pin anything on Naruto-ku in all these years, they won't pin this one on Naruto-ku in either. Kakaku thinks of way to get Hinata mind off of the incident. So do you still want to look at those nightgowns/teddies before you go? Nodding her head. Hinata. Hi. I wonder how I can show them to Naruto. Kanata and Kakaku share a knowing grin as they see Hinata starting to blush as she turns to walk back towards that section of the store. As Naruto is entering into the Hokage Tower, he feels the need to wipe his nose and notices the blood. Kami, why did I just get a flash of Hinata in a silk nightgown? Not that I'm complaining. Definitely cold shower tonight. As he approaches the Hokage's office, the secretary waves him on in. Stopping to knock on the Hokage's door, Naruto senses 4 people in the room: Jiji, the venerable father Isuhigo, Anbu Otter, and surprisingly Blue Bird. Upon hearing permission to enter, Naruto enters and walks over to stand in front of Jiji's desk. Bowing to Jiji, Uzumaki. Naruto reporting as requested by the summons. Then turning to bow to other 3 in the room. Greetings Anbu Otter, Anbu Blue Bird, venerable father Isuhigo. Before turning back to face the Sandame. Sandame turns to the Anbu. Thank you for your detailed report on your investigation into the assault of Councilman Jinjo. If you would assume your guard positions outside my office for a couple of moments, I wish to have a private conversation with venerable father Isuhigo and Naruto. As the pair of Anbu flicker out of the office, Sandame does several hand signs, Kage room seal, before slamming his hand down on his desk. Leaning back in his chair, Jiji. Now Naruto, would you care to explain to me why venerable father Isuhigo was telling me your story was a lie before the Anbu arrived and confirmed your story concerning the assault on Councilman Jinjo? Reaching to scratch the back of his head, Naruto. Well, you might want to get yourself a drink first. Reaching inside his desk drawer, Jiji pulls out his sake, looking over at father Isuhigo, who politely shakes his head, no. After pour himself a glass, Naruto waits patiently as Jiji takes a sip before continuing. Venerable father Isuhigo is correct. My story is a lie. After dropping Councilman Jinjo off at the hospital, I staged and planted all the evidence to confirm my story. The truth is venerable father Isuhigo was the one to assault Councilman Jinjo. He discovered Councilman Jinjo trying to kidnap little Jinta Hanakari from the orphanage. Searching Councilman Jinjo's house and business last night, I discovered more evidence supporting that fact. Councilman Jinjo was a serial child molester. Councilman Jinjo is lucky that venerable father Isuhigo just beat him up. Because if I had found out what he was doing to orphans, Councilman Jinjo would be dead. Taking another sip of his sake, Jiji was slowly nodding his head, thinking about his grandson Konohamaru. If would have found out he had done something like that to Konohamaru, he would wishing for death. Venerable father Isuhigo looking down at his prayer beads. I cannot let Naruto take the blame for something that I done. I must be punished for my crimes. I have failed Kami, my vows and beliefs. Naruto kneels down in front of Isuhigo. No, venerable father Isuhigo, you done no crime. You were protecting an innocent child from a monster. Kami will be thanking you for protecting an innocent child when you finally meet. If you feel the need for punishment, so be it. Your punishment should be a lifetime of servitude to children of the orphanage and community. For we need you and your guidance. You will serve a lifetime service until the Hokage feels you have paid your debt to society. Once a month, you shall appear before the Hokage for a review of your progress on your rehabilitation. You will bring with you 1 bottle of your order's red plum wine because we know doing progress reviews is thirsty work. Looking over at Sandame for approval at what he had just said, the Sandame is nodding his head in agreement. Sandame, Isuhigo, we have known each other for longer than we both care to admit. I agree with Naruto punishment for you. I just hope that Kami will forgive me for allowing a monster like Councilman Jinjo access to innocent children. I hope that you will remember me in your prayers so that I may be a better protector of the village in the future. So having said that, Venerable Father Isuhigo, do you accept your punishment or do you wish to appeal to the Fire Daimyo? If accepted, then you will start serving out your sentence immediately. Standing up, Venerable Father Isuhigo bows to the Sandame. I accept your sentencing and I will strive to atone for my sins. Turning to Naruto and starting to bow, Naruto, I will forever be in your debt. Naruto stops him before he bows. Venerable Father Isuhigo, it is I who will be forever in your debt for the kindness you have shown me. You have done so much for our community that I will never be able to repay you. And I know that you pray to Kami to keep me out of trouble. Naruto winks as he bows to the father. Sandame rolls his eyes. Yeah, as if Kami could keep you out of mischief. As Venerable Father Isuhigo leaves Sandame's office, Naruto, I need a moment of your time, Sandame. Gigi notices the change in Naruto's voice. What is it, Naruto? After the door is closed, Naruto turns to Sandame. When did Councilman Jinjo die? Emptying his pipe, Jinjo died this morning. Doctor says a blood vessel in the brain burst caused by one of the blows to the head. He was in a coma from the head injury. Looking at Sandame, if you can have a Dr. Muramasa to discreetly check the area where the blood vessel ruptured, you will find that a chakra scalpel probably cut it. I know this because I had put Councilman Jinjo into a drugged coma before I delivered him to the hospital. He had no real head injuries, just a busted nose, 2 black eyes, and a couple missing teeth, which he lost when you hit him in the mouth. Hey, I needed some physical evidence to leave at the crime scene. Taking a deeper sip of his sake. Do you know who killed Councilman Jinjo? Yes, the Sound Spymaster in Konoha. He probably was afraid that Jinjo might try talking to help reduce his sentence. In the cover of Doing Business, Jinjo has been the mule for the Spymaster and the Sound Village. While in the Sound Village, Jinjo was allowed free access for his pleasures. When I searched Jinjo business and home last night, I found enough evidence for the conviction of his molestation. Looking at his hidden books, his business was making way too much profit for the items he was selling to the Sound Village. I left some of my people to watch Jinjo's house and business. I've got confirmation on 2 individuals entering and searching. Both individuals took the copies of Jinjo's hidden books and his personal books that I left behind. The 2 individuals are part of the spy ring for the Sound here in Konoha. Reaching inside his trench coat, Naruto pulls out a scroll. Placing his thumb on the seal, it opens, revealing several books and ledgers. Here are the originals. What I left for traders are copies with a homing seal on them, so I could follow them to their base. Taking the originals, Gigi pulls out his own personal scroll and seals the books away before returning to his desk drawer. Do you know who the Spymaster is? Filling his glass back up with more sake. Sighing, Naruto, I have narrowed down the field, but due to the fact one of the suspects might have council affiliation, I don't have 100% proof to his involvement for a conviction. His lead agent Mizuki will be making his move tomorrow night. He has failed me on the written test and will sabotage the jutsu portion of the test. After the test, Mizuki will approach me with an alternate final exam test as means to pass the academy graduation test and receive my headband. I plan to use the object of his desire as a means to get the Spymaster. Leaning forward, Gigi, what is the object of his desire? The Forbidden Scroll, located in your personal vault here in Hokage Towers. That will be his alternate test. For me will be to steal the scroll and deliver it to him. Once he has the scroll, his plan will be to kill me and make me the scapegoat for the thief. One of his fellow traders will probably hedge into me and be seen fleeing the village with the scroll. He will then deliver the forbidden scroll to the spymaster, who will ship them to the Sound Village. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Gigi. Could we use a fake copy? Do I need to lower the security for tomorrow night? Naruto shaking his head. No, one of the traders is ANBU. Lowering the security would be a major tip-off. Don't worry, I've broken into your vault quite a few times for practice. As to using a fake, that won't work either because he will probably use a document check jutsu to verify. Don't worry, I have several tricks up my sleeve to protect the scroll. The scroll will not leave the village, believe it. I would like that you have Marino Ibiki and Mitarashi Anko as the backup team. They normally work late at IT department. They are true professionals and loyal. Getting up to walk over the window to look at the Hokage mountainside with his glass of sake in his hand. Taking a sip. You absolutely positive about this and don't want any backup? Walking up to stand beside the Hokage. Yes, this is the only way to flush out the spymaster and crush his organization here in the village. I will not fail you, and you have my word on that. Turning to look at Naruto. You have never failed me ever since you started doing missions for me 4 years ago. You and Kyūbi are truly an unstoppable pair. I'm damn glad you are my side. So how are your side projects coming along? Grinning at Gigi. I'm still working on convincing her that it can be a reality. However, in about a month or two, I'll need to arrange for a mission near Kirigakure region to hopefully complete my social network. It was good to see Blue Bird. Was she one of the investigators on the crime scene? Sipping his sake. Yes, Blue Bird and Otter did the investigation. They make an excellent investigation team. If it was not for Venerable Father Isuhigo claiming otherwise, I would have bought off on your story. To fool Blue Bird and Otter, you must have done one hell of a job. Looking at faces on the mountain, Naruto. Yes, I had very demanding sensei that did not tolerate sloppy work. If I could not fool her, then I was whacked on the back of the head by one of her tails. Trust me, she looked for any little mistake because she already knew it was fake going in. Sensei Liren was another demanding individual, but she is best in her field in deception. She said you were her best student she has ever had, even if she had to give you a couple of love taps for motivation. What is with all of you, sensei? Those whacks to the head hurt like hell. Whoever you came up with the term love taps is a sadist. They made you pay closer attention to your studies, didn't they? Never mind. He. Turning to Gigi. Well, if there is nothing else, I better head home and get some sleep. I figure Councilman Jinjo's death will be on everybody's lips by morning and yours truly will be looked at with even bigger fear and scorn. As Naruto turns to leave, I take it that the other night you had dinner at Widow Inoue Oraheim was enjoyable? I thought when we switched places the ANBU would notice you yawning or that big-ass grin on your face. A huge smile appears on Gigi's face. You have no idea how enjoyable, and thank Kyūbi for the red plum wine suggestion. As he leaves, he hears Gigi, Kageroom seal release, Kai. Returning to his apartment complex, he saw a note from Kanata wishing him luck on tomorrow's exam. Entering his ground floor apartment, hanging up his trench coat, Naruto closes and locks the door. Walking over to the refrigerator, pulls out the ingredients to make pork stir-fry and fried rice. While waiting for the oil to heat in the wok, reviews the information from the books that were read and jutsu practiced by the Kage clones before dispelling them. Making mental notes on which books or scrolls he would have them reading tomorrow and which jutsu to work on. Looking around at his Spartan apartment, he was comfortable with it. Once Kyūbi had acquired the apartment complex and found a couple of retired shinobi to manage and do maintenance, it was all right. Like Kyūbi said, nothing fancy, everything works and the roof did not leak. Naruto had moved down to a ground floor apartment because he secretly dug himself a basement. In the basement, he did his research/experiments, keep various books/scrolls and clothing/weapons. The basement entrance was concealed with powerful genjutsu plus an SSS class seal that only Naruto knew how to open. Naruto was a Fuinjutsu master. His skill level was almost equal to Yasutora the Black Dragon who had taught him and Minato his father. After mastering Fuinjutsu, He had hidden several anti-fire seals on the exterior of the apartment complex. Inside his apartment were a wide variety of seals, soundproofing, intruder alert, and the walls being nearly impenetrable to any known jutsu attack. As he cooked his pork stir-fry, Naruto calls over his shoulder, "Do you want an egg in your rice or not?" A middle-aged, dressed man with black hair is sitting at the kitchen table with his eyes closed as he is sipping sake. "Nectar of heavens," the man says with awe in his voice. "Yeah, an egg would be okay. Dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. Don't drink too much again. Your drunken singing put the sound-proofing to a serious test last time." As he continued to stir the rice. "You just don't appreciate good singing when you hear it," pouts the man. "Sensei, Inuzuka's dogs were probably howling at the noise you call singing last time." As Naruto puts portions onto 2 plates while turning off the stove, as he puts the plate in front of Kyūbi, he takes a seat opposite of him. Taking his glass of sake, he clinks it against Kyūbi's in a toast. Eating in silence for a couple of minutes, looking serious, Kyūbi asks, "Get you ready for tomorrow?" "As ready as I will ever be," Naruto says between bites. "Everything is going the way that we expected to. Kami willing, tomorrow we will have the spy master. Then we can continue on our projects." Kyūbi pauses to take a sip. "Just remember what Yuryu always told you." Shaking his head in agreement, Naruto. "The best laid plans or strategy are totally worthless once the operation begins. I don't think I can recall a single mission going off as we planned it. Kami always would slip us a curve to make life interesting." Finishing his meal, sipping his sake, he reviews the events of the day and what to be expecting in the morning. He knows for a fact the death of Councilman Jinjo will be all over the village. It would not matter the ANBU report stating Councilman Jinjo was attacked behind his store by unknown assailants. The general public and civilian council would still be thinking Naruto killed Councilman Jinjo and the Sandaime was covering for him. Naruto was feeling sorry for Gigi, knowing he was going to have to face the whole council to explain Councilman Jinjo's death, and their renewed demand for his arrest/exile. Getting up to head towards the bathroom, Naruto. "Don't forget it's your turn to do the dishes. And don't call one of clan members to do your work for you." "Well, at least leave me some hot water," Kyūbi says as picks up the plates and heads toward the sink. Waving over his shoulder as he enters the bathroom, "Don't worry. There will be plenty of hot water. After this afternoon, it's another cold shower marathon." With a sinister grin, Kyūbi, "Do you think she will be sleeping in a white silk nightgown or a blue satin teddy?" "I hate you, sensei," is heard before the bathroom door is closed. Chuckling to himself as he makes an invisible mark in the air. Sensei, 11,475 Naruto, 0, as he starts to wash the dishes. Chapter 12, Final Exams. With a sinister grin, Kyūbi, "Do you think she will be sleeping in a white silk nightgown or a blue satin teddy?" "I hate you, sensei," is heard before the bathroom door is closed. Chuckling to himself as he makes an invisible mark in the air. Sensei, 11,475 Naruto, 0, as he starts to wash the dishes. Early next morning, Naruto is sitting at his kitchen table, sipping a cup of coffee as he reads a scroll and making notes on another scroll. "Morning, sensei. Did you sleep well?" Coffee and newspaper is on the counter. Kyūbi in his human-hedged form pours himself a cup, grabs the paper, takes a seat across from Naruto. "Yes, I did. So how about you?" "Like usual. If you like, there is plenty of hot water this morning. I've already taken my shower after my morning workout," Naruto says without looking up from his paperwork. Blowing on his coffee, Kyūbi opens the paper. Across the front page is splashed Councilman Jinjo's story on his attack and death. The newspaper was glorifying Jinjo's business, civil, and humanitarian lifestyle, stating how one of the village's brightest stars has been extinguished. One article gave a basic description of the assault/location. Another how the ANBU had brought in one suspect for questioning. But the suspect had to be released due to lack of evidence. Naruto looks up as the newspaper bursts into flame, his sensei gritting his teeth. "Damn idiots, painting Jinjo as hero when that man was a sick kid molester. All but naming you as his killer." Returning to his notes, Naruto. Let it go, sensei, you know, and I know this village's opinion of me. We got more important things to be worrying about other than our public image. Taking a deep breath and another sip of coffee. Yeah, I know. But it still bugs the hell out of me. So what did Tiffany give you last night? Lord Yasutora sent me several more scrolls to study and sent you a picture. Naruto reaches down to look at the picture beside his notes before handing it to Kyūbi. Do I want to know why Manda has on makeup, a baby's bonnet, and what looks like a baby rattle taped to the end of his tail? Taking the picture and looking at it, he would believe me if I said I had nothing to do with that. Continuing to make notes. No, I just hope that does not come back to bite you on the ass later. You know Manda has absolutely no sense of humor. Hell, Sasuke is a party animal compared to Manda. Still looking at the picture. Yeah, but Yasutora and I sure had fun getting that picture. The sake we drank that night was some of that bloody mist blue moon harvest that you got for us. Cammy, that was some damn smooth sake. You should have stayed and shared a glass or two. I had places to be that weekend, and you two seemed to want to catch up and play shogi. Beside, I heard from Morgi, Yasutora's mate, that you both suck at singing. You two do not have an ear for fine singing voices. And if anyone was singing off key, it was Yasutora. Turning his attention back to his cup of coffee. If you say so, but Morgi said if you two start drinking again, she is coming over here for the weekend to save her hearing. Look up from his notes. Probably get Kanata to show her around. Getting up to refill his coffee, Kyūbi watches Naruto as he reads the scroll, then jots down some notes. Naruto, do you ever slow down? Kyūbi was reflecting on training that Naruto had gone through. According to all his sensei, he had far exceeded their expectations. He would complete any assignments that they assigned him. Once Naruto learned how to do Kage cloning technique, his learning ability went even faster. It seemed the more that he learned, the more he wanted to know. No subjects seem off limits or boring to him. When he started to learn ninjutsu, he did not try to learn all the jutsu, just about 20 from each type. Then he would have several clones practicing each one, while other clones would break it down to find each one to find out how it worked. Naruto wanted to know what each of the ninjutsu strengths/weakness were, what could it beat and what could beat it. He would work on designing the ninjutsu to be done with the least amount of hand signs. In addition, ways to modify it so that it could be either a D-class to an S-class technique. He experimented with combining various types of ninjutsu to form completely new forms of attack/defense jutsu. Kyūbi had noticed that Naruto was able to simultaneously access both sides of his brain, the artistic and logical sides. This allowed him to figure out ways to do the impossible by impossible means or techniques. The start of his 9th birthday, Isshin the Eight Tails Kitsune tested Naruto for his elemental type. Naruto showed that he had 3 active types: wind, water, and fire. Isshin was amazed because water and fire were not normally type combination. Naruto proceeded to master his 3 types and had already devised ways to use all 3 in various combinations of attacks/defenses in the least number of hand signs possible. On his 10th birthday, Rinji, the eldest Eight Tails Kitsune, began Naruto's Kitsune Sage training. By his 12th birthday, Naruto was a Kitsune Sage. Sipping his coffee. Could Naruto possibly be Sage of the 6 Paths reincarnated? That would explain a lot. But Naruto seems stronger than the Sage of the 6 Paths that I remember. Rolling up the 2 scrolls, Naruto leans back in his chair, stretching his arms over his head before standing up. Turning to face his sensei, Kyūbi notices his eyes turning from a swirling golden back to their light blue. Are you meeting your classmates at the bakery before going to the academy? No, on my way to Area 44 for my morning workout and mediation. There was another death threat nailed to our door. On my way back, I stopped off and talked to Venerable Father Isuhigo to reassure him everything was okay. I ran into Hiyori Saragaki, who works at the bakery. She will deliver a message to my classmates explaining my absence. When I got back, I scared the hell out of some kid who had spray painted another slogan on our door. When I whispered in his ear that killer had 2 L's instead of 3, I think he soiled himself before running away screaming, "Killer Demon was after him. Should have used a genjutsu on the little brat." Nah, he was not an academy student. Just some councilman's brat, and using a genjutsu on him would have been a waste. Naruto was dressed in his usual black cargo pants, with a pair of sandals. His t-shirt is green with 333.5 in gold letters on the front, while on the back, I'm only half bad. As he slides on his earth-tone trench coat, he checks all the pockets to make sure everything is in place and accessible. Tightening his black headband, he waves as he heads out the door. Well, get some rest and catch up later. We have a busy day today. Definitely going to be a busy day, sipping more of his coffee. At the bakery, Naruto's classmates are sitting around a table waiting for Naruto. Shikamaru with his head on the table gently snoring. Ino, Choji, and Kiba are discussing the latest Princess Crystal movie. Shino is reading a book as Hinata is fidgeting while watching the door for Naruto. The group can hear various groups of people discussing Councilman Jinjo assault/death. How the Sandaime was once again protecting the killer from justice and how justice should be served. A waitress walks up to their table with a tray full of drinks and food. As she starts to put various food items and drinks in front of everybody, Hinata, I'm sorry we have not ordered yet, we are waiting for a classmate. As waitress places 2 cinnamon buns and double hot chocolate in front of Hinata, she whispers, I know Naruto said it would not be a good thing for you all to scene with him right now. He told me he would see you all at the school training field. As the waitress walks away, Ino looks over at a concerned-looking Hinata. What does he mean by it's not a good idea to be seen with him right now? Choji leans over to talk softly to Ino. Ino, have you not been listening to what everybody has been talking about in here? Nodding her head. Yes, everybody is talking about Councilman Jinjo's assault/death, and how the Sandaime was once again protecting the killer from justice. Looking over his book and quietly talking Shino. The general public thinks that Naruto is responsible for this incident and the Sandaime is protecting him. Confused look on Ino's face. Why would Naruto kill Councilman Jinjo? Hinata glaring at Ino. Naruto did not kill Councilman Jinjo. He found him and took him to the hospital. Someone else assaulted Councilman Jinjo. If he had, they never would have found his body, Shikamaru say before taking a sip of his decaf coffee. Ino watches as all the guys silently nod their heads in agreement. Ino, sipping her latte, thinks about when she first met Naruto. He was working in her family greenhouse watering and tending to the flowers. Ino remembered that even as a 10-year-old Naruto took all his work seriously. After he had finished working, he walked up to Ino as she was working on a floral arrangement. He asked politely if he could watch and then if she could teach him how to do floral arrangements. Ino remembered feeling so grown up, teaching Naruto floral arrangement and him calling her Ino sensei. Then the confusion about Naruto when she entered the academy, her teachers and fellow students telling her to avoid or to tease Naruto. Naruto never said a negative word to her, only words of encouragement. When she was having trouble learning the academy's taijutsu, Naruto suggested to her to accompany her mother to her morning capoeira class. Ino found out that Kakakushiba taught the capoeira class as a way to stay fit and for women to have a means of self-defense. Ino liked the capoeira style because it seemed more like dancing rather than the physical form of the academy taijutsu. Bowing her head, Ino, you are right, Hinata. Naruto never would have killed Councilman Jinjo. Please forgive me. Reaching across the table to touch Ino's hand, Hinata. There is nothing to forgive. I guess it's time to head over to school training field. Everybody nods in agreement. As Hinata walks up to the counter to pay the waitress, how much do I owe? Waitress waves her off before handing her a bag. Naruto has done so much for me. It's on the house. Here a breakfast roll and a cup of coffee for Naruto when you see him. Good luck to you all's final exams today. Bowing to the waitress, Hinata, thank you, and I will tell him. Before running to catch up to her group. As the group approaches the school training field, Hinata is scanning the area for Naruto. I don't see Naruto anywhere. He here, the question is where, says a yawning Shikamaru. Kiba and Akamaru start stiffing the air and looking around. As they approach a table under an oak tree, they still have not located Naruto. So is everybody ready to ace today's finals and become village shinobi? Naruto's voice is heard from above them. Sitting on a branch is Naruto, who proceeds to jump down in front of Hinata. Hinata, thank you for the breakfast and coffee. No problem, Naruto, the waitress sent it to you. Hinata is blushing slightly because Naruto's hands are covering her hand with the bag. Taking the bag from her hands, Naruto sits down at the table to begin eating the breakfast roll and sipping his coffee. The rest of the group sits down around the table. Shino is noticing other classmates as they approach the training field, glaring at Naruto before moving off to tables away from their group. Your popularity has risen since yesterday, Naruto. Sipping his coffee, Naruto nods in agreement. Yeah, if I keep this up, who knows, maybe I'll be more popular than Sasuke. Choji shakes his head in disagreement. You'll never make it. You would have to start to wear black, brood all the time and ignore people. Thinking about it for a minute, Naruto. Choji, you are right. Besides, black clashes with my eyes. Winking at blushing Hinata. The conversation then turns to what to expect on the final 2 exams. Naruto looking at his group as he sees Iruka approaching. Okay. Everybody remember the taijutsu exam will be over academy taijutsu techniques, so do not use any of the other forms of taijutsu you have been learning. Kiba looks up in surprise. Why not? We can smoke everybody else with our taijutsu styles? Because Kiba, this is an exam over what we have learned here at the academy. These are your fellow classmates, why waste your good moves on them? When you can save them for when you take your Chunin exam against other villages' genins. Naruto points out. Thinking for a second, Kiba. You right, why waste moves on classmates when we can shine at the Chunin exams? The group gets up to walk over to Iruka as he calls for all the students to gather around him. Iruka explains that this will be a test to see if the students have mastered the academy's taijutsu style. He explains that everybody will be paired up. One student will be on the offense, the other on the defense. As he calls out the offensive move, he will be watching for the correct offensive maneuver and the correct defensive response. Then the pair will swap offensive and defensive postures. Iruka then proceeds to call out the pairings for the test. Naruto notices that he is paired against civilian Councilman Masashi's nephew, Tobirama. Tobirama keeps glaring at Naruto, then looking away while occasionally patting his pants pocket. Has a kunai in there, will try to kill me after the spar. His uncle probably has worked him up to this. So what are you going to do, Kit? Kill him? Don't need any more attention. We'll just break something. Still think you should kill him, but you are right, it would not even be a challenge. Naruto sits back to watch his group go through their taijutsu skills test. As expected, everybody was passing. Naruto pulls out a camera and starts taking pictures of Sasuke versus Sai, stating he wanted to capture perfection on film. This caused Sasuke to scowl at him, while a couple of Sasuke's fan club members were complaining that they should have brought cameras too. Next, it was Naruto's turn at the skills test. As the Tobirama walks by Shino, has raised his eyebrows. Walking over to Naruto, Shino whispers something to Naruto, who nods his head slightly. So the Aburame's insects smell arsenic too. Yeah, probably has the blade dipped in it. I wonder if he knows the blade has been dipped in arsenic. Now, wouldn't that be funny if he scratched himself before he tried to kill you? Well, let's get this over with. Naruto takes off his trench coat and hands it to Shino as he enters the sparring ring. Tobirama is on the offensive first, with Naruto using all the correct defensive counters. Naruto goes through all of the offensive moves, but had to remind himself to slow down and soften his punches because his first offensive hit drove Tobirama out of the circle. After Iruka calls out that they had both passed, Naruto bows to Tobirama, thanking him for the bout. Naruto turns his back to Tobirama and starts to walk towards Shino to get his trench coat. Tobirama screams out, "Die demon," as he pulls out the kunai out of his pocket and lunges at the back of Naruto. Iruka and everybody seem frozen as they watch Tobirama attacking Naruto from behind with a kunai. Just as the kunai is about to strike Naruto in the back, he twists his body to the right, raising his left arm, causing the kunai to miss Naruto and his arm to slide into Naruto's left armpit. Pulling his left arm around and up, Naruto pins Tobarama's elbow against his left side. Lifting up sharply, a popping sound is heard with Tobarama's head rolling back. Naruto releases Tobarama as he slumps to the ground unconscious. As Tobarama hits the ground, Anbu Otter appears beside the pair, with the rest of the class coming out of their state of shock. Students are screaming that Naruto killed Tobarama are backing up in fear. Sasuke was wondering where Dobe learned that, and he was going to get Dobe to teach him. Iruka and Sai recognized it as a standard Chunin defensive response. But Iruka could have sworn that he saw Naruto hit Tobarama on the chin. Iruka, using his teacher voice jutsu, tells all the students to settle down and go sit at the tables under the tree while Anbu Otter and he sort things out. Before walking over to the tables, Shino stops by Iruka and Anbu Otter. "I would be careful with that kunai. My hive has detected arsenic around it." Iruka eyes get big at the news of a poisoned kunai as Anbu Otter carefully lifts the kunai by the handle and sniffs the blade. "Smells like almonds. We'll have the lab to confirm." Anbu Otter turns to Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto, do you have anything to say about this incident?" Putting on his trench coat, Naruto: "I cannot think why Tobarama attacked me. I just got lucky that he did not stick me with that kunai. Did the Sandaime tell you to watch me today?" Anbu Otter: "After reading this morning's paper, Sandaime thought it would be wise to have someone watching you. It's not like you did not sense him earlier this morning. Looks like you dislocated his shoulder and broke his jaw." "Yeah, figured Gigi would put a shadow on me today. Had to pull up at the last moment. I almost hit him in the nose and that would have killed him." Picking up a limp Tobarama, Anbu Otter: "I will take Tobarama to the hospital and then file a report with Sandaime about this incident. Iruka, if you, Uzumaki, and the rest of your students write down what they saw and turn them into the Sandaime office later, I would greatly appreciate it." After saying that, Anbu Otter carrying Tobarama leaps toward the village hospital. Sighing, Naruto looks over at Sensei Iruka. "Sorry to give you so much more paperwork on our last day." Putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder and looking him in the eyes. "As long as you are alive, no amount of paperwork is too much, Naruto." Giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze before walking over to the tables. Groans can be heard from the class as Iruka explains to them what they must all do before being dismissed. Iruka reminds them that this will help them in their shinobi training, because after all missions there are mission reports to be written and filed. He tells each student to write down what they saw, to keep them from comparing stories. Iruka tells each student to remain silent while writing their reports. He tells them to write down what they saw, not what they think they saw. He warns the class about not telling the truth because once they hand in their report, Iruka was going to witness it. If they falsified any statement, that could be ramifications by the Sandaime for lying. Troublesome Shikamaru says, "Choji, do you have a pencil I can borrow?" Choji shaking his head as he hands Shikamaru a pencil. Even on the last day of class, Shikamaru doesn't have a pencil. Naruto sits down at the table, pulling a piece of paper and pencil out of his trench coat and paused in thought as to what to write. Do I tell Gigi the truth or a lie? Just state the facts and let him figure out what to do with Tobarama. Remember, he broke the third's law, so you could have killed him. True. But I don't think Tobarama knows the true meaning of demon. I wonder how hard civilian Councilman Masashi is going to bat for his nephew. Knowing Masahi, he already has 2 stories lined up. If Tobarama had succeeded or if he had failed. Yeah, like a true politician, he will be on the side that makes him look good. Okay, we'll just list the facts and go from there. As Naruto finishes his report, he proofs it one time before signing it and goes to stand in line to hand in his report. As he is standing in line, "Dobe, teach me that move." Looking over his shoulder at a glaring Sasuke, "Say the magic word." "Teach me that move, Dobe," growls Sasuke. Looking straight ahead, Naruto, "I still have not heard the magic word, team." Kiba, Choji, Shino, and Shikamaru are standing behind Sai and Sasuke. Kiba leans over to Shino. "What's the magic word?" Choji and Shikamaru start snickering. Shino, "Please." The group watches a fuming Sasuke clenching and unclenching his fists. As Naruto hands his report to Iruka, "Remember team, what happened to the last person, who attacked me from behind?" Naruto turns to walk back to the table where his group had been sitting. As he sits down, he casually looks around to see that most of the rest of the class is sitting as far from him as possible. Having turned in their reports, the rest of the group gathers around Naruto. Iruka stands up, stacking the papers. "Okay, that is everybody's. You all are dismissed until this afternoon ninjutsu test. Have a good lunch and good luck this afternoon." Iruka turns and leaps toward Hokage Tower to turn in all the reports. As they bring out their lunches and begin to eat, Naruto, "Is everybody ready for the ninjutsu portion of the test?" Everybody shakes their heads that they are prepared. Remember, it will be over the 3 basic academy ninjutsu: substitution, hedging, and shadow clones. Take your time and remember what we have practiced and no showboating. Naruto glances over at a grinning Kiba. "Okay, there is something else I have to tell you guys." Everybody stops eating to look at a serious-looking Naruto. "I will fail this part of the exam." Before anybody can say anything, Naruto holds up his hand. "You will just have to trust me on this. By failing this part, I will have failed 2 out of the 3 required to graduate. I will not graduate with you today. What I need from you all is the look of sympathy and caring. However, I will need you to leave as soon as possible. I promise to tell you all the truth Monday morning before the Genin graduation ceremony and team placement. I will need your word that you will leave and not follow me. You are taking a risk by telling them, Kit. If you don't have absolute trust in your teammates, the mission is already doomed." "True." The group slowly nods their heads in agreement. Hinata reaches over to grasp Naruto's hand and looks him in the eyes. "I trust in you, like you trust in me." Naruto smiles. "Thank you all. You do not know what this means to me. You just make sure you tell us why." Monday morning, Kiba glancing at Naruto, with Akamaru barking in agreement. As they finish their lunch, the class move back to the academy building. On a bulletin board is posted the written part of the exam scores. Everybody crowds around the board trying to see their score and everybody else. Naruto and Shikamaru are hanging back from the crowd under one of the trees. Looking up at the clouds, Shikamaru, "How bad do you think Mizuki failed you? That was a pretty lame genjutsu he used on your written test." Looking at the clouds, Naruto, "My guess is barely, probably a 68 to 69 score. You know, close, but no cigar. So you and Mizuki are going to settle it tonight?" Shikamaru still looking at the clouds. "Yep, but I've got to dance to his tune a little bit longer." "Shikamaru, I need you to make sure nobody follows me this afternoon or tonight." Naruto looks down at the crowd around the bulletin board. Looking at the crowd, Shikamaru, "Troublesome. But I've got your back, Naruto." The pair reaches up and bumps fists, then turn as they hear the sounds of squealing coming from Sakura as she crows out her high score and Sasuke's high score. One of the fan club members calls out Naruto's failing grade of 68 to everybody. Sasuke sneers at Naruto, "Still a loser, dobe. You will never become a village shinobi." Looking at Sasuke, Naruto, "It's not over until the big-breasted woman sings," which exempts Sakura, "Team. All I have to do is pass the ninjutsu part and I'm a village shinobi." Sakura looks down at her chest before turning a bright red. "You are such a loser, Naruto. You will never be like Sasuke." "Thank Kami for that. Sasuke is such a pathetic avenger. The kid has some talent, but he is wasting it on his obsession to kill his brother. Well, we did try to lead him down a more productive path. But that damn civilian council, village elders, and Danzo kept stroking his ego and reinforcing his avenger attitude. Hell, his own mother cannot get him to listen to reason." Looking rejected, Naruto, "You are right, Sakura. I shall never be like Sasuke-kun, because I look really terrible in black." Before looking up and grinning at a fuming Sasuke. Looking at the clouds, Shikamaru, "Naruto, you cannot even go one day without aggravating Sasuke. Dragon Horse Bishop D88 captures your silver lance." Bold move, Shikamaru, who knew you were so gutsy. Must have drank some of Kiba's energy drink at lunch. Naruto grins at him. As the lunch period ends, Mizuki, Irika, and Hachi, a teacher that they had earlier while at the academy, stop at the doorway. Mizuki pulls out a clipboard and calls out the order of the students for the final ninjutsu test. As one student after other proceeds to take the exam, Naruto notices his group getting nervous while waiting to have their names called. Naruto starts chatting with them, getting their minds off of the exam as the group slowly calms down. Each member enters the classroom to emerge smiling and wearing the shiny new village shinobi headband. As Sasuke comes out with his headband, fitting that you are the last one, loser. They just saved the best for last, team. Giving his group the thumbs up, Naruto heads into the classroom. Walking into the classroom, Naruto see the three teachers sitting behind a desk. Irika on the far right with Mizuki on the far left. Naruto notices this allows for Mizuki to be partially hidden from Irika. As Naruto walks to the front of the table, Kami, is that what Mizuki calls a chakra disruption seal on the floor? Looking at it, it won't work. Oh, it will work, because I will make sure it works like he wants it to. Got to dance his dance a little longer. He'll activate it once the test starts. I'm surprised Irika doesn't see or feel it. That's because Hachi is casting a B-class genjutsu on the him, so that he does not see the seal. Trusting in his fellow teachers, Irika doesn't even think about sensing for a genjutsu. Well, let's dance the dance. Hachi explains to Naruto that he must complete the 3 basic ninjutsu to graduate since he had failed the written test. But passed the skills test. Naruto proceeds to deliberately screw up the 3 ninjutsu tests. With sad eyes, Irika, Naruto, I'm sorry to say this, but you have failed. You cannot graduate with your class. You will be given the option to retake your final year, next semester. You are dismissed. Chapter 13, Dance the Dance. With sad eyes, Irika, Naruto, I'm sorry to say this, but you have failed. You cannot graduate with your class. You will be given the option to retake your final year, next semester. You are dismissed. Bowing to the group of teachers, thank you for your patience and understanding. I shall try harder next semester. Turning towards the door, Naruto slowly walks away, shoulders slumped slightly. Irika cannot understand how Naruto had failed. He had always shown the ability and knowledge. He just seemed unable to pass any of the written/jutsu tests. Mizuki and Hachi are both grinning. They had accomplished the first part of their plan. Now Mizuki had to wait before going to offer Naruto a second chance to graduate with his classmates. As Naruto exits the classroom and starts to head toward the door leading outside, he hears his other classmates congratulating each other and the parties that were going to be held in their honor for graduating. Well, that part went as we expected. Are you okay, Kit? Yeah, now comes the hard part, waiting for Mizuki to make his offer. I just hope that everybody remembers to offer me sympathy then to leave. Naruto pauses just inside the doorway leading to the outside. He can see the others have put on their new leaf headbands in various positions. Sasuke's fan club members were copying Saki's style with a slight tilt above the right eye. Choji, Shino, and Kiba were going traditional way of wearing their headbands on their foreheads. Shikamaru had his tied on his right arm. Hinata was wearing hers loosely around her neck, and Ino had put hers on like a belt. Sakura has changed her ribbon to bright gold and had it tied to the top of her head. And I thought that Kill Me orange jumpsuit stuck out. Taking a deep breath, Naruto walks outside with his hands inside his pockets. As expected, as soon as he stepped out into the schoolyard, everybody turned to watch him. For a moment, all that was heard were Naruto's footsteps as he walked towards his group. Then somebody called out, "He doesn't have a headband." Naruto failed. All of Sasuke's fan club members started commenting on Sasuke's wisdom to know that Naruto would fail. Naruto never had a chance to become a shinobi and a loser. Once a loser, always a loser. Sasuke smirks at Naruto. Reaching to scratch the back of his head and fake grin, Naruto. You were a tough act to follow. I almost had it until Hachi told me to hedge into you, team. I just could not nail the smirk. Sasuke turns to walk away from Naruto, saying, he won't waste any more of his time with a loser. Sakura was agreeing with him, then asked Sasuke if he would like to come over to her house to celebrate their graduation together. As he approaches his group, he sees the concern and worried looks of his teammates on their faces. As they gather around, Naruto says softly, "Everything is going to be fine. Trust in me like I trust in you." Hinata reaches up and hugs Naruto, whispering in his ear, "Be careful, Naruto-kun." "I will, Hinata-heim," Naruto whispers back before giving her a reassuring hug in return before stepping back. Iruka, Mizuki, and Hichi step out of the doorway and call for all the students to gather around. As soon as the students gather around Iruka's group, Iruka says how proud they were of everybody who passed, and that they were looking forward to hearing about the great achievements that each and everyone would be doing. He then reminds everyone that the official graduation ceremony would be Monday morning at 9 a.m., and the Sandaime would be there to congratulate each of the newest genin to the Leaf Shinobi community. Following the Sandaime speech, the genin teams would be announced and introduced to their team sensei. After Iruka finished his speech, he looked at his former students, smiling at each one. As the group started to disperse, Iruka noticed that Naruto was not in the group that he had given his speech to. Sighing, Iruka knew that Naruto probably slipped away from the group when they moved closer to hear him speak. Iruka could not blame him. He knew it must hurt not to be able to continue on with your classmates. Heading back to his classroom, Iruka sits down at his desk to finish last-minute paperwork and reports. From his desk, he can see the kunai training grounds. There he sees a blonde figure standing in front of the stationary target throwing. Iruka wonders if he should go try to say something encouraging to Naruto. He sees Mizuki walking up behind Naruto. They seem to have a brief discussion before Mizuki turns to leave Naruto. Iruka cannot figure out why Mizuki was talking to Naruto. Iruka suspected Mizuki hated Naruto. It seemed that Naruto had nodded his head in agreement to something that Mizuki had told him before leaving. Looking back out to the training grounds, Iruka saw Naruto was gone. Iruka knew from past experience that he would not be able to track Naruto unless he wished to be tracked. However, he knew he would have no problem tracking Mizuki. Placing the paperwork in a desk drawer, Iruka heads outdoor to start track Mizuki. As soon as Iruka had called all the students together, Naruto had slipped away. Figuring the kunai training grounds would be a good spot to wait, he starts to casually throw kunai at the stationary target. After a couple of tosses, Naruto feels Mizuki approaching from behind, but pretends not to know that he there until Mizuki speaks. Mizuki with sympathy in his voice, "Naruto, I'm sorry that you could not pass the final exams. I know how bad you want to become a Leaf Shinobi." Looking at one of kunai in his hand, depressed-sounding Naruto, "Yeah, I really wanted to become a shinobi and show Sasuke that I'm just as good as he is. But I guess that will never happen." Pausing for a couple of seconds, Mizuki, "Naruto, I want you to have that chance to prove to Sasuke that you can be a Leaf Shinobi. Let me go talk to the Sandaime to see if there is another type of final exam that you might be able to take to graduate." Turning to look at Mizuki with hope in his eyes, Naruto, "Do you think the Sandaime would give me a second chance at graduation?" Looking serious, Mizuki, "I cannot promise anything, but let me go ask him. The Sandaime has a soft spot for you, so I think we can come up with a second chance final exam for you. Meet me at Hokage Park by the Memorial Stone in 2 hours, and I'll let you know what the Sandaime said." "Thank you, Sensei Mizuki. I don't know how I will be able to thank you." Naruto bows to Mizuki. As Mizuki is walking away, he is smirking to himself. "Damn demon brat will do anything to become a Leaf Shinobi. That scroll is good as mine. Better go check in with Hichi and Boar to make sure everything is ready for tonight." As Naruto picks up his kunai and slips away from the training field, checking to see if he is being followed before heading to Hokage Park. Looks like everything is going according to plan. Mizuki casted out his lure and you are circling the bait. One step at a time. I'm still waiting for Kami to throw us a curve. Arriving later at the Memorial Stone, Naruto takes a moment to say a silent prayer to the names on the stone. There on the stone is listed Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. "I'll protect those precious to me like you protected those precious to you. Forgive me, Kushina and Minato." Here he comes right on time. Mizuki comes strolling into the park and stops beside Naruto gazing at the memorial stone. Sandaime says that you can have a second chance at graduation, but there will be a time limit and it must be done tonight. Looking at the names on the stone, Naruto, what is the second chance exam? Smirking to himself, Mizuki. You are to break into the Hokage's personal vault and steal a fake copy of the Forbidden Scroll. You must slip past the ANBU guards and not be detected. ANBU Bor and Sensei Hichi will be watching for you. Bring it to me at Training Field 51 no later than 4 a.m. If you are caught, you have failed the second chance final and you will have to repeat last semester. Naruto seems to be weighing the options. Mizuki, this will be your only second chance. It's a take it or leave it offer. If Sasuke were in your place, he would not hesitate to take the challenge. Mizuki thought mentioning Sasuke would push Naruto over the edge. Mizuki see a look of determination on Naruto's face. He bought it. Tonight I'm free of this damn village and I get to kill the damn demon brat. Looking at his watch, Naruto. No later than 4 a.m. at Training Field 51. Got it. Thank you, Sensei Mizuki, I will not fail you. As Naruto turns to run off in the direction of the Hokage's tower. So you took the bait. Now do you let him reel you in? What he is going to reel in is his worst nightmare. I know that you already have the Forbidden Scroll. What are you going to do until 4 a.m.? I left a couple of Kage clones around Hokage Tower to watch out for Piggy. I'm afraid that he will try to hurt Cat like he did Blue Bird. He earned an extra mark in the payback book because of what he did to Blue Bird. What about Hichi? I got Kage clones looking for Team 2 since Hichi is their team leader. I'm heading over to Training Field 51 and wait for the 3 to show up. Then they dance to our tune. I like your thinking, Kit. 4 a.m. at Training Field 51. Naruto is meditating at a base of a tree with a small fire on the edge of a clearing at Training Field 51. The Forbidden Scroll is lying across his lap. Naruto slowly opens his eyes as he feels the presence of 4 shinobi heading toward him. Using his sonar pulse, he identifies the 4: Mizuki, Piggy, Hichi, and Irika, pinching the bridge of his nose and shaking his head. Here comes Kami's curve ball. How you going to play this? We'll have to see where Sensei Irika fits into this dance and go from there. Are you ready, Sensei? I've been ready for this payback for a long time, so don't rush me. I want to enjoy every minute. Take your time, I have some catching up to do with Piggy. Naruto stands to face the 4 incoming shinobi as they land 30 feet away from Naruto in a half-moon formation. Irika. Naruto, how could you do this? You are in a world of trouble for stealing the Forbidden Scroll. Sandaime has the entire ANBU force out looking for you. Faking confusion, Naruto. What are you talking about, Sensei? Sensei Mizuki said this was a second chance exam, and this is a fake copy of the Forbidden Scroll. Irika whirls on Mizuki. What is the meaning of this, Mizuki? You know we never give second chances at the final exam. You used Naruto to steal the Forbidden Scroll. Wiping out a kunai and holding it to Irika's throat. You are right, Irika. I used Naruto to steal the Forbidden Scroll, and it will be my ticket to riches once I sell it to the Sound Village's Kage. Naruto, take the Forbidden Scroll and run for it. Don't let these traitors have it. Irika shouts before Boar Kidney punches him. With a trembling voice, Naruto. I will trade you the Forbidden Scroll for Sensei Irika, or I will put it in this fire. Deal, you throw us the scroll and we will turn loose Irika, Mizuki says. No, you let Sensei Irika walk over here. I will throw you the scroll, Naruto counters. Naruto spies Hichi pulling out a collapsible windmill shuriken and holding it behind his back. Just as Irika reaches Naruto, he throws the Forbidden Scroll to Mizuki, who catches it and sets it down. Mizuki pulls out a seal, places it on the scroll, does the hand signs. Document verification. Forbidden Scroll. The document turns a light blue. Mizuki smiles. It's the real deal. Kill the demon brat and Irika. Naruto sees Hichi throw the windmill shuriken at him. As he about to counter, Iruka throws himself between the windmill shuriken and Naruto, taking a hit to his back. Falling to the ground at Naruto's feet, Iruka looks up. Run, Naruto. Naruto kneels down beside Iruka. Sensei, why did you jump in front it? Because it is the job of the teacher to protect their students. Iruka says, coughing up some blood before passing out. Yes, but the teacher must let his student learn to protect himself if he expects him to survive. Rest, Sensei. Naruto says as he pulls the windmill shuriken out of Iruka's back and places a green glowing hand on the wound that stops the bleeding. Naruto does a series of hands saying, Earth Tomb, slapping both his hands beside unconscious Iruka, causing his body to slowly sink into the ground. Standing up, Naruto looks at the three traitors, who are staring at Naruto as Iruka's body sinks into the ground. It doesn't matter, you still are going to die tonight, demon, growls Boar. No, you have it all wrong, I'm not going to die tonight. But you two will, and painfully. But first. Naruto hands fly through a series of signs stopping on Fox. Forbidden Scrolls Mind Seal Trap. Activate, a red light encases Mizuki, who is holding the forbidden scroll. Mizuki falls to his knees, clutching the scroll. His mouth is open as if he is screaming. His body starts to slowly pulsing with a red glow, his body twitching. Boar and Hichi are staring at Mizuki. What did you do to him? I've done nothing to him. However, Lord Kyūbi no Yoto is inside his mind, giving him 72 hours worth of torture. Right now, Lord Kyūbi is cooking Mizuki from the inside out, then healing his body and repeating the process. Mizuki is feeling every bit of the pain and agony over and over. Lord Kyūbi has been waiting for this payback for a long time. Mizuki is going to suffer pain beyond description. The pair nods to each other, then jump apart before launching a barrage of kunai at Naruto. Naruto holds up one hand sign, Whirlwind. Capture, a miniature whirlwind surrounds Naruto, capturing all the incoming kunai, so that they are now spinning around Naruto. Holding up another sign, Whirlwind. Return causes all the kunai to go flying back at Hichi and Boar, who jump out of the paths of the returning kunai. Hichi hands flashes through a series signs before calling out, Genjutsu, Mind Freeze. Boar grins. This is Hichi's strongest genjutsu. The demon was finished. They both look at Naruto, who is shaking his head. Hichi, you must have taught Mizuki his genjutsu that he used on all my tests, because they all sucked like this one. Hichi's mouth is hanging open. That was his best class at genjutsu. The demon should not even be moving, much less talking. Boar starts to do several hand signs. Fireball, as he exhales his strongest fire ninjutsu at Naruto. Naruto counters with water cannon, as a stream of water leaves Naruto's mouth. The two collide with the water stream, extinguishing the fireball, then hitting Boar in the chest, driving him into a tree. Hichi is looking at Boar before turning to stare at Naruto. Naruto, Hichi, you were planning to take Team 2 with the three of you, telling them that they had another escort mission. Seeing how you have been using those three to get information on merchants' shipments and raiding them. On the other hand, if Team 2 were the escorts, would fight off raiders with Piggy coming to your aid at a critical time. Thus the merchants were so grateful to Piggy they gave him all sorts of gifts. Once you arrive at the Sound Village, you would ransom Team 2 to their rich fathers or give them to Orochimaru as a gift. So what happened, Piggy? Did Blue Bird start to suspect the two of you? That is why you tried to kill her. You would have killed Cat tonight because she was starting to ask questions. Luck for you, Hichi. You just knocked her out and left her tied up in the closet at the Hokage's tower when you heard those housekeepers coming down the hall. Boar has gotten up to stand beside Hichi. Should have killed that bitch if it was not for those housekeepers. How the hell did you know about those two housekeepers coming down the hall? Sounds of someone gurgling draws Boar and Hichi attention back to a red glowing Mizuki. Naruto casually, looks like Mizuki has moved from being burned alive to drowning. That means Kyūbi has only 10 more torture techniques to go. Hichi/Boar, you are charged with armed robbery, attempted murder of 2 village shinobi, attempted kidnapping of village shinobi, and treason. By order of the Sandaime, your sentence is death. Naruto feels Sandaime, Ibiki, and Anko presence, but they stopped on the out edge of the clearing. Thank you, Gigi. Anko cannot understand why the Sandaime had stopped them on the edge of the clearing. She can see two shinobi facing a blonde individual with the fourth seemed to be glowing red. "Why did we stop?" Enko asked. "Because I promised them their revenge," Sandame says calmly. "If Naruto needs help, he will let us know." Hichi's eyes grow large at hearing Naruto's comment. "Who are you?" Naruto Uzumaki was the dead last in the class. Could not do even basic academy jutsu. Sounds of branches breaking can be heard. Looks like Lord Kyūbi has moved to break each and every bone in Mizuki's body now. Both watch as Naruto slowly pull out a black katana from behind his back. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Jinchuriki to Lord Kyūbi no Yodo the Nine-Tailed Fox. Outside the village you would know me as Kai, the Golden Fox, but tonight you will know me only as your executioner." Hichi and Boar's eye grow larger at each name, and the look of panic starts to appear in their eyes when Naruto makes the last statement. Hichi breaks and starts to run away, with Boar yelling at him to stay and fight. "Hichi, your sentence shall be a swift one, Kitsune Amaterasu." Raising one hand sign before pointing at the running Hichi from Naruto's fingertips, a glowing red ball appears. Like firing a bullet, the ball leaves, and as it travels toward Hichi, it takes the shape of a running red fox. Hichi see it coming, turns and slams his hand down on the ground. Earth wall barrier. An earth wall appears between Hichi and the approaching red glowing fox. The glowing fox jumps straight into the barrier, but passes through it to strike Hichi in the chest. Hichi staggers back from the impact to look down, horror to see that his feet are glowing a bright red and the smell of burning flesh. Hichi throws his head back and screams as the flames slowly work their way up. Hichi pulls out a kunai as if he can cut off his legs before stabbing the kunai into his heart. The earth wall crumbles as Hichi falls over dead. The flames continue to burn up his body slowly. Anko cannot believe her eyes. She had heard about the Uchiha form of Amaterasu, but she did not think their version was like a living creature that could pass through barriers. She turns to watch the final two as Naruto starts to slowly walk toward Boar. Naruto swinging his katana. "Guess what, piggy? You will not get off so easy. You will experience the world of pain before I kill you." Boar's eyes are filled with panic. He has already seen that he is no match for Naruto in ninjutsu and what he had done to Hichi. Pulling out his katana. "Come on, demon brat. Let's settle this," as he assumes an attack position. Grinning evilly, Naruto. "I thought you would never ask. Let's dance." Anko looked over at the Sandame. She had seen Boar fight with a katana at practice and knew that he was very good. However, the Sandame did not seem concerned. He had taken out his pipe and was looking for matches when Ibiki lights his pipe for him. As the two made their first pass, Ibiki shaking his head, "Naruto is going to slice Boar up into bacon." As the two made their first pass, Boar felt something fall off his right arm. Looking down, he sees his leaf headband that he wore on his right arm lying on the ground. His shirt sleeve showed no signs of a cut. As he looks up, he sees a golden blur go by before feeling his Anbu mask falling from his face. Naruto has stopped several feet away from him. "You don't deserve to wear either, nor shall you die with them on." Raising his katana, Naruto proceeds to advance onto Boar. Boar had thought himself to be an expert with the katana, but quickly Naruto was proving to him that he was seriously mistaken. Boar tries in vain to block Naruto's strikes. However, Naruto seemed to be nicking him with each pass. Soon Boar's shirt is in ribbons covered in blood from the many cuts from all over his body. Boar feels as if a finger ran across his belly. Looking down, he sees that Naruto has sliced open his belly and his intestines were about to fall out. Reaching down with his left hand to try to stop his guts from falling out, Naruto reverses his katana and strikes Boar on the left side of his left knee. Boar feels his left leg giving away. Naruto then strikes the right side of his right knee, causing him to fall down on his knees. Excruciating pain is felt by Boar, while with his left hand he is still trying to hold in his intestines. Naruto steps back and drives his katana into Boar's right shoulder and twists it before pulling it out, causing Boar to drop his katana. Boar looks pleading into Naruto's eyes. "Have mercy on me, let me live. I'll give you the same mercy like you gave Blue Bird." Naruto makes one final pass with his katana. Anko watches at the precision that Naruto had dissected Boar. But his last pass she thought he had missed before he put up his katana, until Boar's body fell forward and his head bounced several feet away. Naruto walks over and picks up Boar's ANBU mask/headband before walking over to the spot that he had placed Irika. Doing several hand signs, Earth Tome Resurrection, slams his hands to the ground. Irika's body slowly raises out of the ground. Naruto runs a glowing green hand over Irika. Well, Sensei, I better get you to a hospital. My medical jutsu is basic at best. Looking over at the red glowing Mizuki. Are you about finished, Sensei? Gigi and company are about here? Done, Kit, Kami, that felt good. The red glow fades as a now unconscious Mizuki falls over onto the ground. You did leave something for Ibiki and Anko? Yeah, but they may be disappointed because he will break at their first try. They will have to just live with that disappointment. As Naruto picks up the forbidden scroll, he kicks Mizuki in the stomach before turning to walk back to the fire. Why did you not kick him a little lower? I figured one of your paybacks was the loss of those, so why aim for something that is not there? True, they are most definitely not there anymore. As Sandaime, Ibiki, and Anko are approaching Naruto, they see Naruto picking up the forbidden scroll and then kicking the down Mizuki. Anko, that's my kind of kid. Kick him while they are down. But he should have kicked him where it would have really hurt. As the three lands in front of Naruto, he bows, Sandaime, please forgive me. I failed my primary mission, but I succeed in my secondary mission. We will discuss your failure later. Was your success of your secondary mission to your satisfaction? Sandaime looking over at Hichi's burning body and Boar's decapitated one. With a foxy grin, Naruto. Oh yes, Sandaime, was to our satisfaction. Sandaime, may I please take Sensei Irika to the hospital? He sustained an injury while protecting me. Could Ms. Mitarashi please accompany me to the hospital? So she can explain to the staff that I did not do this to Sensei Irika? Anko leans over to Ibiki. Who is this Ms. Mitarashi that he is talking about? Shaking his head, Ibiki. Anko, he is talking about you. Remember, that is your last name. Looking sheepishly, Anko. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that. Nodding his head, Sandaime. Yes, that would be a wise thing to do after what happened the last time you brought someone to the hospital. Anko, accompany Naruto to the hospital and ensure that Naruto is not bothered. Naruto, after you have ensured that Irika is being taken care of, you and Anko report to my office. Holding the forbidden scroll, Naruto. What do you want me to do with the forbidden scroll? Without looking back, Sandaime. You got it out, you put it back. I will wait here with Ibiki until an ANBU team arrives to take out the garbage. I will see the two of you in my office later. Hi, Naruto places the forbidden scroll on his back before picking up Irika. If you will please follow me, Ms. Mitarashi. Anko noticed that Naruto had no problem picking up the unconscious Irika before leaping towards the hospital. As they land in front of the emergency entrance, Anko was a bit winded from keeping up with Naruto. She now knew why all the ANBU considered chasing Naruto was a major workout. As Naruto enters the emergency room, he places Irika gently on a table before yelling, I have a seriously injured shinobi here. I need medical assistance now. A doctor sticks his head into the room. Who did you kill this time? The next instant, the doctor finds himself pinned to the wall with a kunai pressed to his throat and a very pissed-off looking female kunoichi glaring at him. If you value your life, you will see to the care of this shinobi, or I will find another living doctor to do so. The doctor gently nods his head in agreement. Anko steps back so that the doctor can start checking on Irika. After the doctor checks the wound, he calls out to his staff to ready for surgery. Before they take Irika into surgery, he awakens to find Naruto on one side and a beautiful woman on the other. Naruto, did I die and go to heaven? I see an angel with beautiful gray eyes beside me. Anko feels herself blushing at his comment. Trying to rise up Irika. We have to stop Mizuki. He has the forbidden scroll. Placing his hands on Irika's shoulders to push him back down on the table, Do not worry, sensei. The forbidden scroll is safe and Mizuki has a date with Ibiki. Thanks to your angel who saved us. Now rest and let the good doctors fix you up. Placing a glowing green hand to Irika's temple causes Irika to drift off to sleep. As the hospital staff will Irika into surgery, a senior doctor approaches, bows to Naruto and Anko. Please forgive my young colleague. Your friend will receive the finest treatment. Bowing to the doctor, Naruto. Apology accepted. Tell me Dr. Akunoichi was brought in earlier. How is she? She just suffered a minor concussion. She shall be released later this afternoon. Now if you will excuse me, I will go take care of your colleague. Bowing, the doctor heads to the surgical area. Turning to walk down the hall, Anko falls in step with Naruto. Do you wish to visit your friend now, or do you wish to go see the old man? Chapter 14, Debriefing and Proposals. Turning to walk down the hall, Anko falls in step with Naruto. Do you wish to visit your friend now, or do you wish to go see the old man? Looking out of the corner of her eye, Anko. How do you know we are friends? I have seen you and Anbu cat around the village talking and eating dango on quite a few occasions, so I made the assumption that you at least knew her, Naruto said as they continue to walk down the hall. They stop at a nurse's station to get the room number before walking to the room. Naruto stops outside the door. Ms. Mitarashi, I will be waiting for you in the surgery waiting room after your visit. Anko, why don't you come in and at least say hi? It would be a major breach of security for a non-shinobi to see an ANBU face without their mask. Therefore, I shall be waiting for you. Take your time. Naruto bows to Anko before walking off towards the waiting area. Knocking gently on the door, she hears a voice bidding her to enter. As Anko enters the room, the lights are turned down low. A man is sitting in a chair beside the hospital bed, holding the hand of a young female lying on it. Medical monitors beside the bed are giving off a soft green glow. Closing the door and walking up behind the man and gently squeezing his shoulder. How is Yugo doing? Hey-8? Reaching up to cover Anko's hand, Hey-8 Gecko is looking at Yugo Yuzuki's sleeping face. The doctors say she was fine, but that she will probably have the mother of all headaches later. What the hell happened? All I know is an ANBU agent came beating on my door to tell me that Yugo was being taken to hospital due to an attack. Looking at a resting Yugo Anko, I'm not sure of all the facts, but I do know that her ANBU partner Bor was involved in the attack. Where is that son of a bitch? I'll kill him. Hey-8 starts to rise out of the chair only to be pressed back down by Anko. Grinning at Hey-8 Anko, all I can say at the moment is you are a little late. Bor is already dead, and before you ask, no, I did not kill him. However, I got to watch as Bor was given a major ass kicking before his demise. Squeezing Anko's hand, Hey-8. Well, when you see whoever killed Bor, tell them thank you for me and I'll buy them all the sake they can drink. I wonder if he old enough to drink? I'll tell them. Well, I got to go give a report to Sandame about tonight. I check back with you this evening. When Yugo wakes up, give her my love. Squeezing Hey-8's shoulder one more time before exiting the room. As Anko is walking down the hall towards the waiting room, she wonders if she will ever have someone who would be sitting at her bedside, holding her hand if she were in the hospital. She gets to thinking about what Irika said earlier, comparing her to an angel, causing her to blush at the thought. Shaking her head, she had been called lots of names. However, none of those were nice ones. She sees Naruto sitting on a bench with a book in one hand and a pen in the other. He appears to be drawing a line through something. Naruto turns to watch Anko approaching. Standing up, he places the book back inside his trench coat. So how was your friend? Naruto asks as he turns to fall in step with Anko. Smiling Anko. Her boyfriend says that she will be fine, except she will have a major headache later. He also said that he would buy you all the sake you can drink for taking care of Bor. I personally do not like to overindulge in the consumption of sake, but I do have a friend who would gladly take my place. However, Anbu Cat's boyfriend better have a substantial amount of money because my friend has a huge thirst. Tell him to meet me at the Blind Shinobi bar to pay his debt. They got a karaoke system. Hell no, that's all I need is drunk. off-key singing sensei.
Definitely hell no.
Spoil sport. Shaking his head, Naruto. On second thought, that would not be a good idea. Thank him for his kind offer. As they are walking towards the Hokage's tower, Anko notices that the forbidden scroll was no longer on Naruto's back. Where the scroll? Blonde? Looking at the sun peeking over the edge of the village wall, Naruto. Put it back already. Stopping in the street, Anko grabs Naruto's arm. Wait a minute, are you trying to tell me that from the time that we parted ways, you snuck back into Hokage's tower, which is probably crawling with Anbu? Put the scroll back. Snuck out and was waiting for me in waiting room. Putting his hand to his chin as if in deep thought, then looking at Anko. Yeah, that pretty much sounds right. Anko is staring at Naruto. There is no way in hell that you could have done all that. Just no way in hell that scroll in back in the vault right now. Care to make a little wager on that belief? Naruto offers offhandedly. Anko, what is the bet? Putting his hands in his pockets, Naruto. If the scroll is not back in the vault when we arrive, then I will buy you all the dango and sake that you can eat or drink for a week. Anko eyes start to glaze over thinking of all the dango and sake she could have. But stops to look at Naruto. What do you get if, and I mean a big, if the scroll in vault? Glancing at Anko as he starts to walk again towards the Hokage's tower. If I win, all you have to do is listen to a scenario that I would like for you to consider, and it will not be a sexual scenario with you. You are quite an attractive, intelligent, sexy kunoichi/lady. However, right now there is another kunoichi for that scenario. As they are walking, Anko thinks that she cannot lose. Deal. Continuing to walk, Naruto sticks out his hand. Deal. Shaking Naruto's hand, Anko suddenly feels like she has been tricked. She going to learn never trust a kitsune. One of life's lesson she will learn the hard way. As they near the tower, they see the Sandame approaching from ANBU headquarters direction as they meet at the front entrance. Sandame is looking tired and old. It has been a long night for him and he is not as young as he used to be. Looking at the pair, Sandame. So have you got Irika settled into the hospital? Grinning Naruto. Hi, Irika-sensei is receiving the finest treatment after Ms. Mitarashi motivated the local resident to adjust his attitude. Ms. Mitarashi also checked on ANBU Cat. Her doctor said she has a mild concussion. She should be released later today. Nodding his head, Sandame. That is good to hear about Cat and Irika. We cannot stand to lose village shinobi to scum like those traitors. Hopefully, Anko, you did not motivated the young resident too much. Smiling Anko. No, I just read him the riot act. Sandame, if you don't mind, could you please settle a bet before we give our reports? Raising one eyebrow, Sandame. How can I settle a bet for you, Anko? Could we please go to your private vault and check to see if an item has been returned? Anko asks. I don't see why not. Whom did you make this wage with? Sandame had a fairly good idea that it was Naruto. But he did not want Anko to know. Pointing her finger at Naruto. Blonde swears he has already returned the item to your personal vault. I say he lying and you can validate my victory by showing us an empty vault. Walking down to the underground vault, Sandame glances at Naruto, who just winks at him and grins. Standing in front of the vault, Sandame bites his thumb to smear some blood on the lock, and then performs several hand signs before placing his hand on the lock. Pulling the door open, Sandame walks into the vault followed by Anko and Naruto. There lying on a table is the forbidden scroll with a letter on top. Sandame picks it up, looks at it, then hands it to Anko. It's addressed to you. Confused Anko looks at the letter before opening and reading it. You lose, Ms. Mitarashi. Naruto Uzumaki. Staring at the letter, then at Naruto. How in the hell did you do this? Naruto shrugs his shoulders. Clan secrets is all I'm going to say. Ushering the pair out of his vault and closing it. Sandame see Anko still looking back and forth from the vault door to the letter in her hand. As they finally make their way back to the Sandame's office, Sandame asks his ANBU guards to wait outside before placing a Kage silent seal on his office. Taking a seat behind his desk, Sandame reaches in a desk drawer, pulling out a bottle of sake and 3 glasses. He proceeds to pour 3 glasses of sake for himself, Anko, and Naruto. He gestures them to take a glass, then leans forward with his glass to offer a toast. Naruto Uzumaki. Once again you have done your village a great service. Thank you. Leaning back in his chair, Sandame slowly sips his sake. Anko takes a sip of her sake, her eyes grow large. Bloody mist, blue moon harvest, this is the best in the land. Kami. This is so good. It's better than dango. Taking a sip of his sake, Naruto closes his eyes. Success. But failure, a bitter combination. Nectar of the heavens. Kit, let it go, you cannot always be 100% successful. Enjoy your sake. After a moment of silence passes before Sandame says, "Report Naruto." Setting his glass on the desk, Naruto looks the Sandame in the eyes. Primary objective to capture the spy master from the Sound Village was a failure. Due to unforeseen complications, Mizuki was unable to lead me to the spy master. However, during my brief conversation with Mizuki, his plans were to flee to the Sound Village with the scroll and not meet up with the spy master. Hichi/Boar were greedy pawns that Mizuki used for his missions and profit. Checking Mizuki home earlier, I found that he had only met the spy master once, when he was recruited, and then he did not get a good look. My theory is the spy master used a hedge when he recruited Mizuki to protect his identity. I suspect all his instructions, pickup/drop-offs, and payoffs were handled through blind drops to Mizuki through the postal system. Mizuki destroyed all correspondence, so there is no means to backtrack to the spy master. I also suspected that Boar would try to eliminate his partner Cat here at the tower. By providing a potential discovery of the pair, they were forced to change their plans and only render Anbu Cat unconscious before hiding her in the closet. Before they left, they sounded the alarm that I had stolen the forbidden scroll and pretended to leave to help search for me. Without talking with Irika Sensei, I would speculate that he followed Mizuki to his meeting point with Hichi/Boar. Their Boar probably told him that I had stolen the forbidden scroll and asked Irika to aid them in capturing me. Irika probably had no idea that he was going to be used as extra protection to ensure that I handed over the scroll. At the clearing, I faced off against the 3. That is when it was revealed to Irika the real story. Mizuki took Irika hostage, to which I negotiated an exchange of the forbidden scroll for Irika. When Mizuki had possession of the scroll and verified its authenticity, he ordered Hichi/Boar to kill us. Hichi threw a windmill shuriken at me from my blind side, but before I could counter, Irika jumped in to shield me from the attack, thus getting his injury. You arrived after I had treated Irika's injury and moved him to safety. The rest you saw, therefore I will not repeat unless you need for verification. You will have my full written report first thing tomorrow morning. Anko is staring at Naruto, then the Sandame. This kid was giving a mission report that had Anbu Black Ops written all over it. From the detail of report and the Sandame's expression, the kid had been doing this type of work for the Sandame for some time. The ninjutsu/katana taijutsu styles alone spoke volumes to Anko. This kid was no genin by any means. She could only speculate what level shinobi he was. Then the thought crosses her mind, why the hell am I in here for this mission's debriefing? I just usually write my reports and hand them to Ibiki, who reads and files them. And how the hell did he know that Yugo was knocked unconscious and locked in a closet? Anko was looking at her sake glass, thinking these thoughts, when it dawned on her that the room was very quiet. Raising her head, she sees Naruto/Sandame watching her. Ms. Mitarashi, you are probably wondering right now why you were included in this mission debriefing, Naruto says before taking a sip of his sake. Anko slowly nods her head in agreement. Ms. Mitarashi, Sandame brought you with him tonight so that you might firsthand witness my ability. Ms. Mitarashi, I'm going to call in your debt from our wager earlier today. As you have already realized, I'm no genin. I will not tell you until later if you agree to my scenario what my true ranking is. I have been doing Black Op missions for the Sandame for little over 4 years now. Right now, everybody in this village thinks I've failed the academy graduation exams, that I'm a loser. What is going to happen Monday before the genin graduation ceremony? Sandame is going to announce to the class and later the council that I was deliberately failed by Mizuki, that he used me to steal an important item from the village. However, Irika-sensei found the truth, notified the Sandame, who asks me to cooperate with Mizuki so that they were able to capture a traitor. To correct this injustice to me, I will be awarded my leaf headband. Now here is where you come in, Ms. Mitarashi. The genin teams have already been decided with Jonin-sensei. I am the odd man out because the teams have already formed. What Sandame would like for you to become my Jonin-sensei. I will be a genin team of one. Occasionally I will fill in as needed with various other genin teams. But the majority of the time it will just be the two of us. Most of the missions will be regular genin type with us training together so that we learn to work as a well-oiled team. However, when Sandame has a Black Ops mission, we will have a genin cover mission to conceal our true mission. If you agree to becoming my Genin-sensei, I can promise you 3 things. Taking a slow sip of her sake, Anko looks at Naruto. And what might be those 3 things? Holding up his hand with 3 fingers in the air, Naruto starts counting off the reasons. 1. You have seen a sample of my abilities. I will always have your back. I will always get us home. 2. After each mission, I will treat you to all the dango and sake you can drink. And I will include a case of Bloody Mist Blue Moon Harvest sake once a month. 3rd and final. I will remove the cursed seal of heaven mark that your traitor Orochimaru-sensei put on you. I will train you so that when you meet up with him again, you will be able to kill him. Anko is staring at her glass. She is clutching it so tightly that Sandame is afraid that she will crush it. Don't joke about something like that. You don't know how badly I want to kill that SOB. Getting out of his chair to walk over and kneeling in front of Anko, gently placing his hands over hers. Know this, Ms. Mitarashi. I'm not joking. I'm a master of Fuinjutsu. There isn't a seal I cannot make or break. And yes, I know how badly you wish to kill Orochimaru, who betray you as a sensei. Because there is someone who I wish to kill just as badly as you would do with Orochimaru. I will train you and help you, so that you can accomplish your goal. Looking up into Naruto's eyes, Anko notices that his eyes are no longer light blue, but a swirling golden color. Can you do all those things? Who are you, Naruto Uzumaki? How long do I have to decide? Lighting his pipe, Sandame. If you decide to accept, meet here Monday at noon with the rest of the Genin-sensei. If you decide you don't want this assignment, you will be back at T&I department. However, what has been discussed this morning is classified as a S-class village secret. Still kneeling in front of her Naruto. Ms. Mitarashi, regardless of your decision, I will remove the cursed seal of heaven from you. Getting up, Naruto returns to his seat, sips his sake. Incoming guests Gigi, one of the East Gate guards with Team 2. Sandame looks at Naruto, who is grinning into his glass. What did you do to Team 2, and why is the East Gate guard here with them? Looking innocent, Naruto. Because Hichi told them to sneak out of the village last night for a secret escort mission that never happened. This morning they tried to re-enter the village via the East Gate. But since they never officially checked out of the village, they were asked for the password of the week, which I guessing they got it wrong. And knowing them, they started to berate the gate guards and throw around their fathers' names. The gate guards decided to pass the buck and kick it up to you, making it your headache. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Gigi, do you have any suggestions? An evil grin appears on Naruto's face. Now that you mention it, yes I do. I would have them locked up in ANBU jail over the weekend on charges of exiting and trying to enter the village illegally, since they will argue that they have the correct password because they had written it down. This will also add a charge of failure to follow proper security protocol of not writing down sensitive village information. Plus, you could say that they are accessories to Mizuki since Hichi was their sensei. Tell them that they will have their stories verified by Ibiki/Anko first thing Monday morning since both parties are out of town for the weekend. Once they are locked up, I would have Ibiki and Anko stand outside their cell door and causally tell horror stories of what they heard Ibiki/Anko have done to various people. Then I would leave them to their imaginations of what's going to happen to them on Monday. Monday morning, I would separate them before questioning them. I would bet you even money that they will blame the other members of their team for the problem. They will also probably demand to see Hichi and their fathers. What punishment you decide to give them is up to you. Also, you will have to find them a new sensei. Anko sipping her sake. That not a bad idea. Ibiki and me standing outside their cell doors telling horror stories, then leaving to let their imagination work over the weekend. That is brilliant. They will think up more forms of torture than we could ever imagine. They will crack like eggs and we won't even have to touch them. Knocking on the door is heard. Sorry to interrupt Sandame, but we have a problem at the east gate. Sandame looks at Naruto, who motions Anko to bring her glass and come over to the window. Opening the window, Naruto steps out on the ledge and sits down, motioning Anko to join him on the ledge. Anko looks over at Naruto as she joins him on the ledge. Why are we out here? Looking at the faces on Hokage Mountain. 2 reasons. 1, it's a nice morning with a great view. 2, why waste a genjutsu on a team that is that dumb? Besides, we can hear everything clearly from here. Sipping his drink, Naruto leans back against the wall. Anko thinks about it for a second, then leans back against the wall, sips her drink. Blonde, you make a good argument. Once both are out of sight, Gigi raises his hand, Kage's silent release before calling out, "Enter." One of the East Gate guards ushers Team 2 into the Sandame office. Sandame, I'm sorry to bother you this early in the morning, but Team 2 tried to enter the village illegally this morning. Logbooks show that they never signed out the previous evening and they did not have the correct counter password. When we questioned them, they became arrogant and made various threats, so I arrested them and brought them here. Sandame slowly lights his pipe and looks over at a glaring Team 2. Well, what do you have to say to these charges? Mina boldly steps forward. We were following our sensei's orders. We were to perform a secret escort mission last night. Hichi-sensei never showed up at the designated meeting place, so we tried to enter back into the village this morning to find Hichi. However, those buffoons at the East Gate would not let us enter because they said we gave the wrong password. They would not even let us in when I mentioned who my father is in this village. Naruto is silently holding up 4 fingers, and as Mina lists his various reasons, Naruto slowly lowers a finger. Anko is trying to keep from laughing. Mina is using every reason that Naruto had predicted he would say. Quietly, Sandame asks, "And what was the password?" Mina replies, "I've been a bad shinobi. Spank me." "Are you sure about the password?" Sandame says while resting his forehead on his hands. Glaring at the Sandame, Mina, "Yes, I'm sure I wrote it down and had it in my wallet for safekeeping. So tell this idiot to let us go so that we can find Hichi-sensei." Smiling, Naruto slowly lowers another finger. Anko is slowly shaking her head in disbelief that anyone would admit to writing down the password. Sandame slowly raises his head to stare at Team 2. First of all, the East Gate Guard is a Chunin shinobi, and you will show respect to higher-ranking shinobi, genin. Second, you failed to use proper checkout/check in procedure at the gates. Third, Hichi was charged earlier this evening with armed robbery, attempted murder of 2 village shinobi, attempted kidnapping of village shinobi, and treason. He was executed for his crimes. And right now I thinking that you 3 were his accessories. Issel starts to stutter. You cannot do that, our fathers won't let you. Anko and Naruto look at each other silently, agreeing that was not the thing to say to the Sandame. Naruto lowers his last finger. Sandame stands up so suddenly his chair falls over as his hands hit the top of his desk. I'm the Hokage of this village and you are shinobi. Your fathers won't be able to do a damn thing for you. Umbu in here now. 2 ANBU agents appear behind Team 2. Take Team 2 to ANBU headquarters, lock them up. When TNI Ibiki/Anko get back Monday, have them do a through check on Team 2 to prove that they are telling the truth. Get them out of my sight. Straightens up his chair. Sandame sits down and turns his back on Team 2. Escorted by the ANBU and East Gate Guard, Team 2 is being led away. They are demanding to see their fathers and claiming their innocence. Naruto raises up his head to peek into the Sandame's office. Is it safe to come out now? Wearily, Sandame. Yes, and close the window, you are causing a draft. Swiveling around in his chair, Sandaime reaches in his desk drawer for his sake. Refill anyone? Anko looks at her empty glass before offering it for refill. Naruto kindly waves the Sandaime's offer off. As Sandaime and Anko are taking a sip, Naruto looking thoughtful. You know, you could always make Ibiki Marino Team 2 new sensei. The thought of Ibiki being Team 2 new sensei caused both Sandaime and Anko to lurch forward and sake to come out of their noses. Good one, Kit. Chapter 15, Anko's Day. The thought of Ibiki being Team 2 new sensei caused both Sandaime and Anko to lurch forward and sake to come out of their noses. Good one, Kit. Reaching into his trench coat, Naruto pulls out 2 handkerchiefs and hands one to Gigi and Anko. Are you two all right? Wiping tears from her eyes, Anko. Ibiki being those Baka's sensei is hilarious. I cannot wait to pull that one on him. I bet he'll threaten to quit and join a monastery instead. I'll have to remember to have a camera because his expression will be priceless. Wiping tears from his eyes, Gigi. Anko, if you do, I want a copy of that picture. Looking over at Naruto. Maybe I should just make you their sensei, Naruto. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto. No problem, Gigi. I'll either make them the finest shinobi in the village or they will be dead before the end of the week. I would lean more towards being dead, because those Tems are hopeless. Speaking of hopeless, what did you do to Tobarama? Taking a careful sip of her sake, Anko. Who Tobarama and what did you do to him, blonde? Looking up at the ceiling, Naruto. Tobarama Masashi was a classmate of mine. He attacked me during the taijutsu final exam with a poison kunai. I dislocated his shoulder and broke his jaw. Thought about killing him briefly, but I already had enough bad press for that day. His uncle is civilian councilman Noba Masashi. Taking a long sip of his sake, Gigi. Yes, Councilman Masashi showed up at my office about 3. He came to plead for mercy for his misguided, grieving nephew. According to Masashi, Tobarama looked up to Councilman Jinjo as a role model. If Tobarama looked up to Jinjo as a role model, you should have killed that little bastard. And being misinformed about the facts of Jinjo's death, he thought that you had killed him and wanted revenge. Looking at Gigi, Naruto. Let me guess, he pleaded with you to let him be sent to the fire capital to receive the necessary help to overcome his grief instead of letting Marino/Mitarashi have a session with him. Nodding his head, Gigi. He said also that from the recent events, Tobarama no longer wishes to be a village shinobi. Once he has completed his recovery in the capital, he wishes to return and serve Konoha in a non-shinobi capacity. Putting her glass on the desk, Anko. Meaning he wants to come back and become a councilman or bureaucrat. You should have killed him, Kit. He's going to come back and stab you in the back with legal mumbo-jumbo. Yeah, you're probably right. But at the time it was the best solution. And if he becomes too big of pain in the ass, tragic accidents happen all the time. I like your train of thought, Kit. Looking down at the floor, Naruto. And if Tobarama had killed me, Noba would probably been in here demanding that you declare Tobarama a village hero and declare yesterday as Tobarama Masashi Day. Gigi sadly shakes his head in agreement. Anko, being a Tokubetsu Jonin, knew that Naruto was the Jinchuriki to the nine-tailed fox. She had lost friends to Kyūbi no Yoto when he rampaged the village 16 years ago, but she never saw Naruto as the nine-tailed fox. Anko could understand Naruto's comment about his death becoming a village holiday. Anko could feel kindred with Naruto because she had faced a similar situation when she returned to village after leaving with Orochimaru. Naruto looks at a tired Gigi. Gigi, go home, get some sleep. Don't let those civilian council idiots demand that you tell them what happened this morning. It was shinobi matter, end of story. Tell your ANBU, unless the village is burning to the ground, that you are not to be bothered. We have done everything we can for now. All that is left is the paperwork. Ms. Mitarashi, I hope that you will consider what we have discussed earlier, and I will still remove the curse of the heaven regardless of your decision. Now, if you all will excuse me, I would like to go grab a bite to eat and take a shower. Naruto stands up and places his glass on the desk. That is an excellent idea, Naruto. I will do just that. Anko, consider our offer, and sometime this afternoon, if you and Ibiki could have a little conversation outside Team 2 cell door, I would greatly appreciate it. Would you like a top-off for the road? Sandaime holding up the sake bottle. Anko not wanting to pass up on the opportunity. Yes, please. Standing up, Anko bows to Sandaime. You have given me much to consider. I'm looking forward to seeing the look on Ibiki's face when I spring on him that he will be the new sensei to Team 2. I shall let you know the results of the T&I session with Team 2 Monday morning and my decision. Sandaime heads towards the door with Anko/Naruto following closely behind. As they exit the building, Naruto wags a finger at Gigi. If you go to a council meeting before Monday, I'll never substitute for you again. Grinning Gigi, cannot have that. Anko/Naruto have a good weekend. Before leaping towards his home, followed closely by his 2 ANBU security detail. Turning to walk toward the market area, Naruto, I'm going to grab some ramen. Care to join me? With her eyes closed while taking a sip of sake, Anko. Not today, blonde. I also need to grab a shower and quick nap before heading into work. I'll take a rain check. Turning and bowing to Anko, Naruto. That's fine. Hope that you have a good nap and enjoyable day at work. Until later, Ms. Mitarashi. Naruto turns and heads towards Ichiraku's ramen stand, waving to Anko as he walks off. Anko finishes her drink, savoring the last drop before opening her eyes to watch Naruto walking off and the villagers moving out of his way and glaring at him. She sees several villagers glaring at her because Naruto was talking to her before waving goodbye. Anko stares back at them to challenge them. The villagers break eye contact and move on. Anko can hear villagers muttering about damn demon brat, snake bitch, and various other names. Anko leaps up to the roof before leaping towards her apartment. She has a lot to think about before Monday. Naruto enters into Ichiraku's ramen stand to see he the only customer this early in the morning. Ayam looks up and smiles at Naruto. I'm sorry, sir. We are no longer serving ramen. Ichiraku is only serving dango now. Naruto has just taken his seat when Ayam makes her statement. His head hits the countertop. Just kill me now. I no longer have a reason to live. I'm just kidding, little brother. You know my father would never quit making ramen. A laughing Ayam. Don't scare me like that, big sister. You almost gave me a heart attack. Naruto says, looking up from the countertop. So what will it be, little brother? Ayam says as she takes out her order book. Looking at the menu as if for the first time, Naruto. Something light? I have a busy day, so make it 4 bowls each of beef, pork, chicken and vegetable ramen and some hot tea to wash it down. As she calls out the order to her father, Naruto hears him yell out to him, Good morning, Naruto. Naruto calls back, Good morning, Ichiraku. As Ayam sets the first bowl in front of Naruto. So were you the reason all those NBU were running around early this morning? Finishing his first bowl, reaching for his second, Naruto looks up innocently. Who, me? Why would NBU be looking for me? I was sound asleep all last night. Trying to look serious, Ayam. You know if you lie, Kami will send you to hell where they only serve dango. With a sincere look, Naruto. Well then it's a good thing that I don't lie because life would be hell without ramen. You don't know what hell is until you cannot have any sake for 5 years. And you have been trying to make up for those missed 5 years for the past 11. One can never be too cautious. You never know when the next dry spell will hit. Finishing his last bowl, Naruto places money down on the counter. Once again, Ayam. Your father has gone above and beyond my expectations of excellence. Well, I've got to go. Have a nice weekend. Ayam waves goodbye as she starts to clean up all his empty bowls. As Naruto nears his front door, a new death threat is pasted on his door. Tearing it off and throwing it in the trash can as he closes the door. He is heading towards his bathroom for a quick shower. So what are your plans for today? As Naruto enters the shower. Going to study the notes that they have made of Ms. Mitarashi Curse of Heaven Seal. I already got several ideas on how to remove it, but I really need to see it before I make my final plans on removal. I have several ideas on modifying the seal that I want to ask Ms. Mitarashi if she might be interested. We'll relieve the Kage clone in Irika Sensei room while working on the removal/modification procedure. You think the spymaster would try to kill Irika like he did Jinjo? I really don't think so. But one can never tell, he might be a vindictive little bastard and I don't want to take a chance. True, sometimes your injured pride will cause you to do foolish things. Are we talking from experience, sensei? Unfortunately, yes, and I have paid too high a price to allow that to happen again. Walking across his apartment with a towel wrapped around his waist, Naruto stops in front of his closet. He selects another pair of black cargo pants, a blue t-shirt with a smiling face on the front, and a black headband before putting on his trench coat. Opening his basement, Naruto heads down to grab several scrolls and couple of blank scrolls, placing them inside his trench coat before exiting, resealing his basement and leaving his apartment. As he nears the hospital, Naruto hedges into middle-aged man with a book under his arm. Naruto casually walks into Irika's room, closes the door, hedges back into himself. Stopping to look at Irika's medical chart at the foot of his bed, Naruto notes that the doctor was using a sleep genjutsu on Irika and he should not be waking up until the next morning. The doctor noted that Irika would probably be released late Sunday afternoon barring no further complications. Naruto looks down at his sleeping sensei. Sensei, thank you. You are one of the few people who had absolute faith in me. I will protect you and we are going to have a talk later. You definitely need to sharpen your shinobi skills and I have a good idea on how. Plus, I think you made a very good impression on Ms. Mitarashi. Who knows, if you play your cards right, you will be like Gigi and have a big grin on your face in the mornings. Naruto moves to the back corner of the room and sits down to meditate before starting to work on the Curse of Heaven seal problem. Anko reaches her apartment a couple of minutes after leaving Naruto. She waves at a couple of kunoichi that she knows who were heading to the market area to shop. Landing on her balcony, she sees a note stuck in the sliding door jamb. It's from her friend Yuhi Kurenai and neighbor. It's a brief reminder not to forget that the two were having dinner at 6 p.m. that evening and not to be late. Sliding her balcony door open, Anko enters her apartment, closing the door behind her. Anko uses the note as a coaster for the glass in her hand. Looking at the glass, Anko is pondering whether to have the glass framed, since that was probably the only time she would ever taste Bloody Mist Blue Harvest Moon sake. As she walks towards her bathroom, she is slowly taking off clothes on her way to a shower. Entering her bathroom, Anko takes a moment to look at herself in the mirror, turning slowly around to examine her body. There were a few scars in various places. However, everything else looked to be in excellent condition from her head to her toes, until she turns and the Curse of Heaven mark on her back near her left shoulder. There she paused to stare at it. Curse you, Orochimaru, if I ever get my hands on you. You are a dead snake. Stepping into the shower, she lets the hot water run over her body as she thinks. Blonde says he a Fuinjutsu master and that he can remove the curse mark. Watching what he did to that Jonin and Anbu makes me think not only can he talk the talk, but definitely walk the walk. The old man seems to have total confidence in his skills and ability. Finishing her shower, Anko dries off before walking naked towards her bedroom, picking up her dirty clothes on the way there. Her bedroom has a feminine touch to it, which would surprise most people who think Anko is a cold sadist bitch. After depositing her clothes in a hamper, Anko considers where or not to wear anything to bed. Deciding to sleep natural, she pulls back the covers on her queen-size bed and slides between the silk sheets. After she sets her alarm clock for 3 that afternoon, Anko closes her eyes to get some sleep. It seems no sooner than she has closed her eyes, the alarm is going off. Time to go torture Team 2/Ibiki. Getting up, Anko selects a matching pair of black undergarments and black mesh hose. Putting on a black leather skirt with a chain link belt with a black mesh t-shirt before putting on a pair of open-toe sandals. Walking towards her kitchen, she picks up the glass and note. Placing the glass in the sink, Anko opens her refrigerator, pulls out a carton of milk, drinks straight from it, leaving her with a little white mustache. As she stops at her door to put on her overcoat, Anko notices the mustache in the mirror by the door and slowly licks it off. Just as she was about to leave, oh shit, almost forgot the camera. Walking back to her kitchen, she opens a cabinet to retrieve her camera. Putting the camera inside her overcoat and patting the pocket. Now it's time to go to work. Exiting through the balcony door, Anko leaps towards ANBU headquarters to meet up with Ibiki to tell him the old man's plan. As she enters ANBU headquarters, the receptionist looks up issues the challenge of the day, to which Anko offers the correct counter-challenge. The receptionist bows to Anko and tells her Ibiki had just arrived a couple of minutes before her. Walking into Ibiki's office, she sees Ibiki doing paperwork probably concerning earlier that morning. Anko makes a slight detour to snag herself a cup of coffee from Ibiki coffee pot before plopping down in a chair in front of Ibiki. Without taking his eyes off his paperwork, Ibiki, "So did you get your boyfriend checked into the hospital okay?" Knowing that Ibiki was baiting her, Anko, "After we left his sensei at the hospital, we went back to my place, and after 6 hours of incredible/wild sex, I had to take him at the hospital so he could recover." Ibiki head jerks up. "You had sex with a 16-year-old? Grinning at him and pointing a hand like a gun and dropping her thumb like a hammer. "Gotcha. You know I'm not into that kind of stuff. And besides, he almost 17. Bowing his head, Ibiki, "So what did you, the kid and the old man talk about if it's not classified?" "I did a preliminary T&I on Mizuki after I brought him in. Man, what did that kid do to him? I barely had him seated at a table before he started telling me everything. I had Inoichi Yamanaka sitting behind him to do a basic mind walk to verify, and he said everything that he said was the truth. He said Mizuki mind was in shambles. Inoichi thinks Mizuki is incapable of telling us lies. So I went home, had breakfast and nap before coming back here. And when I come back, what do I find? Team 2 Genins have been locked up for possible treason and various other charges. Do you have any idea what is going on?" Taking a sip of her coffee, Anko briefs Ibiki on why Team 2 had been arrested and the old man's suggestion on what the two of them were supposed to do. Leaning back in his chair, Ibiki strokes his chin. "You know that's not a bad idea. Let's do it," before getting up to walk towards the door. Anko sets her coffee cup down on Ibiki's desk as she gets up to follow Ibiki toward where Team 2 is being held. Anko notes that they are heading towards the minimum security detention section, where the cells were at least clean and the food was okay. Stopping at the detention center's guard desk, Ibiki asks the guard how Team 2 was doing. "Those brats have not stopped whining or demanding to see their fathers since they got here. I tempted to go duct tape their mouths shut, just so I could have some peace and quiet," says Anbu Hair. "I know when I take them their dinner, they are going to complain even more. Do you think the Sandame would buy the story I had to kill them because they were trying to escape?" Shaking her head, Anko, "Hair, I think the Sandame would buy off on that story. But the review board won't. I hate to tell you this. Those bakas could not find their way out if you opened the door and escorted them out. We will do you a favor, we will take them their dinner and watch them for you so you can go get a cup of coffee and some peace and quiet," Ibiki says as he puts on a blank ANBU mask before picking up 2 trays. "If you happen to kill them, I'll swear that it was justified," calling over his shoulder as Hair walks off to get his coffee. Anko puts on a blank ANBU mask before she picks up the other tray and follows Ibiki down to Team 2 cell. Anko unlocks the cell door. Team 2 moves to back of the cell as they watch a big tall man with a blank ANBU mask sets down 2 trays, and a woman with a blank ANBU mask in a overcoat sets down the other tray. "Dinner time, boys. Eat up," Anko calls over her shoulder as she and Ibiki exit and lock the cell door. Team 2 moves over to the table and look at the trays. "What kind of slop is this? I demand better. You Baldy. I give you 1,000 rios if you tell my father that I have been falsely locked up in jail. And you, babe? I'll give you 2,000 rios if you stay here and keep me and my teammates entertained while Baldy gets my father," Mina says while looking up and down at Anko. Anko cannot believe that she just hear Mina not only try to proposition her, bribe Ibiki, but also called Ibiki Baldy. "We might not make it to Monday. Ibiki's going to start for real T&I session now." Anko sees Ibiki breathing slowly with his eyes closed. At least that is a good sign. Ibiki is a humble voice. "I'm sorry I cannot take you up on your most generous offer." Mina sneers. "Do you want more money, Baldy?" Shaking his head, "No, Ibiki. Your money would not be worth the pain and suffering that Ibiki Marino and Anko Mitarashi would inflict upon me if I took you offer. I'm not afraid of Ibiki or that snake bitch Anko," Takaru announces to the fellow teammates. Now it is Ibiki's turn to watch as Anko closes her eyes and wonder if they would be starting early. Turning to face Team 2 Anko nervously. If I were you, I would be very afraid. We had to clean up after a couple of their TNI sessions. I cannot believe how they could do some of those things to a human being and be able to sleep at night. Ibiki is nodding his head in agreement. Issel whispers, "What sort of things?" Looking both ways down the hall to see if anybody was close, Ibiki leans close to the cell door. They one time hung a suspected spy by hooks in the center of a room and then used a pair of pliers to strip all the skin off of him. Issel eyes growing large. When you say strip him of him all, do you mean everything? As he looks down at his waist. Everything. Anko shaking her head. We better go. I don't want that pair to catch us talking about them behind their backs. Ibiki looking around before motioning Anko to follow. I'll triple my offer if you tell our fathers. Mina leans against the bars to yell at the pair. As they close the detention main cell door, they see Hare leaning against his desk silently laughing. If they get too noisy, I think I'll go tell them a story or two about you two. That ought to shut them up. Once they are back in Ibiki's office, Ibiki. Cammy, they will be wetting themselves Monday morning if we pull out a pair of pliers. Ibiki stops to refill his / Anko's coffee cups before sitting down behind his desk with Anko sitting down across from him. After taking a sip of his coffee, Ibiki. So have you heard any word on how Yugo is doing? Holding her cup between her hands, Anko. Yeah. I stopped by earlier and talked to Hey8, who was by her bedside. He said that she will probably be released this afternoon. But she probably will have the mother of all headaches. Doctor said she had received a slight concussion from Hichi/Bor when they knocked her out. Blowing on her coffee, Anko watches Ibiki. So what do you think of Blonde and what he did to Mizuki, Hichi, and Bor? Leaning back in his chair, Ibiki. Honestly, I was just glad that he was doing that to those three instead of me. From what I saw, Naruto Uzumaki is the most unpredictable / dangerous person in this village, and the villagers are clueless to that fact. I know that I could have taken Hichi/Bor together. But it would have taken a little time. Uzumaki did not even break a sweat. I wonder what his actual shinobi rating is. You and me both. As Anko sips her coffee, she slowly removes the camera from the inside of her coat and places it on her lap. Ibiki looking at his ceiling. So did the Sandame say how he going to explain this little incident to the councils? I know a lot of the civilian council members thought highly of Hichi/Bor/Mizuki. Man, the headache the old man will have when Team 2's fathers finally find out where their precious little boys are being held this weekend. Speaking of Team 2, the old man did mention who he thinks would be a good sensei for them since they lost Hichi. Anko says as she puts her coffee cup down on Ibiki's desk and slowly readies the camera. Still leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, Ibiki. And who is the unlucky bastard who has to be sensei to those Tems? Rising the camera slowly up, Anko. You! Ibiki's eyes and mouth both fly open. Then losing his balance, Ibiki falls backwards out of his chair while wind milling his arms to keep from falling. Crawling back up to look at Anko over the edge of his desk. Hell no. I rather have to dress like Guy Mato in green spandex and run around this village than teach those Tems. If he forces me, I'll quit and become a door-to-door salesman. Then he notices Anko was snapping pictures and trying not to laugh at him. But he could see tears running down her face as she looks at him. Gotcha. Oh man, wait until I post these pictures up around here. Anko snickers. Ibiki straightens up his chair before sitting down to glare at Anko. If you do, I will personally see to it that you are transferred to bookkeeping department. Tapping the camera against her chin, Anko looks deep in thought as she is getting up. You know, these pictures will probably make that transfer worth it. Because every time I get depressed, I'll just look at these and they will brighten my day. Shaking a finger at retreating Anko as she heads out the door, Ibiki. Just remember, I don't get mad, I get even. Waving her hand as she is leaving Ibiki's office. I'll be sure to send you a set of glossy color copies for your personal enjoyment. I'll see you Monday morning for fun and games with your new team sensei. Without looking back, Anko knows. Ibiki has just given her the bird. As Anko leaves ANBU headquarters, she glances at her watch. 5:30 p.m. Decides to walk to the restaurant that she and Yuhi were to meet for dinner. As she is walking towards the restaurant, she notices that most people just ignore her. But, with Blonde, they would actually move away from him and glare. Shaking her head, "Blonde, how do you tolerate these idiots?" As she enters into the restaurant, she sees Yuhi sitting at the bar sipping a drink. Yuhi Kurenai is a kunoichi with long black, shoulder-length untamed hair, and very unique eyes, red in color with red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. She is wearing light purple kimono. Yuhi and Anko had become friends after Anko returned to village after leaving with Orochimaru. Yuhi was calm and logical, whereas Anko was hot-headed and rash. People compared the two to ice and fire. Yuhi had very high standards when it came to dating/relationships, which earned her the nickname Ice Queen from several males who tried to date her. Yuhi was ignoring a civilian businessman who was trying his best to get her attention at the bar. Yuhi Anko calls out to her friend as she approaches the bar. Yuhi stand up to greet Anko in a hug, to which Anko takes opportunity to look at the businessman while running her tongue across her lips and winking at him. Slapping Anko's but playfully, Yuhi whispers, "Stop that, all you will do is encourage that idiot," as she picks up her drink to head to their dinner table. Rubbing her bottom slowly as they walk towards their table, Anko leans over and whispers loudly, "Oh, I love it when you punish me." The businessman at the bar suddenly grabs for a napkin to keep the blood from flowing out of his nose. Sitting down at the table and looking at the menu, Yuhi, "You are hopeless, you know?" Looking at her menu, Anko, "Yeah, but if we had played our cards right, that idiot would have probably paid for our dinner and drinks. Where is the dango? What kind of restaurant is this anyway?" "A real restaurant that serves real food instead of just dango," Yuhi comments as she continues to examine the menu. "A real restaurant would serve dango," pouting Anko as she continues to look at the menu. After the waiter arrives, takes their orders, and leaves Yuki. "I hear that Yugo is in the hospital and her partner was responsible. Know anything?" Sipping her water, Anko, "Yugo was taken to the hospital earlier this morning. Her ex-partner knocked her out, gave her a mild concussion. Hayate said she should be released this afternoon, so I figure she at home by now." Sipping her drink, Yuhi, "So is her ex-partner in your loving care?" Reaching for a breadstick, Anko, "No, someone else beat me to the honors, though I think he would have preferred my treatment to the one he received. Watching what was done to him was breathtaking. The skill and precision was poetry in motion. To call it a fight would be a lie. It was a one-sided ass-kicking." Yuhi noticed the almost fangirl look Anko was giving as she told her what happened to Yugo's ex-partner. "So which ANBU did him in?" Holding the half-eaten breadstick, Anko, "What I can tell you is it was not one of our ANBU. Hell, he is not even a shinobi from this village, since he has not graduated. He has not been issued his headband, so Blonde is still a civilian." Yuhi leans forward. "What did he look like?" Anko pauses to think. "Well, he a little over 6 foot, has a trench coat with a black katana. His ninjutsu and taijutsu were jonin level or better." Yuhi eyes are getting bigger. Was his trench coat white with a red fox on the back? Anko, not knowing where this was headed, "Maybe." Yuhi, "Did he have blonde hair with golden eyes?" Anko is confused at Yuhi's line of questions. "From where I was at, yes, he had blonde hair, but I could not see his eyes." Yuhi leans back in her chair. "Oh, Kami, it was him." Anko leans forward to stare at Yuhi. "Him who? Who are you talking about?" Yuhi leans forward towards Anko and whispers, "Kai, the golden fox."